Chapter 451 White Tiger defeated. Thousand-armed Shura, Tang San, as the commander, his tactical arrangements are very similar to those of the Imperial fighter team. It is to use the fastest speed to deal with the sharpest spearhead in the team, Yu Tianheng. To this end, he sent three main attackers, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, to attack first, creating an empty situation in front of the formation. This was supposed to be a strategy to attract the enemy's main force to break into the formation alone, and finally use the blue-silver grass to instantly pull back the three main forces to jointly attack. However, it is a pity that the strategy of the Royal Dou team is exactly the same as that of Shrek. Their goal was also to be the first to break the sharpest spearhead, Dai Mubai. Therefore, letting Dai Mubai rush to the front gave Huang Dou an excellent opportunity to attack. When Tang San and Dai Mubai saw the giant shield that could easily cut through the remaining energy of soul skills, an irresistible thought suddenly arose in their hearts. In this extremely short period of time, Tang San realized that rather than being hit by the shield, it was better to let Dai Mubai bear the risk of thunder and try his best to pull him back. Tang San circulated his soul power, using the technique of controlling a crane to capture a dragon, exerting force from afar, and immediately pulled the blue-silver grass wrapped around Dai Mubai's body, trying to stay away from the shield's attack trajectory. When he stretched out his sharp claws and knocked down two tortoise shells, more tortoise shells fell on his front and rear bodies. However, the fatal situation they set up cannot be solved so easily. If there were only one or two pieces of tortoise shells, with Dai Mubai's current attack power and defense power, he could definitely compete with one or two. However, the huge force and cutting power of the 32 pieces of tortoise shells were not something that he could stop alone. These fragments were not only extremely sharp, but also rotating at high speed. In just an instant, they completely covered the 5 square meters of space surrounding Dai Mubai. Boss! However, even so, the remaining 32 rotating tortoise shells had knocked Dai Mubai into the air. The Shi brothers made muffled sounds at the same time, and the soul power light connected to the shield suddenly brightened. The two giant shields approaching Dai Mubai from both sides of the ground suddenly exploded, split into 32 diamond-shaped fragments, and shot out. Although the pulling speed is not as fast as the lightning bolts and shields, it can increase the difficulty of hitting Dai Mubai with the shield. For a moment, Dai Mubai's body was hit with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and his body also spun in the air in a twisted way. Fortunately, the Imperial fighters were not murderous people, and the remaining two shields turned again at the last moment, away from Dai Mubai. When Dai Mubai was deep in the whirlpool of the turtle shell, thunder arrows and the remaining two intact sides of the turtle shell followed one after another. What's even more terrible is that the blue-silver grass wrapped around Dai Mubai's body was immediately torn into pieces in the turtle shell space, completely losing any help. Piercing screams erupted from the remaining 6 Shrek people. Such a weird control method was completely beyond their imagination. The howling wind distorted the air in the entire space. More importantly, Dai Mubai's the body is completely covered in the attack range. This skill of controlling cranes and catching dragons can be regarded as a self-created soul skill. It can exert force in the air, pulling the blue-silver grass to make Dai Mubai retreat in an unexpected trajectory. This scene undoubtedly surprised the royal fighting team. The paralysis of thunder further weakened Dai Mubai's resistance, making him completely lose his combat ability. When he landed again, the fragments had recondensed into a complete shield and returned to the Shi brothers. In fact, although the shield attack of the Shi brothers can be controlled to a certain extent, it is generally impossible to do so freely. However, when they launched the attack, they did not try their best, so the power attached to the tortoise shell was not as exaggerated as it looked. Dai Mubai's body fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he was in a coma and the beast transformation on his body was completely eliminated. At this time, Tang San, as the commander, suppressed his inner grief and shouted, "Everyone, take off! In this state, rushing to rescue will only lead to the annihilation of the whole army. Moreover, the poisonous fog is still spreading. In order to avoid the sharp edge temporarily, taking off is the only choice." Among the remaining 6 people, 5 of them took a strange mushroom, and a pair of wings made of light and shadow suddenly grew behind them, and they flew up rapidly. This flying speed even exceeded Yu Feng, who had the wind bell bird martial spirit. However, just as everyone's sight was attracted by the few people who took off, a blue-silver figure in the green fog quickly approached the royal fighting team. "Everyone be alert!" After Yu Tianheng gave a warning, he immediately rushed forward as his body landed, rushing towards the figure that was incredibly fast. He waved his hand and slapped it, and a thunder dragon claw rushed straight towards the approaching figure. This figure was the thousand-handed Shura. When Tang San was above everyone, he did not rise into the air. 8 strange blue-silver grass suddenly appeared behind him. These blue-silver grass, like 8 slender spider legs, supported Tang San's body and quickly approached Dai Mubai. Lightning flashed, and the attack that should have hit the enemy was strangely missed again. Tang San's figure was as erratic as a ghost, and under the mist, it gave people the illusion that a dragon claw penetrated his figure. Just then, before he could get close enough, a blue-silver grass spreading from the ground entangled Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng felt the drag from his ankle, and his forward body was briefly restricted for a while. It was at this time that Tang San's body suddenly jumped up about 10 meters, rushing out of the green mist covering the ground, and at the same time, he had already bitten a mushroom of a special shape in his mouth. Light wings suddenly appeared behind him, and his body was rising rapidly, and under him, there was Dai Mubai entangled by the blue-silver grass. When they flew to a safe space, the Shrek 7 devils gathered together and checked Dai Mubai's condition. His condition was not good. There were cut marks on his flesh and blood, and some parts were even burned by thunder, with black scorch marks. If it was not Dai Mubai, but someone else who was attacked like this, it would never be limited to flesh wounds, and it would be likely to die instantly. Tang San's eyes were solemn, and his fingers immediately pointed at various parts of his body to stop the blood from flowing out. However, compared to bleeding, the power flowing in Dai Mubai's body and constantly destroying his body was more troublesome. Tang San, running Xiantian inner power, infused his own soul power into Dai Mubai's body to relieve the chaotic power. In order to calm Dai Mubai's condition, he consumed a lot of soul power in a short period of time. But fortunately, Dai Mubai's injury was finally stabilized. After doing all this, Tang San stuffed the recovery sausage into Dai Mubai's mouth. This was Oscar's first soul skill, a food-type soul master among the Shrek 7 devils. It had the functions of comprehensive recovery and promoting wound healing. However, he also understood that at least in this battle of souls, Dai Mubai had completely lost his fighting power. Chapter 452, High-Spirited. At this time, Duguyan's voice came from the ground. Why not admit defeat? This is the result of us stopping. If he had used all his strength, his injuries would not be so simple. If you admit defeat, we can immediately help you recover your companion's injuries. Although this sudden rise was beyond the expectations of the royal fighting team, they were not in a hurry. Without the evil-eyed white tiger, the Shrek 7 devils could not use the martial soul fusion skill, and at the same time, they also lost the most important main attacker. Now Shrek just luckily escaped the pursuit and gained time to survive. Tang San was also very clear in his heart that the royal fighting team obviously held back on Dai Mubai. However, while holding back, Dai Mubai can be defeated. Under the premise that the overall strength is obviously weaker than the enemy, if even the strategy does not work, then the outcome will be unpredictable. What should we do, third brother? In the fight of trapped beasts, the Shrek 7 devils burst out with a more exciting fighting spirit. The eyes of all the team members are focused on Tang San. After speaking, Duguyan spewed poison mist again. However, this time her green mist spread towards the sky. When everyone saw Dai Mubai wake up, their worries were also dissipated a lot. What a pity! Should we give up? After listening to Tang San's answer, Dai Mubai fell asleep again with peace of mind. The unconscious Dai Mubai, with the help of the recovery sausage, barely regained a trace of consciousness. Tang San's eyes were extremely shaking. Without Dai Mubai, it would be a fantasy to fight against the royal fighting team, which had almost no losses. Everyone pay attention to Jian Shao Shura. This flying ability will definitely not last long. When they land, it will be our time to attack. As long as the battle is not over, we will fight to the last moment. Then, after a brief exchange, Dai Mubai's weak voice sounded from Tang San's arms. However, when they saw Dai Mubai's face full of unwillingness, the blood in their hearts was completely aroused. Tang San held Dai Mubai's hand tightly and replied firmly, "Don't worry, we will fight to the end." He replied to Duguyan on the ground, "In the dictionary of the Shrek 7 devils, there is no word to admit defeat. Don't give up." Although the goal was not achieved, Duguyan did not hate this high morale to fight to the last moment. He didn't want the team to admit defeat because of him. Tang San flew to the edge of the ring and carefully placed Dai Mubai outside the fighting arena. This forced the Shrek team to fly higher. Fortunately, the dome of the central fighting arena was high enough for them to avoid the poisonous fog. If it was a narrower space, even if they could fly, they would not be able to avoid the invasion of the poisonous fog. Douluo tried to occupy the space in the sky in this way, so that he could use distance to hinder Shrek's landing. However, unlike Douluo's expectations, Shrek's landing was faster than expected. Above the sky, Tang San put a tree root into his mouth to restore the sausage, and immediately led the team into the poisonous fog. With the help of the light wing flying speed, during this time, the speed of the 6 people reached the level of the Soul Master level agility attack system. When the 6 people rushed into the poisonous fog that should have constituted a restriction actually began to dilute at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Before the 6 people broke through the poisonous fog, the green toxin completely disappeared. The 8 special blue-silver grasses extending on Tang San's back actually devoured all the toxins. Douluo had never seen anyone solve her poison control in this way, and she was shocked. Taking advantage of the doubts of the royal fighting team, the 7 treasures glazed tower emitted 8 fluorescent lights, which shot into the 4 combatants. Then, with the help of the food-type auxiliary soul master, she flew to the outside of the fighting arena. After assisting the 4 people, her soul power was also on the verge of limit. Moreover, Shrek now lacked personnel to protect auxiliary soul masters. Direct withdrawal was also a wise choice. The remaining 4 people, with a 30% speed increase, suddenly accelerated when they were close to the royal fighting team, and scattered like flowers from the sky. Among them, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun's target was Ye Lingling, who was at the end of the team. Since they were landing from a high altitude, they did not need to deter, and could attack the auxiliary soul master at the shortest distance. Tang San attacked Douluo in the middle of the team. She was like Tang San, the core of the royal fighting team. As long as this core can be destroyed, not only can the problem of the remaining team members' sustained combat be solved, but also the royal fighting's command system can be shattered. Facing the assault, Yu Feng and Oslo, as the agile attack system, took the lead to rush to the rear to support Ye Lingling. Yu Feng flapped his wings and flew quickly, but he was hit by a phoenix fire line. The blazing flames made Yu Feng dare not let them touch his body. Wing blade, only to see that his wings were wrapped in a green whirlwind. The first soul skill that was supposed to be used for chopping was transformed into a guiding action under Yu Feng's control. Therefore, the sticky flame was blown aside by Yu Feng. However, it was also this action that slowed down Yu Feng's support, and Xiaohu and Zhu Zuqing approached Ye Lingling. In response, Oslo's whole body burst into black light, and a light and shadow with the same shape as his body burst out from his body. The third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone, with the help of the clone soul skill, Oslo split into 2 people, facing Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu respectively. However, at the moment of collision, Xiaowu's eyes collided with Oslo's body. The charm skill was activated, and Oslo was temporarily dazed by Xiaowu's charm skill. That is to say, taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Zuqing used the momentum of high-speed flight to launch the Netherworld 100 Claws, madly stabbing Oslo's Leopard Shadow Clone. In a very short period of time, hundreds of highly penetrating attacks fell on a point, directly causing the clone composed of energy to disintegrate in the air. And when Oslo forced himself to hold on and return to normal, Xiao Wu, who was right in front of him, disappeared in front of him. Ah! At this time, when his sight continued to look forward, Xiao Wu, who was originally some distance away, suddenly appeared behind Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling's neck was tightly wrapped by Xiao Wu's whip hair. Then, under Xiao Wu's strong drag, he flew directly out of the ring. The combined use of teleportation and waist bow skills threw the auxiliary soul master of the royal fighting team out in an instant. Since Shrek's attack was from the sky, cutting directly into the back row, Yu Tianheng and the Shi brothers in the front row had no way to perform attack support. Because they had their own Chapter 453 Douluo defeats Tang San. Although they didn't have time to block the attack from the rear, they could focus the attack on Tang San, who was closest to them. Tang San, who was close to the middle of the formation, was very close to Douluo, but he was also exposed to the 3 enemies with the strongest attack power. The Shi brothers and Yu Tianheng turned around and rushed to Douluo. Douluo's poison seemed to have no effect on Tang San, so Douluo, who lacked close combat skills, was obviously exposed to danger. The Shi brothers' bodies quickly separated to both sides. Yu Tianheng quickly shuttled between the brothers. While running, his whole body was surging with lightning, and countless lightning arrows were around him. He was going to cover the entire sky in one fell swoop and isolate the enemies in the sky with lightning. However, when he was about to explode, his body suddenly burst into blue-silver light, and a strong smell of grass rushed into his nose. At the same time, his whole body was bound in the air by a strong restraining force. However, Tang San made amazing moves in this extremely short time. They knew that the heavy shield could not accurately aim at Tang San now, but they did not need to aim at Tang San, they only needed to block one or two to buy some time for Yu Tianheng. Duguyan and Tang San looked at each other at this moment, and the strange thing was that Tang San's eyes were covered with purple light. The controlled Yu Tianheng increased his soul power output, and the blue-silver grass instantly broke under the violent energy of lightning. So, Duguyan's flexible snake tail rolled down and turned into a hard steel spring. The bursting lightning arrows swept across the sky, but most of them were blocked by the tortoise shell, and very few fell on Tang San. The heavy shield whistled away, and it came first after the latter, separating Tang San and Duguyan. In this state, the Shi brothers could not even burst the tortoise shell, because the distance between the 4 tortoise shells was too close, and the explosion would hurt Duguyan instead. In the moment of crisis, Tang San still maintained absolute calmness. Facing such eyes, Duguyan's heart was shrouded in chill. What's more terrifying is that Tang San seemed to have calculated Yu Tianheng's attack, and the shield that formed the passage formed a defense to block itself. When the power was released by the snake's tail, Duguyan's body suddenly jumped up. At the same time, the green mist brewing in his mouth sprayed out again, but this time the green mist was different from before, and its color was deeper. The Shi brothers who were not bound, although their attack speed was not as fast as Yu Tianheng, had extremely strong explosive power, and the 4 shields that were retracted were thrown out again. This was Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism. When he took back Dai Mubai, he used blue-silver grass to entangle Yu Tianheng. It was at this time that he planted the parasitic seeds on him. Although this restraint could not restrain Yu Tianheng for a long time, just a moment was enough. In order to pass through the narrow passage, the 8 strange blue-silver grasses were gathered behind him. 2 of the 8 spider spears behind him split and cleverly hit the 4 shields, changing the flight trajectory of the shields. However, Duguyan did not choose to dodge, as her speed was not as fast as Tang San. And this small part of the lightning was blocked by the blue-silver grass covering his body. It can be said that Tang San reduced the damage to the minimum. Although this is her most dangerous moment, it is also her opportunity. The 4 tightly fitting shields changed from a state of balance with the ground to an upright state, thus leaving a short tortoise shell passage in the middle. From the collision with the tortoise shell just now, it can be known that this thing that looks the same as the blue-silver grass is an extremely hard material. Rather than waiting for Tang San to pass through the passage and then attacking him with a spear, it is better to attack first. Tang San himself is not afraid of Duguyan's green phosphorus poison because of the 8 spider spears, but this time the green poison is mixed with other things. The green mist blew in Tang San's face, and Tang San's face and eyes felt extremely stinging and burning at the same time. Tang San, who was proficient in poison techniques, immediately understood that another highly corrosive toxin was added to the poison mist. This toxin that directly exerts physical effects on the body is more like a physical attack than a toxin attack. If Tang San was given some reaction time, he would definitely be able to see the changes. However, Duguyan used jumping to shorten the distance between the 2 sides, and spitted and attacked at a very close distance. Even if Tang San knew the composition of the poison mist, he could not react. Under the erosion of the corrosive toxin, Tang San could not continue to open his eyes. Duguyan took advantage of the last opportunity to swing her right hand. Her arm was like a whip, and the softness of her shoulder and arm bones exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. This attack method did not have much impact, but it could increase the speed of attack to the extreme. This was all to bring into play the right arm bone of the 10,000-year-old mandragora snake hidden in the right arm. As long as he is hit by the right arm, the seeds of corrosion will be planted in his body. The poisonous mist that burned his eyes before was also mixed with a very small amount of soul bone toxins. This is a new poison technique that Dugubo taught Duguyan. However, even in this situation, Tang San still showed his tenacious resistance. He stretched out his arms, and the surface of his hands condensed into the color of black jade. He tried to judge the direction of Duguyan's attack with his eyes closed. However, his method of listening to the sound and determining the position was unable to accurately judge the extremely fast sound of the whip in the noisy environment of thunder. Snap! A crisp slapping sound breaking through the thunderous sound, Doguyen's palm slapped Tang San's exposed flesh-colored neck. Instantly, a burning sensation swept over Tang San. Although there was no impact, the pain was beyond imagination. If it weren't for Tang San's tough character, he would have screamed. Mixed with the pain, Doguyen's voice reached Tang San's ears. It's over. Tang San didn't know the meaning of this sentence. He just wanted to subdue Doguyen. However, the burning sensation in his eyes made him unable to see clearly in front of him. He could only rely on his senses and use the 8 spider lands to stand on the ground before landing. At this time, Doguyen's loud shout rang out in the venue. Give up resistance, or I will immediately detonate the toxin bomb in the body of Thousand Hands Shura. For a while, the Shrek team wandering in the back row was in a state of confusion. At the same time, under the fighting spirit stage, the Shrek 7 Devils team called for the team leader to guide. Don't resist. We surrender. Although the players on the fighting stage didn't know, the people below the stage did see the unique soul power fluctuations of the soul bone. For safety, Yu Xiaogang, known as the Master in the Soul Master world, invited the members to surrender on behalf of the members. Tang San opened his scarlet eyes and gave up resistance unwillingly. He believed in the judgment of his teacher. So far, the royal fight against the Shrek 7 Devils ended with the victory of the royal fighting team. At this time, Qin Ming rushed over and said hurriedly, "Don't hurt anyone's life, detoxify them first." The royal fighting team first checked Yelingling and found that she was just thrown away and had no serious injuries. Then they began to heal and detoxify Shrek. Chapter 454 Metal Echo. Although there were some accidents in the whole battle, it was generally safe. The counterattack organized by Tang San at the end was very threatening, but he underestimated Doguyen. I thought Doguyen only had poison control as a fighting method. Tang San, who underestimated Doguyen, eventually paid the price for underestimating the enemy. The outcome of this battle was destined to be known only to a very small number of people due to his hidden characteristics. But invisibly, it did change something important. And to say what exactly changed, perhaps even God could not see clearly. The site was pulled back to the Sunset Forest. After practicing for 3 months, Chuan Yi's forging level had undoubtedly reached a certain limit. Today, he decided to take a step forward on this basis. Half a minute later, Chuan Yi's consciousness fell on the black iron again. It was at this moment that Chuan Yi officially entered the state of unity of body and mind, and he raised his right hammer. However, more important than this was the super high efficiency shown by Chuan Yi. This high level of light and flame was the first time Chuan Yi saw it. In terms of familiarity, black iron is undoubtedly the highest. In the forging room, Huo Wu and Douluo, at the invitation of Chuan Yi, temporarily put aside their training and research and came to witness this historic moment. This can be done thanks to the forging hammer with penetrating properties, which can completely penetrate the force into the metal. In the dim forging room, Chuan Yi's entire body was covered with red dragon scales. 4 hammer shadows that were invisible to the naked eye flashed by, and the red-black iron suddenly burst into a 6-foot flame. At this moment, he still held the pair of black iron forging hammers in his hands. After 3 months of training, Chuan Yi had completely mastered the characteristics of these 2 forging hammers. However, what was amazing was that the other 2 people in the forging room could not feel the leakage of firepower. On this basis, Chuan Yi used his exquisite perception of vibration to let the force that penetrated into the interior collide and interact with each other, thereby achieving the effect of spreading the whole. Under the gaze of Douluo and Huo Wu, Chuan Yi started forging. He was now building the internal structure of the entire black iron in his mind one by one. Chuan Yi retracted the firepower and tapped the black iron lightly. After tapping, he did not rush to make the next move. 1 minute later, the metal was heated. On the forging table, there was still black iron. Since black iron was the most common type among all the types that Chuan Yi carried, he used black iron for forging the most times in mid-March. Ding! After completing the infusion of spirit, Chuan Yi raised the left hammer that he had not swung just now. Ding! 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 The dark black iron turned red and softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chuan Yi suspended his right hand wearing the dark gold yang dragon claw above the black iron, and the faint red light evenly wrapped the black iron. The left hammer wrapped in gold and red emitted a more brilliant soul power brilliance under the infusion of Chuan Yi's soul power. Qi and blood, mental power, and the 2 soul powers of gold and fire merged into one in the left hammer. When Chuan Yi's left hammer fell, all the energy inside poured into the black iron, and then the right hammer fell, but the right hammer did not have any energy fluctuations. Chuan Yi only stimulated its penetrating properties. But its role is crucial, because the penetrating force is combing the internal lines of the metal while combing the fusion energy injected by the left hammer. This allows the energy to spread more evenly into the metal. After completing the spiritualization, Chuan Yi's hammering times rose sharply. The super-efficient hammering shown at the beginning is obviously not suitable for this stage. When communicating deeply with the metal spirit, Chuan Yi showed great patience and sincerity. At the same time, the communication experience accumulated in March played a great role in this stage. When the number of hammer strikes approached 100, the spirituality inside the metal had been integrated, and the rich breath of life began to permeate the forging room. When the 100th hammer fell, under the experienced guidance of Chuan Yi, the spirituality that had accumulated to the limit broke out of the shell. 100 hammers create. The surface of the black iron burst into dark gold and vermilion, and the tiny spirituality had transformed into real life. Moreover, the concentration of life and the strength of soul contained in it were even stronger than the black iron created with Xiaojin at the beginning. This means that Chuan Yi's technology has surpassed himself, who was created with the help of Xiaojin. The flames dissipated, and Chuan Yi raised the forging hammer again, feeling the creation of the black iron close to him. This time, in addition to injecting energy, Chuan Yi also injected a more original soul breath into the metal. For a moment, the presence exuded by Chuan Yi became extremely clear. In this space, all external objects are covered by Chuan Yi's presence, so that the observer cannot feel the existence of other things, and even his own existence becomes blurred. And in this space where only Chuan Yi is, there is a thing with a similar breath to Chuan Yi that is gradually emerging. That is, the creation metal that is completely stained by Chuan Yi's breath. This is a breath that is similar to Chuan Yi, but has its own unique characteristics. The black iron that has shrunk by more than half will be stained with gold and red when hammered. The color will soon dissipate, but this is undoubtedly a precursor to transformation. Chuan Yi's golden dragon pupil blooms with unprecedented golden flames. Under the gaze of the true vision eye, Chuan Yi clearly sees that the energy hidden in the metal is slowly integrating. Based on previous experience, Chuan Yi knows that this is an important step for metal to move to a higher level. Chuan Yi's hammering becomes slower and slower, but the time of immersion in gold and red becomes longer and longer. Just when Chuan Yi completed the integration of internal energy with the red dragon pupil. Dang! Ding! When the hammer fell, in addition to the hammering sound, there was an echo inside the black iron. Chuan Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and he sighed in his heart, finally, I have come to this step again. This time, I will not make mistakes again. The metal echo is the integration of the internal energy of the metal, which begins to assist forging from the inside. Before this, Chuan Yi had encountered this situation several times. However, due to lack of experience, he failed to persist to the final stage, causing the metal to fall back to the state when it was created. However, after accumulating several failed experiences, Chuan Yi has mastered the corresponding skills. When the heavy hammer fell, the echo of the black iron became clearer and clearer, and the overall color had completely changed to the two colors of Chuan Yi's soul power. Suddenly, the black iron that should have stayed on the forging table suddenly shook. Then, in the surprised eyes of Huo Wu and Douluo, it jumped up from the forging table. Roar! Chuan Yi himself was not surprised at all by this situation. On the contrary, he released the powerful dragon power that made all beasts submit through the red dragon horn almost at the moment when the black iron jumped up by itself. Under the deterrence of the dragon power, the black iron that seemed to escape from the forging table fell down with a bang. At this time, Chuan Yi's double hammers began to fall on the black iron again, but this time, when forging, Chuan Yi's mental power output was stronger than before. Chapter 455 Enlightenment. When the life inside the metal is stimulated to a certain extent, it will give birth to its own spiritual wisdom. However, the life that gives birth to spiritual wisdom naturally hates the feeling of being controlled, so it will show the action of escaping by itself. At first, Chuan Yi was really shocked, but with his cultivation, it was impossible for the metal to escape. However, he controlled the metal, but he could not control the soul inside the metal. In the end, the inexperienced Chuan Yi accidentally let the soul dissipate by itself. However, after thinking and summarizing, Chuan Yi thought of the original sacrifice ceremony. For the soul, spiritual means are undoubtedly the best way. Therefore, Chuan Yi launched the dragon's might to prevent the soul from escaping, and increased the output of his mental power. Sure enough, it seems that his idea is correct now. This feeling of powerlessness of reaching the end but finding no way forward swept Chuan Yi again. Just when Chuan Yi felt trapped, two excited dragon roars echoed in his mind. What's more magical is that at some point, the black iron forging hammer held in both hands was also covered with the same pattern and emitted the same breath of life. This was also an unexpected gain for Chuan Yi in this forging. However, when Chuan Yi completed the step of stabilizing the soul, the metal did not undergo the transformation he expected. When injecting their own energy and breath, they would not show the will to resist, which made the stabilization of the soul of the forging hammer extremely smooth. At this last moment, it was them that led Chuan Yi to take the key step. Unconsciously, these two forging hammers connected to Chuan Yi's bloodline, in the process of forging, in turn tempered themselves. Under Chuan Yi's incomparably powerful mental power and dragon might, the newly born soul was too small to escape. Feeling the trembling of the martial soul in his body, Chuan Yi did not hesitate and immediately summoned the weapon soul. Xiaojin, Xiaohong. The dragon scale pattern continued to spread, gradually covering the entire metal surface. At this time, the golden red light was completely restrained, and the black light began to replace the floating appear. Roar! Roar! Its shape is exactly the same as Chuan Yi's own dragon scales. When the black light flashes, it is like a living creature breathing, maintaining a specific pattern. This is because the forging hammer that has been baptized by blood is very different from the black iron that has not been baptized by blood. Compared with the brand new black iron that makes a lot of noise, the changes of these two forging hammers seem silent. Chuan Yi has poured all of himself into the metal, and he also knows that the metal has reached the edge of advancement. The golden and red light flashing on the surface of the black iron gradually began to converge, revealing the black color of the black iron itself, but the layers of patterns turned into golden and red dragon scale patterns. The soul that tried to escape was firmly locked inside the black iron. At this point, Chuan Yi knew that taming the metal soul and stabilizing it inside the metal was the most critical. The metal infected with Chuan Yi's breath was affected by Chuan Yi in all aspects, and this similarity was constantly deepening. Two dragon roars spread from Chuan Yi's hands and echoed in the forging room. In this roar, there were the spiritual fluctuations of Xiaojin and Xiaohong. When the dark gold yang dragon claw covered his hands, the calm forging hammer and black iron burst out two colors of light again. At the same time, three dragon roars burst out with the light. The soul of the metal became extremely active with the appearance of the dark gold yang dragon claw. It was also at this moment that Chuan Yi noticed that the energy and metal soul hidden inside the metal had undergone mysterious changes. It was this scene that made Chuan Yi's inspiration flash. He immediately mobilized the energy in his body and poured it into the two hammers frantically. Under the amplification of the dark gold yang dragon claw, the intensity of the energy was raised to another level. After condensing the energy, Chuan Yi's two hammers fell together, and a heavy roar sounded. From the collision point of the three, a dazzling brilliance suddenly broke out. In the vision of the red dragon pupil, the energy inside the metal under the stimulation of the heavy blow underwent a strange vibration. The vibrating energy seemed to resonate with the soul and produce a phenomenon of fusion. Just at this moment, a cheering voice came to Chuan Yi's ears. The light dissipated, and the black iron on the forging table turned into a small flying dragon and soared into the air. Then, after circling a circle, its body suddenly turned into half and merged into the forging hammer. During the forging process, the double hammers, which had shrunk a lot in size, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chuan Yi gently closed his eyes and felt the various changes of the forging hammer with his heart. First of all, the weight of a single forging hammer reached more than 2,000 kilograms. Of course, there was the influence of fusion, but more of it was because of the improvement of the level, which increased the weight by itself. Secondly, there was a more important change. Chuan Yi clearly felt the breath of the ultimate gold and the ultimate fire from the forging hammer. Even the red dragon burning heaven armor could not reach the level of ultimate gold, but in this forging, a very ordinary piece of black iron not only reached the level of ultimate gold, but also inherited the ultimate fire. This feeling is like touching a part of your body, and more importantly, Chuan Yi can communicate with the forging hammer. According to Chuan Yi's instructions, the hammer can also make some subtle changes, which will undoubtedly be of great convenience for future forging. After feeling it for a long time, the fierce aura that permeated Chuan Yi's body gradually faded away as the dragon scales dissipated. The forging hammers in both hands also merged into Chuan Yi's body along with the martial soul. I kept you waiting for a long time. Chuan Yi turned around and smiled. I don't understand, I really don't understand. How come your forging level is improving faster than your soul power level? Douluo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he carefully observed Chuan Yi's every move throughout the whole process, he was still confused in the end. Haha, the rapid improvement of forging technology is all due to the support of solid cultivation. The practice and forging of soul masters are essentially the same. Like me, I am a forger who was forcibly promoted by cultivation, and I still have many deficiencies in many aspects. Compared with other forgers, Chuan Yi is almost only specialized in metal purification, but the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw, Red Dragon Eye, and vibration perception make Chuan Yi the leader of all forgers in purification. If the previous realm is creation, what should this be called? Compared with Douluo, Huo Wu has some understanding of iron forging, but not much. However, Huo Wu has the perspective of the Holy Spirit that Douluo does not have. From the perspective of the Holy Spirit, even if Huo Wu does not understand the forging techniques, she can still see many deep things. In Huo Wu's eyes, this forging is a process of improving the soul level of metal. From a little spiritual light, growing to a complete soul comparable to a soul beast, Huo Wu felt a lot in a very short time. Her own understanding of the soul also grew accordingly. In terms of gains, Huo Wu was no less than others. Enlightenment, this is the realm after creation. Chapter 456 A ton of pure gold. There are also significant differences between life and life. And this difference is even greater than the gap between life and inanimate objects. The important factor that causes this difference is whether one has independent thinking. Wisdom of the test. If you have to compare it, it's like the difference between plants and animals. During the forging process, Chuan Yi was like a competent father, not only giving life to the metal, but also passing on everything he had to the newly born life. Of course, the stimulation of the dragon soul at the end played a very critical role, but without Chuan Yi's earnest teachings, it would have retreated to the realm of creation due to insufficient foundation. With this successful experience, Chuan Yi's forging level successfully reached a higher level. This further stimulated Chuan Yi's interest in forging. It can be said that except for normal training and rest time, Chuan Yi was basically forging. Because the complexity of alloy materials is far beyond that of a single metal, Chuan Yi's understanding of it is far from enough. On the contrary, what he is going to do next is alloy forging, which is more complicated and more challenging than simple refining. However, when Chuan Yi looked at the red dragon burning heaven armor again with his current perspective, Chuan Yi first realized the superb forging skills of the god general Lu Gao. Faced with the perfect alloy material, Chuan Yi found that his forging level was not enough to create it. Therefore, after reaching a certain level, if it is not necessary to continue to consume metal, it is a waste of resources. In this state, rash recasting will only damage the spirituality of the armor. It not only perfectly inherits the characteristics of various rare metals, but also gives birth to the characteristics of ductility and memory metal. Therefore, Chuan Yi plans to practice alloy craftsmanship with other metals before this. Except for not giving birth to spirituality in metal, Lu Gao can be said to have achieved the ultimate in alloy craftsmanship. It has been a month since he advanced to the realm of enlightenment. Chuan Yi has successfully increased the success rate to 70%, of course, without the help of the power of the dragon soul. Before, Chuan Yi had imagined that after consolidating his forging techniques, he would immediately create and enlighten weapons and equipment. It was the 4th month of the retreat. On the day when Chuan Yi broke through to level 77, he suddenly discovered that all the metals he had prepared for practice before the retreat were used up. Because he found that according to the characteristics of the creation metal, the metal that he had given life to would refuse to be touched by others. You should know that the entire body of the red dragon burning heaven armor is made of 8 quasi-creation level rare metals purified by Chuan Yi and fused together. However, this does not mean that Chuan Yi has to give up practicing forging. Although Lu Gao is weaker than Chuan Yi in metal purification, his level in alloy technology is far superior to Chuan Yi. It stands to reason that after the metal is consumed, Chuan Yi should go back to replenish it, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. That is to say, he can't send the metal he forged back home as before and let other blacksmiths use it. Without a perfect understanding of metals, Chuan Yi's forging process will not go far. When using martial spirits, Chuan Yi's success rate in completing the enlightenment will reach 100%. It just so happened that Chuan Yi had many kinds of metals on him, which he could use for various experiments. While Chuan Yi's forging practice was in full swing, Huo Wu successfully broke through the 69th level of soul power after 4 months of hard training. After the baptism of the 100,000-year soul ring, Huowu's cultivation speed has also improved to a certain extent compared to before. According to the current cultivation speed, it may not take a year at all for her to successfully break through the 70th level. This matter made Chuanyi feel happy and urgent at the same time. During the 4-month soaking, the phoenix blood ruby did not soften due to the purification of the fire element, but became harder and more stable. Under natural conditions, the denser the object, the deeper it will sink. However, the deeper the depth in Yangchuan, the higher the temperature will be. However, the higher the temperature, the faster the purification speed of the phoenix blood ruby will be. In other words, in the process of the phoenix blood ruby sinking naturally, it forms a delicate balance. The softening speed cannot keep up with the speed at which the material becomes stronger. Now, in the process of continuous sinking for 4 months, the phoenix blood ruby has exceeded the depth that Chuanyi's body can withstand, reaching a distance of about 20,000 meters. You must know that after 4 months of hard training, Chuanyi has only penetrated a short 100 meters. Converted into the weight per square meter, this depth has exceeded the level of tens of millions of kilograms. If converted into a smaller square centimeter, its weight has exceeded 1,000 kilograms, that is, 1 ton. Just imagine that there is 1 ton of pressure per square centimeter, and the entire back will bear a weight of 10,000 tons, tens of millions of kilograms. Physical fitness, reaching this level, it is an extremely difficult process to improve a little. Even with the dragon scale body shaking method, Chuanyi's progress is still ineffective. But, so what, as long as it can be improved, Chuanyi will still dive down unswervingly. Chuanyi has no shortage of time and perseverance. As long as he has not reached the limit, Chuanyi's pace of progress will never stop. Back to the phoenix blood ruby, not long ago, when it just crossed the depth of 20,000 meters, Chuanyi discovered that the fire attribute inside it successfully transformed into the ultimate fire. This also means that its amplification effect can be exerted on Huowu and Chuanyi. The successfully transformed phoenix blood ruby directly increased the temperature around the spring water by several degrees. This is a phenomenon that has never happened before. The evolved phoenix blood ruby, its material has also undergone a qualitative change, and its temperature resistance and hardness have surpassed the concept of gemstones. At this stage, it is more like a huge extreme fire solidified into a pure element crystal than a mineral. This can be said to be far beyond Chuanyi's previous expectations for phoenix blood ruby. The improvement of the material means that the upper limit of the temperature and energy it can withstand has been greatly improved. According to this trend, phoenix blood ruby may be able to sneak into the deepest burial place of Yangchuan. Fortunately, Chuanyi's forging level has been greatly improved, otherwise, it would not be an easy task to create a ring that can withstand phoenix blood ruby. It's time to forge the ring. Huowu's breakthrough is a signal. That day, Chuanyi came to Yangchuan and took out a large furnace from the heart of the Liang. The furnace was very large, almost occupying more than half of Yangchuan. Chuanyi put the furnace into Yangchuan without hesitation, and then inserted a bracket on the shore to fix the furnace. Then, Chuanyi flew to the sky and opened the huge opening on the top of the furnace. Then, he took out dozens of pieces of refined gold that looked heavy from the heart of the fiery sun and put them into the furnace. This is natural refined gold. At the auction, 1 kilogram of such refined gold can be sold for 1,000 gold soul coins. And there are more than 1,000 kilograms of such refined gold here. Chapter 457 Refining Diamond Refined Gold. In order to collect so much refined gold, Chuanyi took out 1 million gold soul coins from his vault. If we look at the cost effectiveness, the price of refined gold purified with ordinary gold will be much lower. However, such refined gold cannot meet Chuanyi's requirements. The temperature in the furnace rose rapidly under the scorching of the Yangchuan, and the refined gold with a high melting point softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Chuanyi immediately closed the furnace mouth and opened the exhaust pipe on the side of the furnace. The pipe extends diagonally upward, but its top is bent downward, and just below the outlet of the pipe is the yinquan. After Chuanyi closed the door, he immediately walked to the top of yinquan and shot thin metal sticks around yinquan to build a simple but sturdy iron frame. On the top of the iron frame, Chuanyi suspended a slightly smaller iron bucket, just facing the outlet of the exhaust port. After doing all this, Chuanyi fell to the ground and watched everything quietly. By the way, the furnace and the bracket used at this time are all metals that have completed the enlightenment. Because only metals that inherit the ultimate properties can withstand extreme cold and extreme heat for a long time. This is not ordinary steam, but pure gold mist formed by the vaporization of pure gold liquid. Quinyi has been opening the red dragon eye throughout the process to observe the situation of the mist. At the bottom of the furnace, there is a shallow layer of liquid metal. These liquids have not reached the boiling point even in the high temperature enough to evaporate the pure gold. Finally, under the burning of thousands of degrees, the exhaust pipe of the furnace began to spray golden water mist. Fine gold is precious. Chuanyi would be heartbroken if he let it fly away. Dragon pupils stared for a long time. When extremely fine foreign substances were mixed in the pure gold mist, Chuanyi immediately ordered Xiaojin to block the jet. With visual sharing, Chuanyi also saw the scene inside the furnace. Half an hour later, Chuanyi began to hear the boiling sound inside the furnace. The fine gold in the cooling barrel seemed to be no different from before, but Chuanyi could see the difference. And Chuanyi used such precious enlightenment level metal to build the iron frame and the furnace, all in order to extract a special metal from the fine gold that is rarer and more powerful than the fine gold. The temperature in the furnace was still rising, and the speed of the gold mist was accelerating. The solid fine gold in the cooling barrel had reached about 500 kilograms. Water mist was ejected from the exhaust port, but under the extremely cold breath of Yinquan, it solidified into liquid before it could rise, and dripped onto the metal barrel suspended in Yinquan. Under supervision, the golden mist obviously lacked the substances that should have been contained in the refined gold in small quantities. The weight of refined gold in the cooling barrel has reached about 950 kilograms. This means that only 50 kilograms of substances remain in the furnace. Time is still passing by bit. Not only that, Xiaojin directly turned into liquid metal, blocking the leakage of vaporized metal while entering the furnace through the pipe. At this time, Quinyi summoned Xiaojin, flew to the jet port, and waited for Quinyi's order. This means that the temperature in the furnace not only exceeds the melting point of refined gold, but also means that it is about to exceed its own boiling point. Compared with ordinary refined gold liquid, although these liquids are also golden, but in addition, they also give people a sense of crystal clearness. Finally, the refining is done. Seeing that these were the only materials left in the furnace, Chuanyi showed a satisfied smile on his face. Chuanyi first took the resolidified refined gold back into the heart of the fiery sun, then lifted the furnace into the yin spring and carefully poured out the liquid inside. The boiling metal liquid flowed into the extremely cold yin spring through the pipe, and the mist generated by the cooling aggravated the mist around the spring. In order not to waste it, Xiaojin turned into small metal pieces, constantly scraping the remaining liquid on the furnace wall. Wait until the furnace is completely empty and cooling is almost complete. A ball of fine gold nuggets floated in the milky white spring water. When the time came, Chuanyi called Xiaojin and brought him this metal ball, which weighed about 30 or 40 kilograms. The color of the metal after solidification is not much different from ordinary fine gold, but its molecular structure and physical properties are different from ordinary fine gold. Among all metals, fine gold has the most obvious affinity for the fire element. Therefore, Chuanyi often dealt with fine gold before. During the observation process, he discovered that there would be a small amount of special fine gold inside the fine gold. It is more like the mutated substance that appears in the process of forming fine gold. Although they are both fine gold, its hardness, melting point, boiling point, and characteristics are all better than ordinary fine gold. Quinyi's ability to discover them was also due to the insight of the red dragon eyes. Although Chuanyi discovered their existence at the beginning, because the content was too low and did not meet the needs at the time, Chuanyi put them on hold for the time being. Out of 1,000 kilograms, only about 30 kilograms were extracted. The content is 3%. If you want to use such materials to make Red Dragon Burning Sky armor, even if the Chuan family goes bankrupt, they cannot afford to supply it. After the metal temperature returned to normal, Chuanyi reached out and took the palm-sized piece of metal, admiring it with an extremely obsessed look. Quinyi held the ball and slowly exerted force, but until he exhausted all his strength, the piece of metal did not move at all. You know, Chuanyi's grip strength can reach a 1,000,000 kilogram level. This strength alone is enough to prove the power of this piece of metal. However, this is just the beginning. After testing the strength, Chuanyi mobilized the soul power in his body and input it into the metal. In an instant, a wisp of fire-attributed soul power poured into the metal. Under the special refraction structure inside the metal, it was instantly amplified several times. Strong soul power fluctuations reverberated on the metal surface, and a small amount of power exerted several times the effect. This is the biggest feature of this piece of fine gold, that is, it has the powerful effect of amplifying the fluctuations of soul power. This is different from attribute increase. It has the same effect on the soul power of all attributes. In order to easily distinguish this metal from fine gold, Izumi named it diamond fine gold. Because its hardness and refractive structure are similar to those of diamond. Diamond and fine gold are the best materials used by Chuanyi to make rings. The phoenix blood ruby that can amplify the ultimate fire, combined with the diamond fine gold that can enhance the fluctuation of soul power, the effect is not a simple 1+1, but a multiplication effect. The combination of two top-level amplification materials made Izumi excited just by imagining it. Moreover, just refining diamonds and fine gold is far from over, it still has greater room for growth. According to the metal grade, this piece of diamond and fine gold has not even been purified and infused. Next, Chuanyi's task is to hammer this top-grade metal into a Kaizi grade. Chapter 458 Treating the Body as Metal. However, due to the rarity of diamonds and fine gold, Izumi only had one chance. Therefore, Chuanyi must be extremely cautious. He first built an accurate replica in his mind through gold element detection, vibration perception, and red dragon pupil observation. Then, with the help of the brain's calculation ability, the forging plan is constantly simulated. However, due to the hardness of diamond and fine gold, and the tight and complex refraction structure, Chuanyi found it quite difficult. In order to thoroughly understand diamond and fine gold, Chuanyi spent 2 months just researching it. Half of the scheduled 1-year retreat time has passed. Huowu's cultivation level is still improving steadily, and there is even a trend of accelerating. Due to the powerful recovery ability brought by Wutong's 100,000-year-old soul ring, Huowu's physical adaptability has become stronger and stronger. In deep water where pressure is evenly applied, the weakest point of the body is the key to preventing deeper penetration. What's more, Chuanyi not only relies on external vibrations, but also integrates internal energy to perform dual internal and external hammer forging. After 6 months of dragon scale shock, Chuanyi's body finally became perfect. Compared to Huowu, Chuanyi's progress in physical training appears to be slower, but there are still major breakthroughs. The progress this brings to Chuanyi goes far beyond the improvement of pure physical strength. In the process of tempering metal, Chuanyi can create a close connection of blood. The fusion of qi, blood, soul power, and spiritual power has become more harmonious and harmonious. The various lines inside the body gradually become more rational under the influence of exercise, and some unnecessary impurities are also expelled from the body. Realizing this, Kunyi reached a depth of 12,000 meters in the next 2 months. This principle does not make much difference when applied to tempering oneself. In terms of physical fitness, Huowu's body weight has reached 100,000 kilograms. That is to follow the specific lines inside the body and use precise vibrations to remove impurities without damaging the structure. It's like metal reverberation. Through internal and external tempering, not only the physical body, but also mental power, qi, and blood, and soul power are also purified in the process. In the process of internal and external training, Chuanyi's own control ability has been significantly improved. Can have such progress is not so much a substantial improvement of the physical body as it is the completion of various shortcomings in the body. Even without the attribute bonus of the soul ring, Huowu has achieved extremely remarkable results in physical training with his extraordinary recovery power. In the process of training, Chuanyi even used his skills in forging iron. The 100,000 kilogram armor that Chuanyi originally used to practice weight training is now worn on Huowu. This gradually increases the efficiency of Huowu's conversion into heat energy. At first, these changes were invisible to the naked eye, but slowly, Chuanyi's internal power began to integrate, forming an internal power that was different from pure muscle power. The combination of dragon scale vibration body and forging technology has brought a new growth impetus to Kunyi. But now, Izumi has tempered his weak points to the strength of his strongest parts, which greatly increased his diving depth. If compared to a submarine, the body is a hard shell, and the various energies in the body are air pressure that resists water pressure. When the two progress simultaneously, Chuanyi's progress speed will be significantly improved. However, progress in these aspects will further promote Chuanyi's improvement in soul power level. In the 6th month, Chuanyi's soul power level reached level 78. Generally speaking, if you get 2 levels in a year, you can be regarded as a genius. Taking the innate full soul power as an example, after awakening the martial soul at the age of 6, excluding the normal absorption of soul rings, the first level soul power increase will be given. By the time you reach the age of 20, you will be able to practice Soul Sect above level 40. If you count it as 3 levels a year, then by the age of 20, you will be able to cultivate to a higher level of Soul King. In Douluo continent, those who reach level 3 per year are basically rare. However, the talent Chuan Yi is showing now is that he improves 1 level every 2 months on average. Although this has the influence of Yang Chuan, a top-level mimicry training environment, more importantly, Kun Yi's own efforts have further accelerated the improvement of his cultivation. According to this trend, maybe in less than a year, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu will be able to break through the bottlenecks of level 80 and level 70. Early morning. The environment is quiet and the atmosphere is peaceful. This time should have been Huo Wu's unshakable training time, but for a more important thing, Huo Wu broke this rule. At this moment, she came to the forging room at Chuan Yi's request. Because, today, Chuan Yi said that he would forge a Kaizi level treasure for her that is exclusive to her. In order to complete the recognition and fusion with the metal, Chuan Yi said that she must help. To be honest, Huo Wu should have had a good rest last night to stay in top condition. However, she was unable to enter deep sleep all night because she was too excited. With a feeling of anxiety and expectation, Huo Wu walked into the forging room. "How did you sleep last night?" Chuan Yi greeted Huo Wu with a smile. "To be honest, my body is well rested, but my spirit is still a bit high. However, the overall condition is still very good, and it should not affect the forging later." Looking at Huo Wu who couldn't keep calm, Chuan Yi smiled and joked, "I am basically in control of the forging. You are just an assistant, so there is no need to be so nervous." Huo Wu refused to admit defeat and replied, "I'm not nervous, I'm excited. Tell me, what do you want me to do later? I can't wait." As soon as Chuan saw Huo Wu who was eager to try, he began to talk about this forging plan. "You also know that if you want metal to be integrated into the body at the level of creation and enlightenment, you must instill your own breath throughout the process. Therefore, if you want to obtain your own Kaizi grade metal, you must participate in the entire metal forging process. This time, I want to forge a very top-notch forging material. This metal is called diamond gold, which is an extremely hard and extremely complex metal. To be honest, its forging is far more difficult than any previous forging. So, for this forging, I need to rely on Xiao Wu, your strength. I want to use martial soul fusion skills to complete this forging." "No problem." Huo Wu agreed to Chuan Yi's commission without hesitation. "Oh, can I see your martial soul fusion skills with my own eyes today?" Douluo's voice came from outside the door. Of course he would participate in such an interesting thing. "By the way, it seems that we haven't shown our seniors the fusion skills after the martial soul has mutated, right?" Only then did Kun Yi realize that Douluo had not seen the new spirit fusion technique of Dark Golden Yang Dragon Claw and Naruto Spirit. Chapter 459 New Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Dragon and Phoenix Goddess. Then why not show it now? Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi with questioning eyes. "Okay, without further ado, let's start now." Chuan Yi nodded affirmatively, then walked to Huo Wu and gently held her hand. The eyes looked at each other, silently, and they were connected with each other. Strong energy fluctuations instantly swept through thousands of square meters of space. Brilliant rose-red soul power lingered around the two of them. At the same time, the morning sunlight suddenly shot in above the dim forging room. The thick surrounding walls, like melting igloos, reveal their surroundings. The melted rock did not dissipate, but gathered below the soul power fusion, turning into a solid stone platform, holding up the forging platform and the soul power light ball. A rosy red figure slowly walked out of the light ball. The mature version of the royal sister's voice echoed directly in Douluo's mind. The right eye is a dazzling golden dragon pupil, and the left eye is a golden red phoenix pupil. Being stared at by these strange eyes, Douluo suddenly felt that his whole body, even the depths of his soul, were completely seen through. As for why she is called a goddess, it is because in addition to her appearance, her whole body shows many magical gestures. This is a magnificent and noble goddess. The rock layer is not high, but after being forcibly compressed by powerful energy, the resolidified rock layer shows the hardness of metal. On the stone platform, the soul power light ball emitting strong fluctuations became brighter and brighter, and in the light ball, two figures gradually blurred. However, before I could appreciate it carefully, the four wings folded and retracted, hiding in the goddess back. The light and breath that made it impossible to look directly at them also quietly dissipated as the beautiful figure appeared. The pair below were the soft and beautiful phoenix wings with shining feathers and ethereal posture. Buzz! The light and strong breath reached their peak with a sound that sounded like a dragon or a phoenix. Rather than looking at each other, you would be attracted by a pair of eyes of different colors and shapes at first glance. The dragon scales were dark gold in color, and on the golden scales, there were rough sun patterns. The contrast between the two colors highlighted the heat and publicity of the flames. No, rather than armor, this was more like the posture of a beast soul master with a dragon martial soul. The beautiful face, perfect figure, and graceful and mature temperament were fully revealed. At first glance, people familiar with Huowu could immediately see that the two looked very similar, except that they looked more mature in age. The pair above were the angular and powerful dragon wings. Behind him, the goddess's long red hair fell down, and on both sides of her hair, that is, on her back, two pairs of gorgeous wings stretched out. Reluctantly moving his eyes away, looking up, he saw a pair of miniature red jade dragon horns on his forehead. Looking down, he could notice that the goddess had no gorgeous clothes, only a set of close-fitting dragon scale armor that showed off her figure. "We are about to start, please step back and watch." Douluo resisted the urge to worship in his heart, and looked up at the figure on the stone platform with a shocked look. This is a spiritual communication using spiritual power directly. This matter itself is not too novel, but what is creepy is that this spiritual transmission has no signs, cannot be resisted, and cannot be sensed. This means that the spiritual power levels of both parties are not at the same level. Douluo did not have any thoughts of disobedience in his heart. When Douluo stood back, the goddess turned to face the forging table. This forging table was made by Chuanyi using intelligence-enhancing metal. Its height was originally just right for Chuanyi's own height, but it was also just right for the goddess standing in front of him. This means that the size of the martial soul fusion skill is under control. However, the reduction in size does not mean a weakening of strength. On the contrary, her strength has reached an unfathomable level as Chuanyi and Huowu improve. This is their new martial soul fusion skill, the Dragon and Phoenix Goddess. The Dragon and Phoenix Goddess stared at the diamond fine gold on the forging table with her beautiful eyes. The Dragon and Phoenix true eyes in her eyes saw through the metal at a glance. The internal patterns that need to be carefully constructed in the mind through various means cannot be hidden in front of the Dragon and Phoenix true eyes. However, compared to this, the powerful deduction ability of the Dragon and Phoenix Goddess is what Chuanyi cherishes. The key to handling diamond fine gold is how to complete purification, creation, and intelligence without damaging the complex internal refractive structure. The simplest way is to deduce all chain reactions and choose the best option from the almost endless possibilities. However, although the 30-kilogram diamond gold is only the size of a palm, its internal structure is very tight and complicated. A little change will cause the overall change of the metal. In 2 months, Chuanyi can only deduce the optimal solution of the creation stage by himself. In the future enlightenment stage, the amount of calculation will increase exponentially, and even with Chuanyi's mental power, it is daunting. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Goddess is different. As a special martial soul fusion skill in the form of human body, she inherited all the advantages of human beings and has been improved in all aspects on this basis. Among them, the human brain, which represents wisdom, has been unprecedentedly developed. And this is only the aspect related to humans. Chuanyi took over the leadership of the martial soul fusion skill, and in his mind, a vast amount of information swept through in just a moment. The deduction process that was originally stagnant was like adding a rocket engine and moving forward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Chuanyi completed the deduction of the entire enlightenment process. However, the deduction process of the brain did not stop there. Thinking was constantly diverging, and a lot of new insights flooded into his mind. In addition to forging, doubts about cultivation, body refining, and the power of heaven and earth were all being solved. If you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. At this moment, Chuanyi seemed to know all the truths in the world. This sense of omniscience almost made Chuanyi and Huowu fall into it and couldn't extricate themselves. In just a few seconds, the Dragon and Phoenix Goddess consumed 1/10 of her mental power. If you are completely immersed in it, omniscience will no longer be a blessing. Of course, huge consumption is in terms of the aspect, the more dangerous thing is that it is very easy to cause dependence on it. In the final analysis, this is still an external force, a shortcut, not a force that is cultivated through one's own efforts. If you become addicted to omniscience, in the long run, it will only destroy your ability to think as a person. In order to prevent this from happening, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu reached an agreement that they would never use the martial soul fusion technique easily unless it was a critical moment. However, even though they were so vigilant, they still fell into a sweet trap for a moment. Fortunately, the two of them have extremely strong perseverance, and they have confidence in themselves in their hearts. They are hard, without external forces, and they can eventually reach this realm through their own efforts. Snap! The goddess broke free from her thoughts and stretched out her hand to snap her fingers. In an instant, the diamond gold on the forging table changed from gold to fiery red in an instant. With just a snap of the fingers, the metal was heated. Chapter 460 Element Resonance. The goddess slowly raised her hands, and two fluorescent lights instantly lit up in her palms. A pair of small golden hammers with dragon scales appeared in his hands. There was a faint dragon roar in the small golden hammers. This was the forging hammer that merged two dragon souls. It was transformed from Chuan Yi's dark gold dragon claw. The goddess raised her left hammer, and her eyes looked at the diamond gold with extremely gentle eyes. Then, she raised the left hammer and dropped it heavily. Boom! The earth was shaken by just one hammer. The huge force displayed at this moment formed a very impactful contrast with the goddess's own elegant and mature temperament. If Chuan Yi had not stabilized the foundation under his feet in advance, this hammer might have caused a collapse. The beast soul transformation of the weapon spirit of the dark gold dragon claw martial soul added the beast soul transformation and the toughness of the weapon spirit to the dragon and phoenix goddess. The sound of dragon and phoenix resonance sounded from the inside of the metal, and the bursting golden light quickly restrained and turned into a faint halo on the surface. It can be said that she gathered all the advantages of human, beast, and weapon. One hammer to give spirit. Moreover, the height of the fluorescence reached an unprecedented height. The goddess's double hammers condensed golden and red energy. If the previous structure was to fight each other, now, under the improvement of the goddess, the independent refraction structures began to connect with each other. Then, the right hammer fell on the surface of diamond gold. Mental power, soul power, and blood, the three merged to form a higher energy, which was injected into the metal with the hammer. Dang! However, she did not show any panic, and the double hammers began to knock continuously, but the force was much weaker than the previous two hammers. Chuan Yi could feel that this was the limit of the height of the metal. It was also the first time that Chuan Yi saw the newly born soul present a clearly visible shape, and it was a dragon and a phoenix, two separate souls. In the halo, there were even phantoms of dragons and phoenixes wandering. After the birth of life, in addition to rationality, the more important thing is the communication with the soul. What's more terrifying is that the surface of the diamond gold instantly burst into a 10-foot-high platinum light. One body and two souls. Douluo could feel the energy condensed on the two hammers, which was extremely high-level energy. At the same time, the refraction structure inside the diamond gold began to be arranged in a more neat and reasonable way. Two hammers were created. This was something that the dragon and phoenix goddess had not expected. In this way, a soul power would be continuously superimposed and amplified under the guidance of the connected refraction structure, and its effect would be far greater than before. What a terrifying energy fluctuation! This was not even the energy that could be emitted by the titled Douluo realm. Under the input of high-level energy, the spirituality of the diamond gold was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it were Chuan Yi, he would definitely be in a mess if he had to deal with two souls at once, but under the perfect mediation of the goddess, the two souls not only lived in peace, but also formed a close connection. Just like brother and sister. The phantoms of the dragon and phoenix in the halo gradually became solid and clear, and dragon scales and phoenix feathers began to appear on them. Unconsciously, a huge amount of energy had been injected into the metal. It can be said that all the inheritances of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu are integrated into this. 10 minutes later, the sound of dragon roar and phoenix cry sounded, and the little dragon and phoenix surrounded by the halo began to swim around the metal and the goddess. Successful enlightenment. In just 10 minutes, under the perfect forging of the goddess, the transformation was completed rapidly. At this time, the dragon and phoenix goddess did not even consume too much. Of course, there are reasons for the goddess, but Chuan Yi's 2-month preparation and 6-month hard training have become a solid foundation. Without these fertile soils, no matter how strong the goddess is, it is impossible to bloom vibrant flowers in barren soil. Feeling the huge remaining energy in his body, Chuan Yi once again thought of the divergent thinking at the beginning. Although it stopped in advance, Chuan Yi felt that this complex and complicated information vaguely pointed in the same direction. Why not take a gamble? Anyway, trying it will not damage the strength of the metal. Chuan Yi made a prompt decision and released the control of the martial soul fusion technique. It's a shame to say that because the martial soul fusion technique is too powerful, the internal controller has become her shackles. When Chuan Yi temporarily gave up the control of the dragon and phoenix goddess, the goddess herself driven by instinct, she blossomed with her true ability. Her gentle eyes blossomed with coldness. This was an absolutely rational thinking state in the instinctive state. The deduction process that had been temporarily stopped moved forward again. In this state, time lost its meaning. A moment in the outside world, in her mind, evolved for decades. The remaining mental power was also consumed rapidly at this moment. 8/10, this is the remaining mental power now. 3 seconds passed, and 3/10 of the mental power dissipated in an instant. Instead, a huge amount of huge insights poured into the brains of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. After inputting nearly 100 years of complex information at one time, the brains of the two have now reached a completely saturated state. If it continues, the minds of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu will be affected by the dragon and phoenix goddess in turn and lose their subjectivity. Fortunately, at the moment of approaching the limit, all divergent thoughts were connected in an instant to form a complete subject. Chuan Yi held on to the last will and regained control of the dragon and phoenix goddess. The coldness in the eyes melted quietly. This also means that Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's will has returned. However, the goddess who recovered showed a lingering look of fear. The cultivation has increased so much, but it only lasted for 3 more seconds. Although it is our martial soul fusion skill, it is really terrifying. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Chuan Yi asked carefully. It's okay. Fortunately, this information is shared by the two of us, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. However, at the last moment, the dragon and phoenix goddess still came to a conclusion, which is worthy of our persistence. Yes, at the last moment, they successfully reached the other side that they could not imagine. That is the forging realm above Kaizi. Then let's see what the scene will be like above Kaizi. Chuan Yi's eyes returned to clarity, and his hands that had dropped down were raised again. But this time, Chuan Yi did not swing the hammer first. Buzz! The powerful spiritual power penetrated the body and resonated with the surrounding elements in an instant. For a moment, the countless heaven and earth elemental forces surrounding the body resonated with Chuan Yi's spiritual power. In the eyes of the goddess, these pure elements were clearly visible, and under the seduction of spiritual power, they rushed to the front. This was the induction of heaven and earth elemental forces, and the most concentrated ice and fire elements around arrived first. Generally speaking, it is understandable to induce heaven and earth elemental forces that are consistent with one's own attributes. However, in order to induce elemental forces that are inconsistent with one's own attributes or even opposite to one's own attributes, it requires extremely powerful spiritual power and a deep understanding of the corresponding elements. Under normal conditions, Chuan Yi needs a certain amount of practice and time to reach this state, but under the unreasonable indoctrination of the dragon and phoenix goddess, they unreasonably mastered this ability in advance. Chapter 461 Seven-Colored Thunder Tribulation. After ice and fire, the next is the gold element that Chuan Yi mastered. Most of the gold elements seeped out from the ground, and for a moment, the rock formation under the feet was dyed dark gold. White, red, and gold gathered around the dragon and phoenix goddess, and under her control, gradually approached the diamond gold. Douluo, who was standing by, felt the heaven and earth elemental force that permeated the entire environment, which was very similar to the environment in the medicine garden. If there is any difference, it is that the hot and cold elemental forces no longer collide with each other under the barrier of the gold element, but quietly separate on both sides. What is this doing? Just when Douluo was puzzled, the 3 elements had come into contact with the diamond gold after it was enlightened. What is strange is that the metal with enlightened spiritual wisdom has a strong attraction to these external elements. When the 3 color elements entered the metal, they immediately burst into a more dazzling light under the powerful amplification characteristics of the diamond gold. For the injection of heaven and earth elemental force, Xiaolong and Xiaofeng showed great expectations, and they welcomed these pure elements flowing in their bodies. They are the sacred light element and the obscure dark element. Chuan Yi's output is not without rules. There is a very precise ratio between each element. These 2 elements are important factors in the 4 kinds of strange fire, and strange fire is naturally attractive to them. These are all precious knowledge that the dragon and phoenix goddess has realized with the insight of the dragon and phoenix true eyes and the analytical power of the super brain, and injected into the metal under fine control. Then, it will leave a special mark inside the metal. This mark is extremely small, but it is like a soul guide pattern, giving people a mysterious feeling. Now, when Chuan Yi artificially injects a large number of elements, this phenomenon becomes more obvious. After all, deduction is deduction. Chuan Yi must make selective adjustments based on reality. The three-color space suddenly inserted two colors of light and dark. After taking the first step, Chuan Yi realized the feasibility and immediately increased the injection of Yuan Li. See, the long red hair was suddenly covered with four colors. This phenomenon did not start now, but has already left corresponding traces. When the elements floating in the air fall on the metal surface, they will immediately merge into the metal. Moreover, the three elements are just the beginning. Without any operation, the metal itself will naturally merge with the elements. The maximum injection amount of gold and fire elements is more, the amount of ice element injected is less. In terms of injection amount, the light and dark elements are greater than the ice element, but lower than the gold element and fire element. Therefore, without consuming too much mental power, these two elements quietly condensed around the dragon and phoenix goddess. Observing this, Chuan Yi's deduction in his mind was constantly combined with reality, and he made flexible adjustments. As soon as the four-color long hair appeared, the power of the two elements suddenly gathered in the surrounding environment. The ink black representing the dark flame, the golden yellow representing the holy flame, the pink representing the fire of the dead, and the golden red representing the fire of the Holy Spirit. The five-color light began to appear on the metal surface, reflecting each other. Ice and fire, light and darkness, these two pairs of energy that should have repelled each other, showed a perfect balance in the hands of the dragon and phoenix goddess. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, in their practice, used the repulsion of elements to develop a more powerful fusion fire. In this process, the two more or less mastered the method of balance, and the dragon and phoenix goddess deduced a more powerful multi-element balance on this basis. However, it seems that 5 elements are not the limit of this metal. Because it was injected with extreme gold before it was awakened, the material of diamond gold reached the level of extreme gold, and the amount of elements it can bear is very large. In that case, let's continue. Chuan Yi carefully sensed the elements around him and began to select the next element. Among all the elements, the first thing that caught Chuan Yi's eye was the silver light that emitted space fluctuations. This silver color gave people a feeling of being looming and being there and not there. Chuan Yi was very familiar with it, which was the element representing space. When carving storage soul guides, Chuan Yi would more or less touch it. When seeing the space element, Chuan Yi immediately thought that perhaps the storage function could be carved on the ring. The goddess waved her hand and immediately attracted the silver energy and injected it into the metal. Among these 6 elements, because of studying various storage soul guides, Chuan Yi's perception of the space element can be ranked after the fire and gold elements. At this point, 6 elements have gathered in the space, but there is still free space for engraving inside the diamond gold. The current 6 elements basically meet the functions of the ring that Chuan Yi had imagined in advance. He can wait until the 6 elements are engraved in proportion to fill the metal. However, Chuan Yi had a flash of inspiration and took the last element from the air. This last element is wind. Chuan Yi has only one requirement for the ring, that is, it has the strongest amplification effect on the fire element. Therefore, the injection amount of fire element is the largest. In this sense, the wind element can be a booster for the fire element. As the saying goes, wind borrows the momentum of fire, and adding wind elements may have unexpected effects. So far, Chuan Yi has selected the last element. The 7-color brilliance turned into colorful beams, pouring into the diamond gold crazily. Douluo, who was standing aside, was watching all this with fear. The concentration of elements here exceeds the normal range. Now under the control of powerful mental power, they can still get along quietly. However, once control is lost, an elemental riot is very likely to occur. Although Douluo can withstand the conflict between the 2 elements of ice and fire, it does not mean that he is resistant to other elements. If he had not been worried about Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, he would definitely stay away from such a scene. Just as Douluo was nervously watching the flow of elements, the element imprint inside the diamond gold was about to be filled. Chuan Yi watched the arrival of the transformation with expectation. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly came from the inside of the metal. When the element imprint was filled, just like the completion of the soul guide pattern imprint, the entire imprint was instantly connected together, and together emitted a strange wave. Did it succeed? Just when Chuan Yi was confused, he was the first to sense the change above his head. The elemental power that should have been controlled began to get out of control and became extremely violent, as if it was stimulated by something. At this moment, Chuan Yi noticed that a group of colorful clouds suddenly condensed above his head. Seeing this, the voice of the Flame Dragon King suddenly echoed in my mind. Pay attention, this is the elemental tribulation cloud. Moreover, it is a 7-color thunder tribulation. I have never seen such an exaggerated thunder tribulation in my life. Thunder tribulation. The Flame Dragon King replied, yes, in terms of the degree of familiarity with thunder tribulation, no one in this world can be stronger than me. This is the thunder tribulation caused by the metal you forged. Although this is the first time I have seen this situation in other things, no matter what kind of thunder tribulation it is a baptism. If you cross it, the sea and sky will be vast. If you can't cross it, you will either die or be injured. Chapter 462 Devouring Thunder. Oh, so that's the case. But this thunder tribulation doesn't look that scary. Hearing the thunder tribulation coming, Chuan Yi was unusually calm. Because he felt that the energy contained in the thundercloud seemed to be dispelled with a wave of his hand. The Flame Dragon King couldn't help but roll his eyes and said helplessly, this is because the life level of this piece of metal has not reached a certain level, and the intensity of the thunder tribulation is far less than the limit of 100,000-year soul beast. Besides, with your current state, even if it is the real limit of soul beasts, it is impossible to cause too much impact. By the way, a reminder in this sentence, under the premise of safety, as much as possible to bear the energy of the thunder tribulation will help the growth of the metal. So, don't dispel the thunder tribulation directly. Okay, thank you for reminding me. The thunder tribulation has been brewing for a long time, and its strength has undoubtedly reached the level of titled Douluo. This sentence means that the power of the thunder tribulation will threaten the titled Douluo. Immediately, Chuan Yi released them. A thunderbolt can't cause any damage at all. 2 half-meter-long golden dragons jumped up, and just then, the second 7-colored thunderbolt fell and hit them both. You said that the thunder contains energy that can enhance oneself. Under the guidance of the powerful soul power, all the thunderbolts were separated from the body. However, such a powerful thunderbolt can't fall on the goddess at all. Boom! Dark gold and scarlet burst out even brighter light in the colorful light. However, facing the more powerful thunder, the 2 little dragons burst into happy moans. Of course, this refers to ordinary titled Douluo. The dragon and phoenix goddess, whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary titled Douluo, is not within the scope. They conveyed only one meaning to Chuan Yi, that is, they are very eager for the calamity cloud above their heads. However, after the first thunder calamity fell, Xiaojin and Xiaohong burst into excited chirping. A colorful thunder suddenly fell, landing heavily above Diamond Jin and Dragon and Phoenix Goddess. The thunder calamity falling on metal may really play a role in improvement. I want it. The 7 elements contained in the thunder are fighting against each other, especially the mutual restraint between the opposing elements of ice and fire and light and darkness, which further enhances the power of the 7-colored thunder. What's more, in order to pursue more baptisms, the 2 of them opened their dragon mouths and absorbed more energy autonomously. And the diamond gold showed extraordinary toughness in the face of the first thunder. Chuan Yi had never thought that such a situation would occur before. But, on second thought, the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw is also a special forging object, which is stronger than the enlightenment level according to the soul strength. Diamond gold itself is extremely hard. During the forging process, the metal strength is not only further improved, but also the transformation to the ultimate gold is completed. Fortunately, although the 2 little dragons were excited, they still maintained their rationality and did not forget to delegate the thunder tribulation to the diamond gold. If the energy is divided into 10 equal parts, a little dragon absorbs about 4/10, and only 2/10 are left for the lower ones. However, this energy just matches the absorption speed of diamond gold. As the dragon soul bathed in thunder, the body of the dragon and phoenix goddess also felt numb. The 2 are originally one, and the energy of thunder is also transmitted to the body of the goddess through the dark gold Yang Dragon. Thunder tribulation is thunder tribulation after all, and the destructive power contained in it is really no joke. If it were Chuan Yi himself, he might be injured. However, the dragon and phoenix goddess not only inherited the beast amplification and weapon soul toughness of the dark gold Yang Dragon, but also obtained the powerful recovery ability attached to the 6th soul ring of Huo Wu. As soon as the thunder stimulated the body, it would be repaired immediately. However, the recovered body was obviously a little stronger than before. Soul power, mental power, and blood were all a little purer than before. It seems that this thunder also has a baptism effect on people. Can I use it to refine my body? At this time, the first thing that came to Chuan Yi's mind was about body refining. I hope this thunder tribulation can come more. Chuan Yi prayed sincerely. However, thunder tribulation still has its limits after all. The seventh thunder began to brew, but the colorful thunderclouds became more and more violent, and the terrifying colorful elements burst out with strong light, dyeing the entire sky. The poisonous barriers used to block it could not cover its light, and the soul beasts in the depths of the sunset forest inevitably noticed the light here. However, as soul beasts, they are naturally afraid of thunder tribulation, which makes them instinctively flee outside. Boom! The seventh thunderbolt, which had been brewing for a long time, fell with a bang. In the sky, the power of destruction raged on the two golden dragons, causing them to scream with pain and joy. The power of thunder continued to increase. When it accumulated to the seventh time, its power finally began to cause obvious stimulation to the dark gold yang dragon. However, this made the dark gold yang dragon's aura even stronger. At the same time, the diamond gold refined by thunder also completed its transformation. The hard solid metal quietly floated up and turned into soft liquid in the air, and the seven colors even reflected each other on the metal. The terrifying thunderbolt in the sky began to dissipate, and the violent elements also calmed down. It's over. The dark gold yang dragon was suddenly stopped just as it was enjoying the massage, showing dissatisfaction. However, compared to before the baptism, they all became more energetic and their aura became stronger. The goddess waved her hand, and the golden dragon merged back into her body. At the same time, the diamond gold that had completed its transformation also came to her eyes. The joy and intimacy came from it, and the intensity of the aura it exuded even exceeded that of the yang dragon lance, and the soul contained in it had reached a level where they could communicate with each other. With her delicate jade hands, she lightly tapped the golden diamond gold, an array of rose-red soul power flowed into it, and a colorful halo suddenly appeared on the surface, and the halo contained a mysterious aura. Just by perceiving these auras, people can deepen their understanding of the elements. More importantly, what's more, under the amplification of metal, the power in the state of martial soul fusion can be increased by more than double. Such a terrifying effect is completely beyond Chuan Yi's expectations. With a flash of white light, the goddess burst into a ball of light, and two black shadows gradually separated inside. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu released the martial soul fusion technique. Huo Wu looked at the metal and carefully stretched out her arm. She saw that the liquid metal swooshed into Huo Wu's body. This feeling is so wonderful. It feels like there is an extra weapon martial soul in my body. Huo Wu was immersed in this wonderful feeling. Now, it is just pure metal. Next, it needs to be shaped and carved with patterns. So, give it to me first, and I will give it to you after I finish it. Okay. Huo Wu didn't say much. She flipped her palm and decisively summoned the metal in her body out of her body, and then pushed it to Chuan Yi. The metal floated to Chuan Yi and merged into his body very smoothly. Chapter 463 Huo Wu breaks through level 70. In the following period of time, the ice and fire spring completely became a soul beast forbidden area. Because, the sound of thunder tribulation falling can be heard almost every day. And it happens more than once, sometimes up to 6 times a day. Each time, at least 4 thunders fall. The number of thunder tribulations falling is directly related to the number of heaven and earth elemental force attributes introduced during forging. The introduction of 4 elements will cause 4 color thunder tribulations, and the number of thunders is also 4. And the number of thunders falling is directly related to the quality of the final product. This is not difficult to understand. Thunder tribulations are both dangers and opportunities. The more thunder refining a metal can withstand, the better its quality will inevitably be. In this process, in addition to the forged metal, Chuan Yi himself and his martial soul will receive the same baptism. The strength of his martial soul and body is growing rapidly, but more importantly, Chuan Yi has a deeper understanding of the elements, heaven and earth elemental force, and the laws and theorems hidden behind the appearance. Previously, Chuan Yi indirectly learned the laws of heaven and earth by observing spirit rings, spirit guides, and other things. However, it now seems that this method is too superficial and does not touch the essence of things. However, through the thunder tribulation, Chuan Yi can observe the origin of the law more intuitively. This thing that seems to have little to do with the improvement of strength, but it subtly affects Chuan Yi in all aspects. As for why on weekdays, Time has come to the 8th month. Chuan Yi's cultivation has reached level 79. Resisting and absorbing thunder tribulation further improves Chuan Yi's cultivation speed. However, breaking through the bottleneck is imminent. Chuan Yi's attention is not here. In the spring of ice and fire, Huo Wu sat cross-legged in front of Yang Chuan, meditating with her eyes closed. Huo Wu has maintained this state for 3 days. She is in seclusion to break through the last bottleneck. Near dusk, Huo Wu gently opened her eyes. There are no strange phenomena in the world, no exaggerated energy fluctuations, everything seems so natural. Huo Wu successfully broke through level 70. Congratulations, Xiao Wu. Huo Wu heard the sound and stood up to look back, only to see Chuan Yi smiling and congratulating her on her breakthrough. He was able to notice her situation at the first time, obviously because Chuan Yi had been observing her for a long time. Huo Wu, moved, threw herself into Chuan Yi's arms and shared the joy of the breakthrough. Finally, I broke through. I have to commemorate it tonight, Xiao Yi. I want to eat the barbecue you made. My stomach has been deflated a lot because of the retreat. Looking at the coquettish Huo Wu, Chuan Yi replied lovingly, of course, no problem, as much as you want to eat, I will give you. As he said, Chuan Yi directly carried Huo Wu horizontally and flew to their wooden house. In front of the wooden house, Chuan Yi had already set up tableware and decorations. As it was getting close to night, Chuan Yi used the energy of the fire element to light candles and bonfires. The dim space, lit by the warm lights, brought a romantic feeling. Wow! Xiao Yi, did you prepare all this in advance? Huo Wu was touched by Chuan Yi's thoughtful preparation. Such an important event must be celebrated. Please sit down first, I will bring the food soon. Chuan Yi put Huo Wu on the seat, turned around and started to take out the ingredients and cook. Pop! With a snap of his fingers, countless ingredients floated above the bonfire under Chuan Yi's control. At the same time, countless fire elements suddenly poured into the environment around Chuan Yi. Fire element resonance. Chuan Yi can mobilize and control the surrounding fire elements with his mental power without the help of his martial soul. This means that he has reached an extremely terrifying level in his understanding of fire elements. These fire elements, under Chuan Yi's control, poured into the ingredients. Without the need to borrow a bonfire, the ingredients can be roasted by themselves with these fire elements, and the bonfire was deliberately prepared just to let Huo Wu see more clearly. Of course, Chuan Yi would not waste his mental power like this on weekdays. Under Chuan Yi's show-off skills, Huo Wu's eyes curved into crescents, and she looked at Chuan Yi with a smile, responding, it's amazing, the means used for forging can be used to cook. Such dishes can be regarded as natural treasures in the outside world. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Although, there will indeed be some fire elemental energy left, but not much. Besides, food is dead after all. It cannot give birth to its own soul like metal and absorb external energy. After a while, the elemental energy in the food will dissipate by itself. However, eating it while it's hot will indeed have a greater auxiliary effect on soul masters with weaker cultivation. As he spoke, several golden lights flashed in the air, and the whole food was cut into the size suitable for the bite. Chuan Yi sprinkled countless spices again, and the collision of food and spices stimulated a more intense aroma. With the uniform integration of fire elements, the two were perfectly unified. Okay, you can enjoy it. Chuan Yi waved his hand, and the food fell on the container on the table. The whole process took an unusually short time. It only took 1 or 2 minutes to make more than 100 servings of food. This method cannot be done even by fire elemental soul masters at the titled Douluo level. Then I won't be polite. Huo Wu was not surprised by this, but could not wait to start eating. When she put the steaming meat into her mouth, the rich gravy burst out in her mouth instantly, and the taste of the food was obviously a level higher than usual. More importantly, there was also pure fire element energy bursting out. With just one bite, you can feel the body temperature rising, and the energy of the combination of ingredients and elements begins to flow through the body. The energy brought by this bite can replenish all the consumption of a great soul master. Huo Wu raised her thumbs in surprise. She wanted to praise it, but the food was too delicious and her mouth was not free at all. Chuan Yi smiled and teased, eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Douluo was not there. Since the detoxification, he went out more frequently. It is said that Douluo came back a few months ago. The old man went to visit his granddaughter again. The moon rose and hung on the hill not far away. Huo Wu finished her meal with satisfaction. At this time, Chuan Yi said, "By the way, Xiao Wu, I have prepared a gift to celebrate your breakthrough." At this point, Huo Wu jumped up and asked with an expectant face, "Is it my soul guide?" 2 months have passed. Although Huo Wu did not ask much, she has been looking forward to it in her heart. Chuan Yi smiled but did not answer. He just stood up and walked to Huo Wu, saying mysteriously, "I will take you to a place, and you will know when you get there." After that, Chuan Yi walked forward and held Huo Wu's arm. The next moment, a transparent red dragon head rose under his feet, supporting the two of them. And in Huo Wu's puzzled eyes, it quickly climbed up, and soon, it came to the cloudless night sky. Looking up, it is the dazzling starry sky. Chapter 464 Marriage Proposal. Endless starlight poured down. Huo Wu's eyes were attracted by the sky. No matter how many times she looked at it, she would be shocked by the vast starry sky. Xiao Wu. At this time, Chuan Yi's soft call pulled her back. When she looked at Chuan Yi, her heart trembled slightly for no reason. Chuan Yi's eyes shone with deep but gentle light under the starry sky. Being stared at by these eyes, Huo Wu suddenly felt that the air around her began to solidify and breathing became difficult. Just because Chuan Yi's eyes were full of extreme love when he looked at her. This love was like the sudden eruption of magma buried under the volcano. The powerful impact and heat caused Huo Wu's heart to fall. Well, what's wrong? The size of the ring was perfect, just fitting Huo Wu's slender fingers. Chuan Yi took a deep breath. Chuan Yi was extremely excited. He carefully took Huo Wu's left hand with trembling hands and put the ring that symbolized love on the ring finger of his left hand. Huo Wu's voice was a little trembling, and her eyes were slightly red for some reason. Then, he knelt on one knee with a determined look, and took out a small box from his back and stretched it towards Huo Wu. However, because of this, the surprise in her heart at this moment would be even stronger. Huo Wu could no longer hold back her emotions. She took advantage of the situation to pull up Chuan Yi, hugged Chuan Yi tightly, and couldn't help but offer her lips. The so-called personal soul guide was Chuan Yi's lie. It turned out that the ultimate goal was to make an engagement ring by hand. This was the diamond gold that the two of them had forged together 2 months ago. Chuan Yi's forbearance of feelings on weekdays made her never expect that things would come so suddenly. Thinking of the effort and hard work Chuan Yi spent on this ring, Huo Wu was moved. "Xiao Wu, will you marry me?" She couldn't help but drop a tear from the corner of her eyes. These were tears of happiness. In the box, there was a gold ruby ring. Chuan Yi responded to Huo Wu's fiery heart with the same passion. At this time, Chuan Yi injected soul power into the ring, and the phantoms of the dragon and phoenix jumped out and hovered above the two of them, expressing their blessings to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Huo Wu stretched out her left hand, then looked at Chuan Yi affectionately, and responded with a choked voice. "I do." As he opened the box, he asked with a smile in the same trembling voice. "I, Chuan Yi, swear by this dragon and phoenix heart that from now on, whether it is good or bad, I will face it with you." Huo Wu immediately thought of everything through the close connection between herself and the ring. A deep red ruby that still emits bright and vivid colors at night is inlaid on a fine gold ring engraved with dragon scales and phoenix feathers. Under the witness of the starry sky, the two lovers declared their vows to each other. The forbearance in the past was ultimately for the future outbreak. The restrictions in Chuan Yi's heart have been completely destroyed. The surging love is out of control. The two intertwined auras gradually began to merge together. After half an hour, their lips temporarily separated. Chuan Yi saw the dry tears on Huo Wu's face and wiped them with his fingers distressfully. However, Huo Wu's eyes looking at Chuan Yi were extremely aggressive. The fiery eyes made Chuan Yi a little timid. "What's wrong?" Chuan Yi showed a weak expression. This further stimulated the queen temperament in Huo Wu's heart. "Since I have already agreed to your proposal, should you also agree to one thing for me?" Huo Wu asked meaningfully with a charming and domineering arc in her eyes. "One thing? As long as it is your request, no conditions, no quantity." Chuan Yi's tone was extremely serious, without any joking. In this world, Chuan Yi is confident that he can make this sentence come true. Picking stars and picking the moon may no longer be just a metaphor. Huo Wu's eyes were unusually bright when she heard Chuan Yi's answer. "That's what you said." She raised a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth, and gently stroked Chuan Yi's chest with her fingers, and continued, "My request is very simple. Want me? Huo Wu spoke like a mature big sister, but her blushing ears showed her true heart. Chuan Yi was deeply stimulated by Huo Wu's contrast. At this time, he could no longer build the usual defense line in his heart. Chuan Yi gently pinched Huo Wu's burning ear tip and said, "Since you have fallen into my hands, don't blame me for not letting go." The red dragon began to fall rapidly, and even at this time, the two were immersed in their own world. After landing on the ground, Chuan Yi picked up Huo Wu and walked into the wooden house. Even at this time, their lips did not separate. By the way, the land around the wooden house turned into lava and wrapped the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, the lights were dim, but they could see each other clearly. The thin clothes outlined the perfect curves under the influence of gravity. On the other hand, Chuan Yi's sexy muscles that had been tempered for thousands of times could not be covered at all. The two gently stroked each other's skin and could no longer bear the heat in their hearts. "Love me." Huo Wu's words became the spark that ignited the fuse, igniting all obstacles that hindered both parties. The ring on Huo Wu's left hand quietly merged into her body. At the same time, all the souls that shared perception with Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were cut off from the perception of the outside world. In the sea of spirit, the souls who were watching the movie with great interest wailed. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, like thunder and fire, poured the accumulated terrifying energy on each other. However, in terms of strength, Chuan Yi was still better. He had both impact and endurance, but Huo Wu had a strong recovery ability, which allowed her to withstand the whipping for a longer time. This made it impossible for the two to determine the winner in a short time. The long night passed, and the bonfire by the dining table had long been extinguished, but the bonfire in the stone house not only showed no signs of extinguishing, but became more and more intense. Another day of fierce fighting, the two people who had given their all finally declared a truce due to physical exhaustion. The two leaned together exhausted, but their mouths were filled with happy smiles. Fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Sometimes, fierce collisions will promote a closer relationship between husband and wife. A silent night, the sun rises as usual. The stone house used to block the sound of the battle slowly descended, and the warm sunlight shone through the window onto Huo Wu's blushing cheeks. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu's tired face with heartache, and carefully tidied up her messy, wet dark red hair. Last night, Chuan Yi won the victory by a very narrow margin. However, his own losses should not be underestimated. If it were not for the 2 months of Thunder Tribulation body training, which further strengthened Chuan Yi's body, he might have been defeated. Looking at Huo Wu, who was nestled in his arms and sleeping peacefully, Chuan Yi's heart was filled with happiness. Chapter 465 Artifact, Heart of Dragon and Phoenix. The sun was shining, and Huo Wu was still sleeping. Because of the long-term retreat, she had consumed a lot of energy, which could be said to make her worse. Chuan Yi couldn't bear to disturb her, but just hugged Huo Wu and looked at her face carefully. Huo Wu opened her eyes drowsily at noon. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met Chuan Yi's eyes. "Good morning, did you sleep well, my wife?" An unforgettable scene instantly flooded into Huo Wu's mind, and her blushing cheeks once again appeared. "Good morning, Xiao Yi." Huo Wu pulled the quilt to cover her face and responded to Chuan Yi in an inaudible voice. Xiao Yi." Now Huo Wu, even if she didn't do it deliberately, has a temperament it was more mature and charming than before. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu, who was panting, and laughed softly. However, on the other hand, it was because he cherished it too much that he could be so restrained. Before, because of Chuan Yi's proposal, she didn't pay much attention to the ring. The next moment, a beautiful ruby ring appeared on Huo Wu's left ring finger. She suddenly realized something and raised her left hand immediately. Through this experience, Huo Wu can be said to have personally experienced how turbulent Chuan Yi's love for her was. Through this, Huo Wu's heart became warmer. I was wrong, husband, I called husband, please forgive me." They first cleaned up the messy wooden house, and then Chuan Yi started to prepare food to replenish consumption. It is hard to imagine how he could hold back on weekdays. Huo Wu's address to him instantly caused Chuan Yi's dissatisfaction. Seeing that Huo Wu was very tactful, Chuan Yi ended the torture with satisfaction. Chuan Yi couldn't help but kissed Huo Wu's face continuously. Feeling Chuan Yi's enthusiasm, Huo Wu was also delighted. "That's good enough." After being intimate in bed for a long time, the two of them got up to greet the new day. Huo Wu sat at the table, lazily holding her chin, but her eyes were fixed on Chuan Yi's busy back. His fingers stretched to Huo Wu's soft spot. Huo Wu laughed so hard that her branches trembled, because Chuan Yi pinched her vitals and didn't let go, which made her beg Chuan Yi for mercy again and again, but Chuan Yi didn't let Huo Wu go easily. Pwahaha! Don't tickle my itch! Heart of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Huo Wu was very familiar with the ring part. Due to the martial soul fusion technique, she was directly involved in the forging process. Her blood, soul power, mental power, soul breath, and everything else were integrated into it. In terms of the degree of integration with the body, it was not inferior to her own martial soul, the Hokage. However, the oval ruby on the ring was the first time she had seen it. Huo Wu's fingers looked very slender, but that was because she had perfect proportions. Huo Wu, who was over 1.9 meters tall, actually had thicker fingers than they looked. However, the size of the ruby was just right for her hand. In terms of appearance, the ruby was perfectly cut and formed into a polyhedron. Under the sunlight, it showed a beautiful red light and shadow. However, this ruby was definitely not that simple to be inlaid on the diamond gold that had been subjected to the seven-color thunder tribulation. However, she could not feel the mystery at all by observing it with her naked eyes, which instantly aroused her curiosity. In order to find out the specific function of the ring, she used her soul power and mental power to stimulate the ring. The soul power passed through her fingers and entered the ring, and the lines between the dragon scales and the phoenix feathers showed colorful light. Through mental power perception, Huo Wu immediately noticed the vast storage space hidden in the small ring. This level of space is almost the same as the heart of the blazing Sunday. And this is only a small part of the ring's function. Through spiritual communication with the two souls inside the ring, Xiaolong and Xiaofeng, Huo Wu also learned the function of this ring for the first time. It was also at this moment that Huo Wu was deeply shocked by the power of this ring. In general, this ring has three functions. The first is storage space. And the second and third functions, in fact, should be regarded as one function in essence. The second function is flame amplification. And the little dragon living on the side of the dragon pattern is responsible for this function. When the fire attribute energy passes through the ring and is amplified by the little dragon, the energy intensity will instantly increase by 1000%. This is more than twice as strong as the soul guide gold essence superimposed on the red dragon burning sky armor thruster. However, this is not the end. The soul power amplified by the ring will continue to flow into the ruby in the center. The flame, which is 11 times stronger than before, will be 800% more powerful after passing through this ruby. That is to say, through double amplification, the power of the flame will reach 99 times of the original. 99. More importantly, this multiple does not reduce the ultimate fire at all. Just imagine that Huo Wu uses the 99 times amplification to perform the second skill of her 100,000 year 6th soul skill, Feng Ming Chao Yang. Its power is even stronger than Chuan Yi, Huo Wu's martial soul fusion skill, Dragon and Phoenix Goddess. That will be a terrifying blow that surpasses the peerless Douluo and even approaches the god. This alone is enough to prove the horror of the Dragon and Phoenix heart. However, Chuan Yi is named after the heart for a reason. The heart is the source of power. The third ability of the Dragon and Phoenix heart is the absorption ability led by Xiaofeng. Unlike Xiaolong, driving Xiaofeng requires inputting mental power into the side of the ring Phoenix pattern. At this time, Huo Wu's spiritual perception ability will be greatly improved. At the same time, it can also activate the ability to absorb external fire elements. Just like Chuan Yi's red dragon horn. When the external fire elements are affected by the fluctuations similar to elemental resonance caused by the ring, they will rush into it crazily. When these fire elements are sucked into the ring, they must pass through the ruby in advance. That is to say, they will get 800% increase of the ruby in advance. Then, through the 1000% fire attribute increase of the ring itself amplification. It is also 99 times. However, this time it is the absorption and amplification of the external fire element. The absorbed fire element can store energy in the ring like the red dragon horn, and replenish Huo Wu at any time. In terms of suction, the heart of Dragon and Phoenix is weaker than the red dragon horn, and it cannot achieve such a domineering ability as forbidden fire. However, the 99 times amplification can be said to have directly overcome the weakness of weak suction. The extremely high-quality fire element energy does not need to win by quantity. Only a trace of energy is enough to maintain a very long burst. With both absorption and burst, the name of the heart of Dragon and Phoenix is truly worthy of its name. With it, it is like installing the heart of a dragon and a phoenix on Huo Wu's body, bringing her super explosive power and recovery. After realizing the preciousness of this ring, Huo Wu excitedly pulled Chuan Yi over and kissed him regardless of anything. Chapter 466 Breakthrough to Level 80. Chuan Yi was confused and waited until Huo Wu calmed down before asking, "What's wrong? I still have to cook." Huo Wu raised her left hand and pointed at the ring on her hand and said, "What's the situation with this ring? Also, where did the ruby on it come from?" Chuan Yi was delighted when he saw Huo Wu's expression of surprise and joy. He said, "Didn't you personally experience the entire forging process? Is it necessary to be so surprised? As for the ruby, it is a treasure given to me by my father. After being retempered by Yang Chuan, its strength can support it to remain in the deepest part of Yang Chuan. It can not only play a powerful amplification role for you, but also withstand the high temperature brought by the amplification. So, you don't need to worry about its strength, just use it with confidence. Besides, since this ruby has the characteristic of being stronger when it encounters fire, using fire will only continue to strengthen its strength without exceeding the limit temperature. It can be said that this is a divine weapon that can continue to grow." The young man who tasted the marrow and tasted the taste couldn't control himself at all. Huo Wu accepted his proposal, so he had to fulfill his duties. However, in the communication between body and spirit, the pressure and fatigue accumulated in the deep hearts of the two were completely released. No practice, no exercise. Being watched like this, Chuan Yi's heart was ignited again. "Among all my creations, it is definitely the first. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will definitely marry you. This time when I go back, I will immediately ask my father to propose to the Huo family." Compared to the heart of the dragon and the phoenix, Huo Wu's focus is more on Chuan Yi's attitude towards her. Chuan Yi rubbed Huo Wu's hair and explained patiently. "Eat." A week later, the overall state of the two people not only did not weaken, but became more perfect. "Silly, a long time ago, you have been recognized by our whole family." "You mean, this ruby was given to you by your uncle? Does this mean that your uncle recognizes me?" Chuan Yi picked up Huo Wu and ran straight to the wooden house. A protracted war started again. Chuan Yi comforted Huo Wu's uneasy mood and made a promise to Huo Wu. For a whole week, the two indulged themselves for the first time in a long time. Huo Wu was deeply moved by this, and her fiery eyes seemed to want to eat Chuan Yi alive. Even though he specially set aside a day for rest, deep in his heart, his spirit was not fully recovered. Eating is not as important as his wife. Long-term high-intensity training has made the two unconsciously tighten the thin rope that controls their hearts. However, taking this opportunity, the two have truly relaxed their minds. This has a profound impact on maintaining the motivation to move forward in the future. Time has come to the 9th month of the retreat. After Douluo personally obtained the 4th soul ring for Douluo, he returned to the fountain of ice and fire. However, in just a few months of not seeing each other, the relationship between Chuan Yi and Huo Wu has undergone a drastic change. Looking at the ring on Huo Wu's left hand and the completely different temperament, he understood everything at a glance. He first winked at Chuan Yi for being disrespectful, and then sincerely blessed the couple. "If you get married, I will definitely go to ask for a glass of wedding wine." At this time, Chuan Yi pulled Huo Wu and solemnly entrusted Douluo, "Of course there will be enough wedding wine, but compared to this matter, we too have another more important thing to entrust to the senior." Douluo asked with confusion, "Is there anything in the world that can stump you? If there is such a thing, I dare not guarantee that I can be of any help." Chuan Yi smiled and said, "Senior, you are wrong. Only you can do this. I would like to ask you to be the master of our soul power." The master of the wedding, as the name suggests, is the person who presides over the wedding. Generally speaking, the master of the wedding is the respected relatives and elders of both families. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu both thought of Douluo. After all these years of getting along, their relationship with Douluo is no longer an ordinary relationship. In addition to their families and friends, Douluo is undoubtedly the person with whom they have the closest relationship. In their hearts, he is an elder who deserves their respect. No matter how you think about it, only Douluo is qualified to be their master of ceremonies. Douluo was slightly stunned when he heard Chuan Yi's request. For a moment, he could only stare blankly at the two people in front of him, but his heart was full of mixed feelings. Finally, he said in a low voice with a slightly bitter smile, "Forget it. For such an important matter, let's find someone else." My reputation in the outside world is not very good, and I don't want to tarnish your wedding. Despite this, Douluo was still very moved in his heart. To be honest, he really hopes that he can be the master of ceremonies. However, it is precisely because he cherishes Chuanyi and Huowu in his heart that he dares not accept this commission. When did the senior become so timid? As a titled Douluo, do you still care about the eyes of the world? Douluo's reaction not only did not dispel Chuanyi's idea, but also strengthened his idea. However, Douluo's will was also very strong. He waved his sleeves and turned around and said, "Haha, just relying on such provocation is not enough to change my will. You'd better not waste your energy." Chuanyi looked at Huowu helplessly, then sighed and said, "Since talking can't solve it, we can only use force." As soon as these words came out, Douluo's figure, who was leaving in a chic manner, suddenly paused. He turned around again and saw that Chuanyi had let go of Huowu, and was ready to fight. Douluo's expression also became stiff. A forced melon is not sweet, but it can quench thirst. Chuanyi's momentum was fully mobilized. Douluo seemed to be facing a ferocious dragon, and he couldn't have the slightest resistance in his heart. The situation is stronger than people. Okay, okay, okay. I'll do it, isn't it okay for me to do it? Douluo agreed to Chuanyi's request with a helpless look on his face. It's not that he didn't insist, but the gap in strength was too big. Although there were some minor episodes, they still achieved their goal smoothly. In the next month, Chuanyi and Huowu resumed their previous high-intensity training. The difference is that Chuanyi focused on soul power training. After relaxing, his training speed not only did not slow down, but became smoother. Huowu focused on actual combat to prepare for the 7th soul ring in the near future. 10 months of retreat. Chuanyi's cultivation successfully broke through level 80. The day after the breakthrough, Chuanyi and Huowu said goodbye to Douluo and ended the 10-month retreat. 4 days later, the figures of the two suddenly appeared above the volcanic islands. There are still 2 months before the 1-year agreement made with the 3 beast kings. However, their time is more precious than theirs. If they disagree, they will turn around and leave without wasting time here. Chapter 467 The Test of Lanyan Albatross. Hubby, who should we visit first? Huowu leaned on Chuanyi's shoulder and asked cheerfully. A few days ago, the two had passed by Hanhai City and received the recognition and blessings of their families. This also made Huowu very excited. Well, I'm not in a hurry. I can ask the King of Lanyan Albatross and the King of Fiery Sea Lions first. As for which side to choose between the two, my personal opinion is to prefer the King of Lanyan Albatross. Between the 2 beast kings, Lanyan Albatross has a stronger cultivation. The importance of the martial soul true body, the only soul skill attached to the 7th soul ring, is self-evident. According to Chuanyi's own personal experience, the martial soul true body produced by the 100,000-year soul ring is not only more powerful, but more importantly, it can maintain a longer and stronger burst with less consumption. Moreover, as a bird soul beast, the soul bone it produces has a higher degree of compatibility with Huowu's external soul bone phoenix bone wing. At the same time, the whole space became extremely dark, and the temperature around it dropped rapidly. It was like a towering white mountain, standing high in the sky. Under the sunlight, it was full of beautiful scenery. Although these wind currents looked messy and unnecessary, they faintly enveloped the entire red dragon, causing the low-temperature environment to be maintained only around the red dragon. Chuanyi's voice was extremely loud. In order to facilitate transmission, he also deliberately mixed a trace of dragon power. An evaporation is a heat absorption process. Different from the appearance, the inside of the cloud is like the deep sea bed. Not only is there a rich water element around it, but there are also wind currents from all directions, disturbing the cloud. Chuanyi did not rush into the misty cloud rashly, but stopped at the periphery and shouted inside, "Chuanyi and Huowu come to visit the king of the Lanyan Albatross." This directly led to Chuanyi and Huowu, as fire attribute soul masters, feeling suppressed. 10,000 meters in the sky, there was a huge white cloud floating. Even if the complete version of the red dragon stood in front of him, it would be nothing more than an inconspicuous stone. The red dragon flapped its wings and flew, but its flying direction was not towards the ground, but towards a higher direction. If the location of the soul bone produced in the sacrifice ceremony is selected on the torso bone, it may produce unexpected changes. Those who have taken physics classes know that increasing airflow can accelerate the evaporation of water. When a flying dragon more than 10 meters long approaches the cloud, you can truly realize how huge this cloud is. At this time, a scarlet-red dragon was flying straight towards this cloud. However, strangely, the wind here is very strong, but, if you observe it for a long time at a close distance, you can find that the mist is light and lingering. In response, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu are also skilled and bold, and they just rushed into the mist. Instantly, the silent Bashan mountain was surging, and a white cloud passage just wide enough for the red dragon to pass through slowly appeared in front of Chuan Yi. Considering that the two beast kings might refuse, Chuan Yi decided to visit the Lanyan albatross first for the sake of safety. There was no sunlight inside the cloud, and now with this, the temperature was directly lowered to a temperature close to below freezing. After rushing into the mist, the passage behind them quietly closed. However, staying around the extremely cold elemental force for many years has made them adapt to the invasion of low temperatures. Moreover, with this degree of low temperature, they don't even need to mobilize their soul power. Seeing this, Chuan Yi smiled and said to Huo Wu, "Wife, it seems that the other party is testing us. Humph, we came just in time. We can take this opportunity to test the abilities of the Lanyan albatross clan." Huo Wu's tone was quite dissatisfied, but her eyes were flashing with restless light. The next moment, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's eyes burst out with light at the same time, illuminating the dim space. The golden and golden-red light quickly scanned the entire space like a spotlight. In Chuan Yi's eyes, the surroundings were full of extremely rich blue, green, and white colors. They represent water, wind, and ice elements respectively. Although it does not feel heavy, the entire space can be said to be an ocean of wind and water elements. Ice is formed by the cooperation of wind and water elements. More importantly, these elements are not soul power, but are composed of pure but rich heaven and earth elemental power. This results in everything around being hidden by these heaven and earth elemental powers, and even mental power cannot penetrate the clouds and mist to detect everything around. This ability to use the power of heaven and earth to hide one's body, if it were someone else, they might just surrender. However, you have to know that Chuan Yi and Huo Wu relied on their own strength to find this place accurately from the vast sky. Because the colors of other elements were too saturated, the red light hidden in them was blurred. Chuan Yi suddenly increased his mental output, and the golden light shining from his eyes was like substance, penetrating the thick mist, and saw nearly 100 fiery red figures. Huo Wu's was more blurred than Chuan Yi's, because, in addition to the power of heaven and earth, there was also a huge amount of mental power here. This was a sea of mental power clouds jointly constructed by nearly 100 Lanyan albatrosses. Like the wind and water elements, this also used concentration and quantity to cover up its true existence. Moreover, if the power of heaven and earth was used to confuse Chuan Yi, then this sea of mental clouds was obviously aimed at Huo Wu. However, trying to use this method to block their sight, although the idea was good, it still underestimated their ability. Huo Wu immediately increased the output of her spiritual power and strengthened the penetration of the Holy Spirit's vision. The soul origin hidden under the spiritual light also revealed its original appearance. It turned out that within a distance of less than 1 kilometer in front of the two people, there were already nearly 100 giant birds standing. They flapped their wings vigorously, leading the flow of wind elements. At the same time, they had a very eye-catching fire attribute energy flowing in their bodies. Here you can see that the Lanyan albatross clan is a very pure fire attribute soul beast. Note that they are not multi-attribute soul beasts. However, relying on their own means, they completely concealed the fire attribute aura on their bodies and exerted abilities that were not inferior to the wind attribute, water attribute, and ice attribute soul beasts of the same level. In the middle of the flock of birds, an albatross with a body shape very different from other members of the same clan was spreading its huge wings and quietly hovering in the air. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's sights, through the black fog, collided fiercely with the king of the Lanyan albatross clan. Its eyes were as calm as water. It obviously noticed the sight of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, but its eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling, making it hard to understand its emotions. At this time, a vague and disordered voice came from the void. This was the lazy and generous voice of the king of Lanyan albatross. "Welcome to you, Chuan Yi, Huo Wu. I have been waiting for a long time." Chapter 468 Huo Wu's Challenge. Looking at this scene, Your Excellency does not seem to welcome our arrival. If this means rejection, then we don't have to waste each other's time. Chuan Yi's dragon pupils sank slightly, and he carefully observed the energy fluctuations in the body of King Lanyan. The scene set by King Lanyan was quite like the Hung Men banquet. Facing nearly 100 powerful soul beasts with a strength of 10,000 years at the same time, if he was not careful, he would be doomed. What threatened Xuan Yi was actually their powerful concealment ability and control over other elements. Unlike Huo Wu's spiritual power simulation, this is more about the use of external elements. This is somewhat different from the elemental resonance caused by Xuan Yi's spiritual power. This is purely using the interaction between the three elements of fire, wind, and water to indirectly control other elements. However, the moment of entering the cloud, the internal heaven and earth elemental power and spiritual power content began to surge. Hehe, you are more interesting than any human I have ever seen. Besides, the airflow composed of water vapor is also a kind of wind. The indifferent look of King Lanyan fluctuated a little. The control of water element is also based on a similar principle. The clouds and rain in the sky are originally composed of evaporated water vapor expanding and rising, and condensing into water at high altitudes. Although the doubts were quickly solved, Xuan Yi and Huo Wu were indeed confused for a while during the transformation. However, I didn't expect you to be able to break through the doubt array we carefully prepared so easily. Although they have mutated into fire attributes, their blood has an extraordinary perception of wind elements, which allows them to use the same fire power to attract more wind elements. It must be said that King Lanyan's move really played a role in showing off his power. Regardless of his own safety, by then, the entire space will fall into chaos, and even the red dragon eye will find it difficult to see through. The dense clouds and mist began to slowly dissipate, and the cold wind was also calming down. Don't be nervous, this is just a simple test. Your personality is more direct than our soul beasts. Test? If I understand correctly, does this mean that you are willing to sacrifice? The principle is not difficult to see through, and Xuan Yi has the ability to control fire, but the problem is that Xuan Yi's perception of the wind element is far inferior to that of the Lanyan albatross. Before entering this cloud of doubt, the clouds that Qi Longtong saw were not so exaggerated. If it is led by the Lanyan king, it may be possible to directly trigger the elemental storm in this area. This makes the Lanyan albatross clan more threatening than the other three clans, because Xuan Yi's fire immunity cannot play an absolute advantage in front of them. Without any pretense, Xuan Yi asked directly. More importantly, as the strongest, the Lanyan king did not make a move. Therefore, controlling the fire element is, in a sense, equivalent to controlling wind and water. The obstacles that separated the two sides completely dissipated, and the Lanyan clan also revealed their true colors. The Lanyan king glided to the forefront of the clan smoothly. It first looked at Xuan Yi, with a hint of praise in its eyes, but its sight quickly swept over Xuan Yi and finally settled on Huo Wu. In 10 months, it broke through the bottleneck of level 69 and level 70. This talent is really impressive. However, cultivation talent is not equivalent to actual combat power. However, I can give you a chance. If the little sister over there can defeat me alone, I can sacrifice myself to you. At the beginning, the Flame Dragon King also went through a battle and decided to sacrifice himself. I am no exception. If you want to completely convince me, you still have to defeat me with your strength in the end. How about it, little sister, do you dare to fight me? The words of the Lanyan King show that it has a great interest in Huo Wu. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Huo Wu, but it is very dangerous to fight the Lanyan King alone. Just when Xuan Yi hesitated, Huo Wu replied loudly. As long as I defeat you, you will choose to sacrifice to me, right? But what if you don't agree to sacrifice after I defeat you? Huo Wu stared at King Lanyan fearlessly, her eyes full of eagerness to try. Facing a powerful enemy, Huo Wu only had a strong desire to fight. King Lanyan was quite satisfied with Huo Wu's answer. She smiled boldly, and her indifferent atmosphere was gone. If that's the case, then I am willing to be protected by the other two tribes and become your soul ring and soul bone. Don't worry, I will personally tell the leaders of the other two tribes about this matter, and I will even invite them to witness the battle between the two of us. At that time, even if you are killed, it will not affect your non-aggression contract at all. There was a hint of madness in King Lanyan's laughter. This agreement undoubtedly forced his situation to an extremely unfavorable point. However, to some extent, this reflects the fierceness and passion hidden deep in the heart of the Lanyan king. Kun Yi certainly didn't want Huo Wu to accept such a challenge, but it was Huo Wu who had to make the final decision. When Kun Yi saw Huo Wu's unflinching eyes, he knew that Huo Wu had the answer in her heart. I accept this challenge. Huo Wu made her decision. All Kun Yi could do was stand aside and support her decision. He warned loudly, "Sir, I have only one requirement for this battle, which is to ensure that Huo Wu's life is safe. If unnecessary situations occur, I will immediately slaughter the entire Lanyan Albatross clan." At this moment, Kun Yi's eyes were extremely cold. This cruel and cold word made the Lanyan king's pupils shrink suddenly, and his heart felt like it was being kneaded by a big hand, stinging. Even though they were far apart, the Lanyan king could feel the extreme breath of death from Kun Yi's eyes. It knew that this was not a joke. And Kun Yi could do this easily. It gave a bitter smile, then bowed to Chuan Yi and said, "Respected King of Volcano, I will keep your instructions in mind." The proud King Lanyan almost forgot what kind of person Chuan Yi was standing in front of him. This was a fierce man who dared to challenge the Sea Main Flame Dragon King alone before obtaining the 7th Soul Ring. Now, it dared not imagine what level Chuan Yi, who inherited all the power of the Flame Dragon King, had reached. At this time, the Flame Dragon King living in Chuan Yi jumped out and suggested, "Since the duel has been decided, so you can set up the viewing platform on the Tianqi Lake. It is the highest point in the volcanic archipelago, which is just right for other tribes to see the duel better. The duel between King Lanyan and Huo will inevitably spread to the sky, and the proposal of King Yanlong can be said to be very appropriate. Moreover, this duel can not only determine the fate between Huo and King Lanyan, but also directly affect the decisions of the other two beast kings. For this reason, it is okay to use Tianqi as a battlefield." Everyone agreed with King Yanlong's proposal, and the Lanyan tribe immediately sent a messenger to invite the other two tribes. The King of the Fiery Teeth Sea Lion and the King of the Golden Flame Tortoise came upon hearing the news. Chapter 469 Huo vs King Lanyan Albatross, Part 1. This time, the two beast kings tried their best to get to Tianqi Lake as soon as possible. Even the slowest old turtle brought his tribe to Tianqi Lake before noon. "Xiao Weng, what are you crazy about? Normally, you have the most peaceful personality. How come you suddenly become so radical?" The old turtle spitted all over his face as soon as he came, and his calm attitude was completely gone, which made the hot-tempered sea lion unable to get a word in. King Lanyan smiled calmly and replied, "You worry too much. I have been thinking about this for many days. It is not a hasty move." King Lanyan's indifferent tone temporarily calmed the excitement of the two kings. The old turtle sighed and continued, "Tell me what you think. You are still young and the end is far away from you. It is too early to make a sacrifice now. Human lifespan is too short. Are you so sure that they can ascend to the throne of God?" King Lanyan shook his head and smiled, "I really don't know when you became so timid. This matter is not that complicated. However, if you want to find fire-attributed treasures in the sea, the difficulty is no simpler than becoming a god. Let this duel determine your fate. This is a gamble. Wife, King Lanyan has a certain understanding of us, but we know very little about his trump card. It depends on whether you are willing to use the remaining life of your life to gamble endless life. Facing the heavenly tribulation that even the sea hyena flame dragon king cannot survive, unless they are lucky enough to encounter the natural treasures of fire attribute and be reborn, otherwise, the possibility of breakthrough is less than 1 in 10,000. It said, "Okay, in this case, we have nothing to persuade. As fire attribute sea soul beasts, their biological structure is specially evolved for the sea, which means that they can only survive in the vast sea." Although the old turtle and the little sea lion did not answer, their solemn expressions exposed their inner thoughts. It was afternoon. This time is the hottest time of the day, and it is also the time for Huo Wu and King Lanyan to duel. Although the old turtle does not understand, he admires King Lanyan's courage and decisiveness. But the sea is extremely lacking in fire elements, which makes them live in the volcanic islands. Huo Wu's eyes were stern, and she had already entered the battle state. "I just asked you, sister, are you confident that you can survive the future? So, use all your strength from the beginning, and don't hold back." Through the tone of King Lanyan, the two kings understood that it had made up its mind, and all they could do was bless it. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became silent. "Don't worry, I won't underestimate the enemy." Above the calm Tianqi, King Lanyan glided freely with the wind, and on the edge of the crater opposite it, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were talking softly in front of a group of giant beasts. "We do have a lifespan far exceeding that of human soul masters, but the lifespan of gods is endless." She walked forward slowly, and a golden red light emerged from behind her. The next moment, a pair of gorgeous and noble phoenix bone wings stretched out. Although they were bone wings, they were woven into wide wings by golden-red flame phoenix feathers. The strong phoenix aura emitted from them made the watching Lanyan albatross feel submissive. The phoenix has a strong blood suppression on almost all birds. Under the push of the bone wings, Huo Wu's figure rose to the center of Tianqi. Facing a giant bird with a wingspan of more than 20 meters, Huo Wu seemed relatively small, but the gorgeous phoenix wings gave people a sense of shock that could not be ignored. Because, just by looking at it, you can feel the heat of your mental power. The golden-red phoenix shadow appeared in Huo Wu's eyes, just like a noble phoenix goddess. She stared at Lanyan albatross with an indifferent look and said coldly, "I hope you won't let me down too much." King Lanyan laughed instead of getting angry, "I'll give you the same sentence." The momentum of the two people rose rapidly, and they collided fiercely. Seeing that the time was ripe, Chuan Yi stood on the edge and announced loudly, "The duel starts now." As soon as the voice fell, an orange-red figure suddenly appeared behind Huo Wu, that is, at the moment when the Hokage's martial spirit was summoned. A huge white ball of light suddenly appeared on the chest of the Hokage, who was more than twice the size of the normal one. The moment the light ball rushed out of the figure, it turned into a beam of light and shot rapidly towards the King Lanyan in front of him. This is the second skill of Huo Wu's 100,000 year 6th soul ring, Feng Ming Chao Yang. This is a super attack that takes 10 seconds to accumulate and complete. Strike skills, in theory, even if the ring fusion technique is used, the casting time can only be compressed to 5 seconds. It is impossible to cast it at the beginning of the game. However, if it is said that before the game started, Huo Wu began to hide herself through the peach illusion fire and accumulated the blazing white sun in the shadow space, then all this seemed logical. The blazing white sun appeared, and the dazzling white light instantly made all the audience's eyes white, even if they wanted to use mental power to detect the situation. The flame condensed by the burning spirit phoenix flame, on the contrary, severely burned the mental power. Although Huo Wu's methods were somewhat unethical, as long as it was not discovered, it could only blame itself for not having the ability. To be honest, Chuan Yi, who did not open the red dragon eye in advance before the game, did not realize that Huo Wu had quietly opened the simulation state. In order to maintain the suddenness, Huo Wu did not even tell Chuan Yi. Although the scorching sun was large, its speed was not slow at all. In a flash, it rushed to the front of the Lanyan King. The face of the Lanyan King suddenly changed. It seemed that it had never expected that Huo Wu could instantly release such a powerful soul skill. The next moment, Feng Ming Chao Yang hit the Lanyan King fiercely, causing an extremely terrifying explosion. The compressed Fenjian flame exploded into a mushroom cloud, and the shock wave continued to spread outward. If it were not for the water in the Tianqi, the flames would probably spread directly to the audience seats on the edge of the crater. However, when everyone saw the powerful attack far beyond that of ordinary titled Douluo, the faces of the old turtle and the little sea lion became extremely solemn. Facing such an attack head-on, the defense-weak Lanyan albatross would undoubtedly die. The scene fell into a deathly silence for a while. When the explosion sound dissipated, the Tianqi covered by white fog appeared in front of everyone. Just when other spectators could not observe the situation on the field, Chuan Yi's red dragon pupil looked up at the sky in some surprise. Because the pictures presented before were all illusions. Huo Wu's Feng Ming Chao Yang seemed to have hit the Lanyan King, but besides the Lanyan King and Chuan Yi, even Huo Wu might not have seen it clearly. Because the target of Huo Wu's attack was not the Lanyan King's body. Yes, the Lanyan King and Huo Wu held the same idea. It seemed that it had quietly activated its hiding ability long before the duel began. What remained in place was a very psychedelic clone. Its body was now suspended directly above the explosion, and the huge wind and water vapor caused by the explosion were now circling around its body, forming a circular hurricane. Chapter 470 Huo Wu vs Lanyan Albatross King, Middle. The attack caused by Huo Wu, under the guidance of the Lanyan King, was transformed into its power. The blue and green colors quickly intertwined and turned into milky white ice elements. The coldness began to spread rapidly, colliding with the heat caused by Feng Ming Chao Yang. The next moment, countless frozen arrows, driven by the hurricane, attacked Huo Wu's position. Chuan Yi didn't know when the clone of King Lanyan replaced the real body, but it can be speculated that it was during the time when he closed the red dragon eye and reopened it. Because, in Chuan Yi's eyes, there is a huge gap between its clone and the real body. The most obvious difference is the difference in energy content. The energy reserve of the clone cannot reach the level of the real body. However, such a clone is extremely confusing to Huo Wu's Holy Spirit perspective. Because, as long as enough mental power is divided, the shape of the soul body can be concealed. It can know this information partly from the first Tianke gathering. In order to explain the safety of the sacrifice ceremony, Chuanyi and Huo Wu briefly explained the Red Dragon Eye and Holy Spirit vision. As for how the real body of King Lanyan hides its body, it is actually very simple. This is the second weakness of the Red Dragon Eye and the Holy Spirit perspective. In addition, in order to prevent the use of visual abilities before the game, it has been hovering in the visual blind spots of Chuanyi and Huo Wu. At this time, King Lanyan picked up his old skills again and used Lanyan to cover his breath and figure. After Chuanyi discovered the clone, it took a while to find King Lanyan, who was out of sight. Their ability is not the white eyes, and they cannot achieve 360 degrees without blind spots. Originally, the specialty of the Lanyan Albatross clan is to use a very small amount of wind and fire elements to form a mirage-like light mist to hide their bodies and breath. In the dazzling white light emitted by the scorching sun, there is hidden the power of the domain. Under the illumination of the light, all creatures will be illuminated by shadows. From the moment they met, it has been testing various intelligence and laying the foundation for subsequent plans. Yes, visual blind spot. However, based on these details alone, it can be planned to this extent. It can only be said that King Lanyan's sinister degree is far beyond Huo Wu. Although, to outsiders, Huo Wu was still suspended in the same place, in Chuanyi's red dragon pupil, Huo Wu's figure had already left the position where she attacked. Why did Huo Wu, who should not be able to distinguish true from false, leave her original position at the first time? The thick clouds before were aimed at Chuanyi and Huo Wu, who had the ability of perspective. They did the opposite, increasing the density of energy and hindering the powerful visual ability of penetration. This is because there is a very obscure means hidden in Fengming Chaoyang, that is, the realm of shadow. The mist is a thin fog, giving people a sense of etherealness. The subconscious reaction to the sudden situation, with intention and without intention, undoubtedly reveals many emotions. Report. The other part is from the test not long ago. However, the last attack of the King of Mist was still too crude. It was commendable that he did not use fire attribute attack in the face of the ultimate fire, but the attack direction was a bit wrong. A series of strategies are not achieved overnight. After a year of hard work, Huo Wu successfully developed the fusion skills of soul skills and domains. Therefore, Fengming Chaoyang, who already had the ability to lock, superimposed strong control means, which was enough to ensure that her attack was foolproof. However, the shadow that should have been illuminated by the light did not appear in this space. The speed and propagation distance of light are extremely far. As long as it is not hiding behind obstacles, there is basically no thing that cannot be illuminated. At that moment, Huo Wu realized that the King of Mist in front of her was fake, and the real body was likely to have hidden in a place where the fire could not reach. Therefore, Huo Wu immediately left an afterimage on the spot, and she moved away from the position covered by the ice arrow. Huo Wu and Chuanyi's mouths curled up at the same time, because when the Mist King attacked, it also dispersed the surrounding mist and revealed its true form. The Hokage martial spirit immediately burst into dazzling pink flames. Of course, the light of the peach illusion fire was only visible to Chuanyi and Huo Wu. Under the illumination of the flames, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the Mist King. Huo Wu confirmed that this was the Mist King's true form through the connection with the black shadow. Immediately, she activated the fifth soul skill, Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill. 15 highly compressed, rapidly rotating flame spikes gathered above her head. A hurricane of ice surrounded the body of the Mist King, and the shadow was more fragmented than usual and could not be connected into a complete shape. However, as long as there was a little space, it was enough for the flame spikes to pass through the shadow space and attack the true form. However, when Huo Wu wanted to attack, a chill came over her. The ice arrow that should have deviated from Huo Wu's true form changed direction in an instant when the wind direction changed during the attack, and flew precisely towards Huo Wu's location. How is this possible? Huo Wu was shocked. At this time, Huo Wu had already used Peach Shadow Ghost King transformation and Phoenix protection, and her mental power was increased by 400%. Huo Wu's own mental power level is comparable to that of a titled Douluo. According to the mental judgment of the Peach Illusion Fire, as long as the enemy's mental power does not exceed 1 time of Huo Wu, the simulation effect can be perfectly exerted. Now Huo Wu's mental power level is almost the same as that of the King of Mist, and the Peach Illusion Fire cannot fail to work. Since the ice arrow suddenly attacked in a state very close to Huo Wu, Huo Wu had no time to think about it. The flame spikes used for attack immediately changed the direction of attack to block the ice arrows in front of her. Bang! 15 spikes shot towards the rain of arrows, and exploded one after another after leaving Huo Wu. The compressed flame turned into a flame curtain, melting a large area of ice arrows. The overbearing high temperature of the extreme fire directly evaporated the ice into gas. At the same time, the phoenix bone wings burst out with high temperature flames, pushing Huo Wu to escape from the large-scale attack. However, the high-temperature water vapor emitted by Huo Wu was immediately absorbed by the hurricane of King Lanyan and transformed into ice again. While transforming, it took over the previous wave of ice arrow rain and attacked Huo Wu accurately again. Having witnessed the terrifying killing power of Feng Ming Chaoyang with his own eyes, King Lanyan knew that it could not give Huo Wu a chance to counterattack. The temperature of the ice arrow may be inferior to that of a real ice-attributed soul beast, but it is still a full-strength attack of a 100,000-year soul beast. If it falls on Huo Wu, the impact and penetration of the ice arrow alone are enough to cause great damage. In order to reduce the damage and to find out King Lanyan's detection method, Huo Wu activated the phoenix bone wings at full power and began to dodge around. Huo Wu's flight path is very strange, completely different from the traditional flight trajectory of birds. The propulsion flight method of the phoenix bone wings allows Huo Wu to make more agile dodges in the air. Huo Wu's flying skills are improving day by day, but those ice arrows are like eyes, tracking Huo Wu accurately. Chapter 471 Huo Wu vs Lanyan Albatross King, Part 2. The speed of the ice arrows is extremely fast. Under the premise that Huo Wu's position can be determined, it is impossible to dodge them completely. Huo Wu's phoenix eyes condensed, and a circle of tall ring-shaped pink flames appeared around her body, and turned into a fire wave that spread into a circle with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters. The third soul skill, Resisting Fire Ring. With the cultivation reaching level 70, the power of the Resisting Fire Ring far exceeds that of the 1000-year soul ring. The support of the ultimate fire, the amplification soul skills, allows the Resisting Fire Ring to easily bounce off all attacks within the range, winning a short respite for Huo Wu. Huo Wu immediately began to observe Lanyan King and think about the reason for the exposure of his position. However, when the offensive was interrupted, Lanyan King, who was wrapped in the hurricane, burst out with a powerful mental fluctuation, and the surrounding ice hurricane immediately turned into thick white smoke. The white mist filled the air, instantly covering a large area. The dense white mist, no, to be more precise, the white cloud, concealed the figure of the Lanyan King. Huo Wu immediately lost the perception of the Lanyan King's shadow, and at the same time, the Holy Spirit's perspective was also covered by the dazzling spiritual power. Although the range of the white cloud was countless times smaller than that of the entire Lanyan clan, the concentration of spiritual power and elements was far higher than the cloud of doubts constructed by hundreds of Lanyan albatrosses. Bang! Under the swift and precise control of the Lanyan King, the influence of the phoenix flame was reduced to the minimum. However, knowing that the phoenix flame is dangerous, he still chooses to use such a move. On the other hand, it also proves how much of a threat Huo Wu poses to King Lanyan. It knows that it is a high attack, low defense agile attack type. If Huo Wu's attack falls on it, it will either die or be injured. Therefore, it must firmly grasp Huo Wu's weaknesses and not give her any chance to attack. Xiao Wu's flame is not so easy to extinguish. With the same soul power, Xiao Wu's flame can consume more elemental power. Having seen the phoenix Ming Chaoyang, how could King Lanyan dare to let his mental power touch this terrifying phoenix flame? The flame bomb was activated and rushed into the white cloud. The white cloud, which condensed a huge mental power, was like dry firewood, and a little spark could burn it into a piece. Xiao Wang is leading the duel into a war of attrition. King Lanyan immediately condensed the water element to wrap the flame, and cut off the contact between his mental power and the phoenix flame through the wind element. However, what amazed the old turtle was that Huo Wu did not lose the upper hand in this process. Even though she was the first to expose her position, King Lanyan had no way to deal with her. If the attack missed, he would immediately hide. King Lanyan can be said to have mastered the essence of assassins. This is another evildoer who is no less than Xuan Yi. With King Lanyan's wisdom, it is impossible for him not to know this. The huge white cloud is his hiding place, but it also binds him inside. King Lanyan's desire to use his profound cultivation to wear down Huo Wu is not a wise choice. The flame bomb exploded like fireworks, sparks flew everywhere, but except for a flash of fire, it did not cause any impact. If Huo Wu releases Feng Ming Chaoyang again, can it still use micromanipulation to block the flame attack? At this time, the old turtle also understood the situation on the field. Huo Wu's face was slightly condensed, and the Mist King did not give Huo Wu any chance to counterattack, and immediately hit its figure. In just a few attacks and defenses, there were baits and tactical deceptions that were difficult to distinguish between true and false. Chuan Yi's face was solemn, and he felt uneasy in his heart. He felt that the Mist King must have a trump card that he had not revealed. Huo Wu's palm was facing forward, and she quickly condensed a golden red fireball. This was the first soul skill of the Burning Spirit Phoenix Flame, the Flame Bomb. The successive setbacks did not weaken Huo Wu's fighting spirit. Her cold eyes were now replaced by an excited look. After a short thought, Huo Wu finally understood the reason why she was exposed. Huo Wu herself knew her weaknesses better than the Mist King. There are 3 weaknesses of the Peach Illusion Fire. The first is that the gap in mental power between the two sides is too large, and the psychedelic effect is too weak. The second is the special soul skills such as the Red Dragon Eye that break illusions. The third is the simplest, which is to simulate a flaw and be seen through. The situation of King Lanyan is probably the third one. Take Xuan Yi as an example. He can use his powerful fire element perception ability to identify the unnaturalness during simulation. This is the difference in perception. Huo Wu cannot perceive the changes in fire elements that Xuan Yi can perceive, which leads to her inability to accurately simulate the changes in the surrounding elements. The same should be true for King Lanyan. Its perception of wind and water elements exceeds that of Huo Wu, which leads to the fact that the details that Huo Wu cannot pay attention to during simulation can be detected by the other party. Thinking of this, Huo Wu removed her hiding and fully exposed her body above the Tianqi. Huo Wu raised her right hand, and the fire shadow behind her suddenly turned blazing white, and a blazing white fireball began to expand rapidly. Phoenix Ming Chaoyang. The crisp phoenix sounded, and the 6 soul rings behind Huo Wu lit up at the same time, and huge firepower was injected into the fireball. 1 second, 2 seconds. Huo Wu did not hide her intention, and her purpose was to lure King Lanyan to attack first. Phoenix Flame has a great restraining effect on Baiun, and Feng Ming Chaoyang has compressed a very large phoenix flame. If such an attack is allowed to fall on Baiun, it will be forced to be exposed. To prevent this situation, it can only attack Huahu during the period of charging. However, the closer to the scorching sun, the worse the concealment effect of Baiun, and while attacking, it will also expose its own traces. Open plot. This is Huahu's open plot. Huahu stared at the white cloud above her head, paying attention to the changes of Lanyan King, and secretly expected, see what you will do next? Use speed to stab, or 3 seconds, 4 seconds. The 5-second charging time is about to end, but Baiun has not changed at all. Just when Huahu was slightly disappointed and thought that the other party had no way to deal with it, she suddenly smelled a strong smell of earth. Huahu has smelled this smell before. This is the unique smell of mud before the rain. But this is Tianqi, why is there such a strong smell of earth? Not good. Huo Wu's heart was shocked, and a surprising guess flashed through her mind. The next second, a dense column of water suddenly fell from the sky, covering the entire crater. Chuan Yi and others were also drenched by the pouring water column. Huo Wu had just guessed this situation, but it was too fast and she couldn't react. The rainstorm is coming. Not long ago, the sky was clear, but now it is covered with dark clouds. Because the white clouds of the Lanyan King blocked the view, it was impossible to notice that the higher sky in the sky, a dark cloud with a huge amount of rain quietly gathered. The rainstorm came and reacted violently with the blazing sun of Huo Wu. The powerful extreme fire seemed so small in the face of the great power of heaven and earth. Changing the weather, this seems to be the biggest trump card hidden by King Lanyan. The sky of the volcano suddenly darkened. The whole space was filled with only rain and the flicker of fire swaying in the rainstorm. Chapter 472 Sunrise, Rain Stops. At this time, the huge wings of King Lanyan were bathed in the rainstorm. It finally revealed its body. This sudden rainstorm was caused by King Lanyan sending huge wind and water vapor to the sky. The volcanic archipelago has high temperatures all year round, and a huge amount of water vapor is condensed around it. With the advantage of the environment, King Lanyan can easily cause large-scale rainstorm weather. For a time, the entire island was covered with vast water elements, but this did not seem to affect King Lanyan. It was bathed in the rainstorm, gently flapping its slender wings, and the wind element visible to the naked eye began to linger on its wings. It stared at the flame below and flapped its wings in this direction. The blue storm condensed into a huge world-destroying spearhead and attacked Huowu. On the way, the surrounding rainstorm began to quickly roll into it, and turned into a rotating ice spear at high speed. With the power of meteorology, King Lanyan constructed a super-powerful attack beyond his own level. The dragon scales and phoenix feathers engraved on the ring glowed with beautiful colorful brilliance, and the colorful light flowed into the ruby along the lines, emitting a deep red halo. In just a moment, the fireball with a diameter of only a few meters quickly expanded into a giant ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The fiery sea lion showed a look of shock and anger on his face, because even it felt a great threat from this attack. Huowu's hair and clothes remained dry. Could it be that the little girl could still deal with this situation alone? In the rainstorm, the flames flickered, but if you look closely, you can find that this is only caused by the refraction of the flames when they penetrate the water curtain. I thought I wouldn't use you, but now it seems that I underestimated the strong in this world. Is this old woman going to bury us all here? In Huowu's sight, the ruby of the ring was facing her. Chuan Yi's calm voice sounded, and the old turtle and the little sea lion were surprised. Looking at the huge ice spear that covered the entire sky, Huowu recognized the strength of King Lanyan. Don't be anxious, watch carefully. And the energy that was amplified, under the guidance of Huowu, rushed madly into the blazing white sun above his head. If this blow fell, not only Huowu, but also the volcano under his feet might be destroyed. However, Chuan Yi seemed unusually calm, staring at the sky with a calm face, with no signs of action at all. The truth is that under the high temperature of Huowu, the heavy rain was completely evaporated before it even touched him. Huowu looked down at her left hand, or more precisely, the heart of the dragon and phoenix on her left hand. Huowu raised her left hand, her palm facing the blazing white sun floating above her head. At the same time, the blazing white light returned to its original golden red color. Huowu's fire attribute soul power was constantly increasing its power through the amplification of the heart of the dragon and phoenix. Hey, aren't you going to save your girlfriend? At the critical moment, the little sea lion roared at Chuan. At this moment, the airtight rain curtain could no longer cover the sun. 2. The sun. The bright sun, like a brilliant sun, deeply attracted the eyes of all the spectators. The old turtle felt the sky-burning fire hidden under the light, and felt a sense of worship in his heart. This was not blood suppression, but the instinctive worship of the sun by living things. Is this the power of God? The little sea lion stared at the front with a dull look, and dared not close his eyes even when the rain poured into his eyes. The sun rose into the sky, not fast, but like the rising sun, giving people a sense of absolute law. The contrast between the huge ice spear covering the sky and the sun gave people a sense of insignificance. In the extreme reversal of vision and senses, the two finally touched each other. No, before they were completely in contact, the mighty giant spear began to melt rapidly from the tip of the spear due to the extreme high temperature. The melted ice did not turn into water droplets, but directly vaporized and flew up. The collision of high temperature and low temperature caused the air to expand rapidly, instantly causing a strong gas explosion. Bang! Under the explosive force of the air wave, the surrounding rain was instantly emptied, and the continuously spreading shock wave blew a huge hole in the dark clouds. The sun shone through the hole again. The sun rises and the rain stops. The oppressive feeling of the rainstorm completely dissipated. Looking up at the sky, the rain and the ice spear had long disappeared. Only a golden red sun was hanging in the sky. From the ground, it was just in the middle of the sun, but its golden red brilliance did not diminish at all. Facing the real sun, its presence was not affected at all. Colliding with the giant spear, the sun was as solid as a rock and was not affected at all. It achieved the feat of blasting away the dark clouds with only the heat released by the outer circle. At the edge of Tianqi, in front of the audience seats, a golden turtle shell light curtain was erected. The brilliant light showed a gem-like luster, but the light curtain covering the entire audience seats was covered with heartbreaking cracks. Behind the light curtain, nearly 100 golden flame turtles finally showed their head in the gorgeous tortoise shells hidden under the thick soil. Rather than tortoise shells, they are more like golden tortoise shells inlaid with emerald green jade. At this moment, the exposed tortoise shells emitted dazzling glare, forming a huge shield. The explosion range of the air wave included them. In order to save their lives, the old turtle commanded the tribe to build a powerful defense together. However, except for the tortoise shell light curtain released by the old turtle himself, the defenses released by other golden furnace flame turtles were on the verge of breaking. This is just the explosion of the air wave, and it has such power. If the fireball explodes completely, can I really block it? The old turtle's eyes trembled, and a feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. At this time, the sunlight fell on Huowu through the clouds, and under the reflection of the sunlight and the phoenix flame, Huowu's face was dyed with divine brilliance. However, she frowned at this moment and looked up. Soon, she noticed a giant bird with a black back and a white belly, falling straight to the ground. This was the Lanyan King. At this moment, its condition was very bad. The impact of the air wave shattered all defenses, and its speed was impossible to dodge. Under the attack of the huge force, its body was knocked thousands of meters away, directly breaking through the clouds, and fell into a coma above the clouds. Noticing that the Lanyan King was facing down and doing a free fall, she lightly flapped her wings and flew into the sky. The golden red light rushed to the Lanyan King, holding up the huge body and reducing the speed of falling. Finally, with the help of Huowu, the seriously injured Lanyan King was placed in front of the broken light curtain. Countless giant beasts, especially the Lanyan clan, were deeply worried about the Lanyan King, but when they saw Huowu, they did not dare to move at all. Huowu retracted her phoenix wings and smiled, "Don't worry, I'm just a little injured, but I'm not dead yet." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, because they all held their breath unconsciously until Huowu spoke. "Hubby, I won." After relaying the situation, Huowu happily ran to Chuanyi and hugged him tightly. Chapter 473 Three Kings Surrender, Lanyan Sacrifice. "You're not injured, are you?" Chuanyi checked Huowu's condition with concern. Huowu smiled sweetly, "It's okay. Can I still be injured by my own attack?" Seeing that Huowu was fine, Chuanyi praised Huowu. Then, he glanced at the unconscious Lanyan King. The bones in various parts of the body were fractured to varying degrees, and blood was flowing from the mouth and nose. The injuries looked serious, but they were all external injuries, and the origin was not damaged. With the strong vitality of the 100,000-year soul beast, it can be recovered after a period of rest. Today's duel has been decided. According to the agreement, King Lanyan must fulfill the bet made before the duel. Everyone should have no objection, right? Just kidding, the golden sun is still standing in the sky. If it falls on them, not only their group of soul beasts, but also the entire island under their feet will be reduced to ashes. Well, this matter is settled, and King Lanyan's affairs will not be discussed for the time being. I am willing to sacrifice everything I have to you. Even if a person with the same talent appears in the future, whether he will have a relatively kind attitude towards soul beasts is unknown. If you miss such a person, you may never meet him again. I am willing to sacrifice everything to you. Now that the duel is over, it may be the best time to ask questions. What is coming must come." The old turtle made a gesture of submission to Chuanyi. However, today, they have definitely witnessed the miracle from Huowu. Even the Lanyan clan dared not resist at all at this time. The power displayed by Huowu must have had a great impact on their hearts. If such talent and strength cannot move their hearts, then there is no need to waste time on them. The two kings' brains were working rapidly. After a long time, the old turtle was the first to lean forward. The two kings' eyes swayed back and forth between Chuanyi and Huowu. During October, the two kings had certainly thought about it carefully countless times. It itself was very clear that in terms of compatibility, Chuanyi was the best choice. Now, taking this opportunity, I have one more thing to ask you too. The old turtle and the little sea lion felt nervous. Then, the little sea lion lowered his head to Huowu. "What do you think about the sacrifice?" Chuanyi announced loudly, and the beasts bowed their heads to express their approval. Endless life, the road to heaven is full of temptations, but when they think of the risks involved, they dare not easily draw conclusions. Chuanyi and Huowu smiled, and the three kings surrendered. Bang! As if to celebrate this historic moment, the sun that continued to rise exploded and turned into golden red fireworks covering the sky over the entire volcanic archipelago. Huowu could not digest such a huge amount of energy, so she could only detonate it in the outside world. One day later, King Lanyan woke up from his coma. Feeling the pain from all parts of his body, King Lanyan laughed happily. "What are you laughing at?" Huowu's voice came from the side. King Lanyan turned his head and saw Huowu standing aside, as if he was guarding it. Looking at Huowu, his eyes were full of brilliance. The mysterious King Lanyan seemed to reveal his emotions directly for the first time. Haha, Huo Wu, you are very strong. I never imagined that you would break my strongest attack that I have planned for a long time in such a rough way. Huo Wu rolled her eyes and replied, in the last attack, I felt a strong murderous aura. If something unexpected happens, your tribe may be extinct. Aren't you afraid? King Lanyan's fighting style is reckless and is completely for the purpose of killing Huo Wu. King Lanyan said indifferently, your boyfriend miscalculated something. I have gambled my life, so why would I care about anything else? What's more, it is not a loss to exchange the lives of our entire tribe for your life alone. In the calm tone of King Lanyan, there is a madness that even Huo Wu is surprised. Huo Wu shook her head and said, you are such a lunatic. But I like it. Lanyan Wang's character of preferring to die in glory rather than live in disgrace deeply won Huo Wu's heart. Unlike the golden flame turtle and the fiery sea lion, Lanyan Wang acted on his own will from beginning to end. Now that I think about it, the initial test was not just a test of Huo Wu. When the rainstorm was triggered, Chuan Yi was unable to see through Lanyan Wang's intentions, because the concentration of elemental white clouds it condensed successfully blocked Chuan Yi's red dragon pupil. This means that it also included Chuan Yi in the ranks of the attack. It did not place its hopes on strangers, but secretly accumulated its own strength and prepared for a fight. Faced with an overwhelming gap, the strong will shown by Lanyan Wang impressed Huo Wu. The winner has been decided. Have you not failed to defeat the dark brain level of Yuel Yuan? Of course, I will keep my promise. If it is you, I am willing to bet everything I have. The Lanyan king did have murderous intentions, but its admiration for Huo Wu was not false. It can be said that this duel is a test for Huo Wu. If she fails, she may die. If she passes, then the Lanyan king will willingly sacrifice everything. Huo Wu stroked the Lanyan king's soft feathers with satisfaction. A week later, the Lanyan king's injuries were completely recovered. At the same time, this also means the beginning of the sacrifice ceremony. For safety, Chuan Yi invited Chuan Li to protect them. Chuan Li, who has reached the 94th level of cultivation, is no weaker than a 100,000-year soul beast with his 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. With him, accidents can be prevented. Tianke stone platform. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi sat on the stage. Under the stage, the Lanyan king was like a duck floating on the water, facing Huo Wu. Let's start. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi, who were regulating their breath and resting their spirits, opened their eyes at the same time, and strong mental fluctuations spread from the stone platform in an instant. Their eyes had long been transformed into the dragon and phoenix true eyes. Lanyan Wang, who was right in front of them, intuitively felt the horror of the dragon and phoenix true eyes. In front of Huo Wu now, it would have no secrets. If it encounters these eyes in a duel, everything it does cannot be hidden from these two people. It is precisely to avoid this situation that Lanyan Wang proposed a one-on-one duel. In the end, I still couldn't force these two people to use their full strength. It's a pity. I wanted to see the martial soul fusion skills. However, I think there will be no shortage of such opportunities in the future. Lanyan Wang's eyes showed an expectant look. The next moment, its whole body burst out with a deep red magnetic field, covering the entire Tianqi. The sacrifice ceremony officially began. In the static field, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's mental power instantly surged out, turned into a sphere, and firmly trapped Lanyan Wang's soul. Compared with the first time, the two people's spiritual power has made great progress, especially Chuan Yi, who has surpassed Huo Wu in absolute quantity. This will undoubtedly give them more room. Having grasped the soul, the extremely hot crimson energy began to flow into Huo Wu's body. Huo Wu's extremely tough meridians were cracked in countless cracks in just a moment. Chapter 474 Soul Bone Fusion. Huo Wu did not have the protection of the ultimate gold, but she had extraordinary recovery ability. The golden red energy full of vitality poured into the damaged meridians from all around, and in the blink of an eye, these energies repaired the cracks. However, the energy of the 100,000-year soul beast was too huge, and it was injected at one time, and the repaired meridians began to produce larger cracks. Huo Wu was most clear about the principle that it is better to open than to block. Therefore, she was already prepared for this situation. Deep in the Denshin, a group of imperceptible distortions appeared. Of course, this situation only appeared for a moment and then disappeared completely. This is the scene in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the dragon and phoenix true eyes, the special flame full of soul breath is clearly visible. The fire of no soul, a special fire formed by the fusion of the Holy Spirit and the fire of the dead, is as strong and level as Chuanyi's nebula fire. The fire of no soul began to spread from the Danshan to the entire meridians, and wherever it passed, the crimson energy began to disappear. Among the fragments, a delicate crimson trunk bone slowly approached Huo Wu. The next moment, it actually began to absorb the huge energy in the trunk bone. Everything is moving in the predetermined direction. With the experience of one time, Huo Wu has already known all the steps. However, Huo Wu has also experienced the pain of broken bones, and she has already adapted to this pain. The irritable soul bone was suppressed in an instant, and even the fire of no soul began to turn the tables mainly, it actually began to transform the soul bone in reverse. However, under the effect of the 100,000-year-old Lanyan trunk bone, the phoenix bone wing, which had been dormant for a period of time, began to develop in a stronger direction. The soul bone is more about the transformation of the body, especially the violent energy of the 100,000-year-old soul bone, which brings pain that is not comparable to the 10,000-year-old soul bone. The transformed no soul fire was separated by Huo Wu and entered the soul bone. The refining power of no soul, acting on the soul bone, is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. After the influence of the 100,000-year sixth soul ring, the phoenix bone wing has grown to a certain extent, but has not achieved a more thorough evolution. Huo Wu groaned. This is an extremely complete spinal bone, just like the Fire Dragon King's trunk bone. In addition to the spine, it also has the sternum and ribs. The scorching energy began to flow into the phoenix bone wing, and the soul bone energy tempered by the no soul fire was simply a tonic. The spread of no soul was extremely fast, and the gluttonous nature of the ultimate fire was fully demonstrated at this moment. This means that Huo Wu's strange fire was devouring the energy of the 100,000-year soul beast. When the energy in the body tended to be peaceful, the body of the Mist King completely turned into a deep red crystal, and with the output of energy, it completely collapsed. However, just when no soul was about to cover the whole body, the phoenix bone wing hidden in the shoulder blade moved abnormally. The calm bone wing burst out with a powerful devouring force. The trunk bone of the 100,000-year mist albatross turned into a red light and entered Huo Wu's body. A deep red soul ring was firmly wrapped around the Hokage's martial soul, and the Hokage who maintained a human form became extremely distorted under the pressure of huge energy. The soul ring had not been completely digested, and a strong burning sensation began to spread from the spine to the bones of the entire trunk. Rebirth in the flames is the gift of the phoenix. The stronger the flame, the richer the vitality inside the bone wing. In his mind, Wu Tong felt the same life breath and let out an excited cry. The vitality was still accumulating. After a while, the energy occupied the entire shoulder blade. The overly strong vitality would burst out of the bone in the next second. When the life energy reached its peak, the energy compressed in the shoulder blade suddenly burst out, and the pure energy belonging to the phoenix, together with the vitality, spread together. The trunk bone that was supposed to supply energy was in turn infected by the energy of the bone wing. The two soul bones that were supposed to be independent showed a very high degree of fusion at this time. The energies of the two influenced each other in the interweaving and gradually merged. The energy fluctuations of the soul bones became more and more intense, giving people a sense of overall harmony. It was also at this time that they burst out with greater suction. Just after the transformation into no spirit, the flame was sucked into the soul bone. This time, the entire trunk bone exuded a strong breath of life. With the help of the change of the soul bone, the pressure of absorbing the soul ring was greatly reduced. What's more, the soul bone was still competing with Huo Wu for the energy of the soul ring. The life breath of the trunk bone began to approach the limit, but its suction power did not decrease at all. Just when Huo Wu felt abnormal, the clavicle connecting the shoulder blade and the trunk bone began to be infused by the two soul bones. The energy of the soul bone poured into the clavicle, which was like the spread of Chuanyi's external soul bone. When the two energies met in two directions, an energy closed loop was formed. The shoulder blade, trunk bone, and clavicle are connected to each other to form a ring, which makes the energy of the soul bone begin to rotate along an energy cycle. Its efficiency is much faster than the intersection between two soul bones. The phoenix is the king of birds. Its origin power is stronger than that of the misty albatross, which leads to the phoenix origin starting to dominate the fusion process. The pure monochrome torso bones, during this process, gradually became stained with the golden red lines of the phoenix bone wings, and this line even spread along the clavicle. When the lines were completely closed, an extremely strong phoenix breath burst out from Huo Wu's body. At the same time, the deep red soul ring on the martial soul instantly merged into the interior. The soul ring of 100,000 years was successfully absorbed by the soul bone. The static field covering the Tianqi collapsed instantly. The sacrifice ceremony officially ended. Everything returned to calm. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu closed their eyes with a little fatigue, and the spiritual connection between the two was broken. When they opened their eyes again, their pupils returned to normal. Success! Huo Wu clenched her arms excitedly. Although she was still a little tired until just now, a rich breath of life continued to flow out of her body. With the injection of life energy, the poor state began to recover rapidly. Is this the spiritual sea of human beings? A lazy voice with a little curiosity echoed in Huo Wu's mind. The king of Lanyan successfully entered Huo Wu's body. Welcome, Xiao Wing. Although they were enemies before, they became the closest comrades and companions after they merged into one. Huo Wu's name for Lanyan Wang became more intimate. Chuan Yi opened his eyes. Although he was still tired, it was much better than falling into a coma at the beginning. Wife, did you feel any discomfort from the transformation of the soul bone just now? Now, Chuan Yi is more concerned about the changes that occurred during the sacrifice. Huo Wu shook her shoulders and stretched her back, feeling that her entire body was full of strength. I don't feel any discomfort, and my physical condition is better than ever. Chapter 475 Phoenix Bone Armor. Moreover, some changes have occurred in the process of absorbing my external soul bone and the 100,000-year-old torso bone. What changes? Huo Wu smiled playfully and said proudly, under the guidance of the phoenix bone wing, the bones of the upper body are connected as a whole, and the soul bone energy can flow through it unimpeded. Not only that, the 100,000-year-old Lanyan torso bone, under the influence of the phoenix bone wing, transformed into a 200,000-year-old Lanyan phoenix torso bone. No matter the age, quality, or blood level, there has been an essential breakthrough. Lanyan phoenix. Chuan Yi asked curiously, can you release the phoenix bone wing? I want to observe it more carefully. Huo Wu nodded in response. Voila! The golden red phoenix wings slowly spread out, and Chuan Yi could feel the whistling wind just by opening the wings. Huo Wu exclaimed, and she was even more surprised than Chuan Yi. To put it simply, it was an additional skill generated after the fusion of one's own soul bones. Generally speaking, the soul bone fusion skill has an extremely powerful amplification effect on oneself. However, what surprised Chuan Yi more than this was that a piece of deep red gold patterned armor wrapped around the upper body of Huo Wu actually appeared on her upper body. The phoenix flame emerged, but it was not as hot as usual, and was replaced by a cool breeze. However, in the middle, due to the evolution of Chuan Yi's martial soul, the fusion degree of their martial souls almost fell below 70%. You are right, this is indeed spreading from the torso bone. I feel that in this state, the phoenix bone wings and the torso bone form a mutual amplification effect, and the power of the soul bone becomes stronger, but the consumption becomes lower. Huo Wu herself has a personal experience of this. Hearing Huo Wu's feelings, Chuan Yi said thoughtfully. It actually changed the blood of the soul bone. This looks different from the soul bone fusion skills I know. Because it is a skill generated by one's own soul bone, the fusion degree can reach more than 70%. The armor curves smoothly and closely follow Huo Wu's body curves. Chuan Yi took a closer look and noticed that the armor actually changed with Huo Wu's body movements. This armor exudes the same aura as the phoenix bone wings. The golden patterns all over it faintly glow. They are like golden blood vessels, connected to the roots of the bone wings. Don't worry, this is the phoenix bone armor made of soul bones, which is part of the body. The degree of fusion of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's martial souls was only about 70% at the beginning. Can you describe the feeling now? Huo Wu asked curiously, what is the soul bone fusion skill? Moreover, as the strength and familiarity of the two people increased, the degree of fusion also increased a lot. What on earth is this? Huo Wu felt her body, and it was just as Chuan Yi said, just like the phoenix bone wings, her perception could spread to the bone armor. This was because Huo Wu's martial soul level could not catch up with Chuan Yi's martial soul. Huo Wu nodded repeatedly, and the martial soul fusion skill also attached great importance to the degree of fusion. The higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the power of the fusion skill. Chuan Yi explained, this is a field that is almost impossible to achieve. You should know very well what this number represents. The martial soul fusion skill that attaches importance to complementarity is no longer complementary when the gap between the two soul masters becomes larger. However, due to the domineering of Chuan Yi's ultimate fire, the power becomes stronger after the degree of fusion is reduced. Later, when Huo Wu's martial soul also evolved into the ultimate fire, the degree of fusion of the two martial souls jumped to more than 90%. When it came to the dragon and phoenix goddess, the degree of fusion reached a terrifying 99%. The dragon and phoenix goddess can have such a powerful power, in addition to the strength of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu themselves, it is also largely affected by the degree of fusion. Huo Wu, who knew this, of course knew the importance of fusion. However, she had never heard of soul bones being fused before. Since it is so powerful, why haven't I heard of this thing? Huo Wu tilted her head in confusion. Haha, although this soul bone fusion skill is powerful, the biggest prerequisite for achieving it is to collect 6 soul bones. And, the 6 soul bones of oneself must come from the same soul beast. As far as I know, only the Wuhan Hall has such inherited soul bones. However, your situation is a little different. This is soul bone assimilation triggered and dominated by external soul bones. It is not a real soul bone fusion skill. Huo Wu was a little disappointed after hearing this, and muttered softly, "Ah, do I have to continue to find 5 other parts of the Lanyan albatross soul bones? But how is this possible? Not to mention that the number of Lanyan albatross population is very small, even if 5 soul bones really dropped, it is impossible to just collect different parts." Chuan Yi rubbed Huo Wu's hair and replied, "It's not impossible." Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi in surprise. Chuan Yi smiled and explained, "Your phoenix bone wings showed extraordinary assimilation during the sacrifice. To be honest, I have had similar experiences myself. When I first observed the trunk bone of the Fire Dragon King up close, I felt the movement of all the soul bones in my body. Combined with this observation, I think it might be the energy of a high-level true dragon. The assimilation effect of his low-level soul beast. Now that I think about it, if I had chosen to absorb the trunk bone of the Fire Dragon King at that time, it would have been very likely that the transformation of the god-level soul bone would have caused the assimilation of the soul bones of the whole body. In other words, it is possible to achieve the conditions for performing soul bone fusion skills through assimilation without collecting a full set of soul bones of the same kind. In fact, you have now completed the soul bone fusion between the external soul bone and the trunk bone, which is the most reliable evidence. Wife, your phoenix bone wing is an external soul bone that can continue to evolve, and the bloodline of the phoenix is not weaker than that of a real dragon. In the future, if the strength of the phoenix bone wing is improved to the god level, perhaps it can also assimilate the soul bones of the whole body." After listening to the explanation, Huo Wu's eyes lit up again. "Could it be that you didn't absorb it immediately at that time for the soul bone fusion skill?" Chuan Yi's foresight once again shocked Huo Wu. Chuan Yi saw Huo Wu thinking so, and hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, I also saw the fusion and assimilation of the soul bones this time, so I thought of this. At that time, I just wanted to use the power of the god-level soul bones to improve other soul bones. After all, unlike the external soul bones, the soul bones in the correct position are extremely difficult to evolve. There is a possibility of improvement, so of course we should make good use of it. Well, let's stop here. After all, it's just my own speculation, and we don't have to be too obsessed with it. If I get it, I'm lucky, and if I lose it, I'm dead. With our talents, even without these, we can still become stronger." Chuan Yi didn't want Huo Wu to worry about this. "Well, I understand." Huo Wu knew Chuan Yi's good intentions, and immediately responded to Chuan Yi. "By the way, I was busy analyzing the fusion of soul bones and forgot to ask more important things." Chapter 476, Soul Bone Skills of the 200,000-year-old Mist Phoenix Trunk Bone. Fuiao, Pangchuo. Soul Power Level, Martial Soul True Body, and Soul Bone Skills that evolved into the 200,000-year-old Mist Phoenix Trunk Bone are actually the highlights. Wait for Grandpa and the other guys, and I'll explain it together. Just at this time, the 2 kings and Quan Li who were observing in the outer circle were about to arrive at the stone platform. Is this considered a success? The exclamation of the fiery Fang Sea Lion came first. Huo Wu retracted her open wings, and at the same time, a small black and white albatross emerged from her forehead. "Hey, little lion! Xiao Wang greeted the little sea lion. Seeing the complete spiritual body of King Lanyan floating in the air, the little sea lion became more assured about the sacrifice. Xiao Wang's trunk bone gave me 2 powerful soul bone skills. According to Chuan Yi's personal experience, the 200,000-year-old martial soul true body has extremely strong amplification and longer endurance. This skill inherits the Lanyan clan's perception and control of the wind element. Huo Wu rolled her eyes at the timid little sea lion. Since everyone is here, I won't keep you in suspense. The first skill, called Fuiao, is a special amplification skill. Generally, after using the martial soul true body, soul masters will fall into a state of weakness for a long time, and cannot use it continuously. This breakthrough, my soul power level reached level 73. Seeing such advantages, Huo Wu will of course choose the stronger side. However, such restrictions did not appear on Chuan Yi. Let me explain my trunk bone skills first. There are only 400,000-year soul beasts in the volcano islands, and Chuan Yi and Huo Wu can only get 2 each. And, in order to maximize the strength of the 7th soul skill, the martial soul true body, they chose King Lanyan to be Huo Wu's 7th soul ring. Therefore, King Lanyan and King Laya naturally belong to Huo Wu. Relax, little lion, when it's your turn, it will definitely be the safest. Fuiao is divided into 2 stages, the first stage is the wind, and the second stage is the real Fuiao. As long as the mental power and soul power are not completely exhausted, Chuan Yi can maintain the state of the martial soul true body for a long time. Before witnessing the sacrifice ceremony with his own eyes, it can't be fully trusted after all. More importantly, there are no side effects after using the martial soul true body. In this stage, you can use the flame to attract the surrounding wind elements to form a strong hurricane, and at the same time, strengthen my affinity with the wind element. In terms of attributes, Jinbi Liu Yangui is more suitable for Chuan Yi, who has both gold and fire attributes. In this stage, I can control the wind element with the help of flames to form a hurricane, and the stronger the flame, the stronger the hurricane will be. Of course, this is only the first stage. You should know that flames can cause hurricanes, and hurricanes can also fuel fire. The wind is just a prelude to the second stage, Fuiao. With the help of a powerful wind element hurricane, a little spark can be transformed into a huge firestorm. But this is just the simplest application. With the use of wind elements, it can greatly increase the effect of all fire attribute soul skills. Moreover, this increase is more reflected in the expansion of attack range, increase of attack speed, and acceleration of soul skill condensation. If Fengming Chaoyang represents the extreme compression of flames, then Fuiao represents the extreme diffusion of flames. Hiss! Among the people present, Quan Li's reaction was the strongest. He was shocked by the effect described by Huo Wu. The result was deeply shocked. Take Fengming Chaoyang as an example. If you use Fengming Chaoyang in the Fuiao state, it can not only shorten the charging time, but also use the same soul power to achieve a greater effect. However, unlike Quan Li's excitement, the expressions of the 2 kings seemed quite calm, and even had a trace of regret. Why do you have this expression? Isn't this soul skill strong? Quan Li asked in confusion. At this time, the old turtle sighed lightly, brother, this skill can be said to be the innate ability of the Lanyan clan. However, this kind of increase is more of a quantitative accumulation rather than a qualitative improvement. If it weren't for this reason, the Lanyan clan could definitely become the strongest clan in the volcanic islands. In high-level battles, the qualitative gap will have a greater impact. Just as the Lanyan king caused a super-large rainstorm and condensed a super-large ice pillar with the help of the power of heaven and earth, it was still no match for Huaohu's small son. Therefore, the 2 kings felt regretful. At this time, Quan Yi and Huaohu smiled at each other. For us, the accumulation of quantity is more important than the improvement of quality. Besides, when the quantity accumulates to a certain extent, it can also cause qualitative change. The 2 of them knew each other tacitly, but they were very satisfied with Fuiao. Huo Wu had the heart of dragon and phoenix, so there was no need to worry about the quality. On the contrary, if the amplified flame could be spread on a large scale, Huo Wu's strength would rise to another level. Moreover, using the flame amplified by the heart of dragon and phoenix to launch Fuiao, the wind element that Huo Wu could induce was definitely stronger than that of the wind-attributed 100,000 year soul beast and the titled Douluo. Our common sense is really not suitable for the 2 of you. The old turtle suddenly thought of the bright sun in his mind, and expressed his deep agreement with Chuan Yi's speech. Seeing that everyone had calmed down the dispute, Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu and said that she would continue. Don't forget that this is only the first skill. The second skill of the trunk bone I will explain next is called Sweet Rain. As the name suggests, this is the inheritance of the Lanyan clan's talent in controlling clouds and water. This skill also has 2 stages. The first stage is called Red Earth. Through high temperature burning, a large-scale extremely dry climate is formed, and all the water in the range will evaporate quickly. Within the range of Red Earth, water and ice attribute soul masters will be greatly weakened, and fire attribute soul masters will be greatly improved. Of course, like Fuiao, this is just a prelude to the future. The second stage is called Heavy Rain. When the water on the ground is evaporated by the Red Earth, they will gather in the sky and condense into huge black clouds. Under my control, the black clouds that condense a huge amount of water will bring down heavy rain. Just looking at this, some people may think that this is a water attribute skill, but if you really think so, you will definitely suffer a great loss. When everyone was happy about the rain after a long drought, they didn't know that there was a subtle phoenix flame hidden in every drop of rain. Water and fire are incompatible, but the water droplets condensed in a special way make the two form a short-term balance. When the water droplets break and the water and fire collide with each other, the phoenix flame will carry extremely strong penetrating and destructive power and drill into the enemy's body. Due to the characteristics of the phoenix flame, the range of spiritual detection will be greatly limited under the rain curtain. The more powerful part of this soul skill is that by fusing raindrops, it can form a super large single attack. Water has no fixed shape, and Pangchuo, which contains the characteristics of the water element, has become a comprehensive soul skill that combines single and group attacks, quality and quantity. Moreover, Pangchuo and Fuiao can be used together, and the wind element and water element can interact with each other and transform into the ice element with a lower temperature. Compared with water and fire, the opposition between ice and fire will be stronger, and the resulting explosive power will be even higher. Chapter 477 Hokage's True Body, Shadow Domain Advanced Skill, Shadow Control. This time, the old turtle and the little sea lion finally showed a look of shock. The fusion of water and fire, ice and fire, its power must be stronger than a single element. However, even King Lanyan himself does not have this ability to fuse 2 attributes. The reason for such a change must be Huo Wu. These 2 soul bone skills are extremely powerful. The only disadvantage is that the soul power consumption is greater than other skills. Huo Wu finally mentioned her judgment of the skills, but when she said this, her face did not care. Just kidding, what Huo Wu is least afraid of now is huge consumption. In fact, as long as it can improve the power of skills and the soul power consumption becomes greater, she is also very welcome. Finally, I will talk about my 7th soul skill, the martial soul body. No, rather than explaining it, I'd rather let you see it with your own eyes. The movement caused by the martial soul body is not as big as the soul bone skill. Huo Wu can use a more intuitive way to help everyone understand it better. The floating of soul power is one of the important signs of a soul saint, and it also means that Huo Wu's soul power control has reached a higher level. Huo Wu's slightly cunning voice was transmitted directly through the brain. The excited Lya King was about to speak, but found that it could not make any sound. Lya King thought about it and realized that this was nothing great. Huo Wu took a step back, but her body seemed to step on an invisible step and moved up a little. My mouth? No, that's not right. Why can't my body move? Just then, an evil voice came from Lya King's mind. The fierce Fang King, suspended on the water, was like a little sea lion performing in an aquarium, sometimes rolling, sometimes jumping, and performing various juggling movements around the stone platform. Because Huo Wu could disappear without the martial soul true body, to be honest, it didn't know what the difference was. Huo Wu's body turned into a fluorescent light, gradually merging with the swaying fire shadow behind her. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red. Red. The soul ring lit up, and Huo Wu actually exuded the powerful aura of 2 different ancient beasts. Just by the aura, it is very likely that Huo Wu would be mistaken for 2 powerful soul beasts of the 100,000 year level. The fluorescence dissipated, and the flames became more and more condensed, but the strange thing was that Huo Wu's own aura was slowly disappearing. Didn't you say you were going to show your martial soul true body? What's the difference between this and before? It disappeared. Finally, in addition to the aura, even the red light that symbolized Huo Wu's existence also dissipated. Oh, is that so? The seventh soul ring, which was the 100,000-year soul ring that hosted King Lanyan, suddenly lit up. King Liaya found that he could not feel his own body, and what was even more terrifying was that his body began to move uncontrollably. When Huo Wu's body rose out of the stone platform, an orange-red fire shadow immediately appeared behind her. Through vision and hearing, he could notice the situation outside. King Liaya opened his eyes wide and tried to find Huo Wu's figure, but his efforts were in vain. At the same time, Huo Wu's extremely exaggerated 7 soul rings lingered. Because of its actions, the weird atmosphere and other people's expressions were clearly visible. However, it could not communicate with the outside world. So this is what it feels like to be a sea lion. This body is more flexible than it looks. At this time, Huo Wu's voice came into the sea lion's mind again, and it also knew that the current situation was Huo Wu's mischief. It begged for mercy in a hurry, "Xiao Wu, I was wrong, please forgive me." Huo Wu had a naughty thought in her heart, and laughed, "Hee hee, call me Sister Xiao Wu, and I will let you go." Sister Xiao Wu. The Liya King was very decisive. As long as it could stop embarrassing itself, it was nothing at all. "Since you are so sensible, I will let you go." Huo Wu's voice faded out of his mind, and the Liya King regained control of his body. What is going on? The Liya King was confused, and at this time Huo Wu's voice began to echo in the air. "This is my 7th soul skill, a new ability awakened by the real body of the Hokage, Shadow Control, which is an advanced ability of the Shadow Domain. After using the real body of the Hokage, my body will completely turn into a phantom without substance. In this state, my Shadow Domain will be greatly enhanced, and I can turn into a shadow, merge into the shadow of a living creature, and control everything of the main body." Just at this moment, an orange-red phantom emerged from the black shadow of King Liaya reflected on the water. King Liaya noticed this, but this weird scene made its scalp numb. "Wife, your domain skill seems to be more hidden than before. Not only is there no obvious standing black shadow, there is not even any spirit or soul power fluctuation." Quan Yi's eyes have turned into red dragon pupils. After Huo Wu disappeared, Quan Yi entered the scanning mode. However, except for the extremely slight spatial fluctuation, he did not see any changes. This is because after becoming a Hokage, I can directly use the shadow space to merge into the enemy's shadow, and control the shadow and the body in a more direct way. As he spoke, the Hokage flashed and suddenly emerged from the huge black shadow of the old turtle. Thanks to Izumi's perception of the spatial attribute beyond ordinary people, and the red dragon eye's supervision, otherwise he would not have noticed this extremely short and subtle change in the spatial element. This is because Izumi knew that Huo Wu was traveling through space, otherwise, such a change would be easily overlooked by him. However, even so, Izumi could not predict the location of Huo Wu's travel. Only when Huo Wu came in and out, he could judge through the spatial elements. If Huo Wu stayed in the shadow, even the red dragon eyes could not observe it. Without simulation, Huo Wu's concealment ability has reached an extremely terrifying level with only the martial soul true body. The titled Douluo and the 100,000-year soul beast present did not react, which is enough to prove its strength. The abilities of the Hokage's true body are more than that. In addition to the increase in the field, it also has a strong increase in various basic abilities. Fire attribute, mental power, soul power increased by 400%. Moreover, in the state of the Hokage's true body, it is immune to all physical attacks, and 50% of all attribute damage except ice and water attributes. Huo Wu's martial soul true body, because of its special nature, abandoned all the increase in the body, but in exchange, its increase in other aspects became more terrifying. It's really a unique martial soul. Quan Yi couldn't help but admire the Hokage martial soul. Although it has the blessing of a 100,000-year soul ring, the more important thing is that the potential of the martial soul itself is strong enough. After obtaining the 7th soul ring, Huo Wu's strength has undoubtedly ushered in a qualitative leap. Although the choice of the soul ring does not match the previously scheduled undead soul beast, but after practicing for more than 100,000 years, although there is a focus, the increase in overall attributes is not weaker than that of the undead soul beast. As for why we should give up the undead soul beasts, the undead phoenix is the best example. Chapter 478 Control of Sacrifice. The phoenix is already the top soul beast race. And the undead transformed from the phoenix is a rare species that is 1 in a million. In terms of talent, the undead phoenix is definitely the top one among all the undead. However, such an undead phoenix can hardly protect itself in the face of the heavenly tribulation, let alone other undead. Chuan Yi has also experienced the baptism of countless thunder tribulations and has a deep understanding of the power of thunder tribulations. To survive 9 heavenly tribulations in the 10,000-year stage is tantamount to ascending to heaven. It is already very lucky to find a 90,000-year-old undead phoenix. To be honest, it is not realistic to continue to find a 100,000-year-old undead soul beast. Although they will not give up the search, it does not mean that they will give up the opportunity to get in front of them. After seeing Huo Wu's transformation, it is Chuan Yi's turn next. 3 days later, the old turtle's shell glittered in the sunlight. This also means that Chuan Yi has a greater grasp of the sacrificial ceremony. The king of the Jinbiliuyan turtles faced Chuan Yi on the stone platform. It's a pity that he has completed the recognition of the master, otherwise Chuan Yi really wants to keep the turtle shell to create another artifact comparable to the heart of the dragon and phoenix. The second sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Compared with other Jinbiliuyan turtles, the old turtle's Jinbi turtle shell presents more gorgeous colors. Although the spirituality of the metal turtle shell cannot even reach the level of spiritualization, but with its innate ability, the Jinbiliuyan turtle has tempered the turtle shell to a higher level of strength. Well, can we start? What's more rare is that the old turtle's turtle shell has a more mysterious feeling, which is the characteristic breath that can only be born from metal, and Chuan Yi is very familiar with it. Based on Chuan Yi's understanding of metal, the material of this metal turtle shell is extremely excellent, and there is no impurity under the tempering of the flame in the body. However, it is different now. Both he and Huo Wu have greatly enhanced their strength, and have a full understanding of sacrifice. If it were before, Chuan Yi would certainly not have the time to think about other things. The old turtle was stared at by Chuan Yi's meaningful eyes, and his heart was a little scared. The thick mud covering the tortoise shell was completely worn away when the shield skill was released. This also means that the tortoise and the tortoise shell are born with blood connection. The dragon and phoenix true eyes are opened. The tortoise shells of turtles are made of their own bones and keratin, even for the Jinbiliuyan turtle, there is no change in this. There is certainly an increase in quantity, but the more important one is the improvement in level. Sorry, let's start. The intensity and deterrence of the mental fluctuations are far greater than 3 days ago. This time, the mental fusion of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu is very different from 3 days ago. Huo Wu's spiritual power has been greatly improved by the increase of the 100,000-year soul ring, but the main reason is that the fusion of their martial souls has reached 100%. After a deeper spiritual exchange, Huo Wu and Chuan Yi have reached 100% fusion psychologically. However, Huo Wu still has some shortcomings in the martial soul level. And the 7th soul ring 3 days ago just happened to be the last piece of the puzzle to make up for the shortcomings. The spiritual power fusion shown now is just the tip of the iceberg. The huge amount of information brought by the omniscient perspective poured into Chuan Yi's brain, but unlike 3 days ago, Chuan Yi could feel that the burden on his brain had become lighter. In my current state, maybe I can make some new attempts today. An idea flashed through Chuan Yi's mind. The old turtle finally looked around the world and looked at Chuan Yi with a sharp gaze. I bet everything I have on you, I hope you won't let me down. The sky roared, and a red light suddenly appeared. The sacrifice ceremony officially began. The old turtle's body turned into a deep red light spot and floated into Chuan Yi's body. The dragon and phoenix true eyes accurately grasped the moment when the body and soul separated, and used the big hand of mental power to firmly grasp the soul that was about to be shattered. Sacrifices to achieve absolute success by integrating the soul into the soul ring. However, because Chuan Yi saved the soul, the fusion process became extremely dangerous. However, today, Chuan Yi intends to try to use his mental power to replace the soul of the soul beast and perfectly realize the sacrifice ceremony. Through 2 sacrifices and observations by the dragon and phoenix true eyes, Chuan Yi's brain has completely understood the entire process of the sacrifice ceremony. Theoretically, he has already deduced it in his mind, and even specially asked the soul beast about the driving method of sacrifice. However, due to insufficient mental power, Chuan Yi did not dare to try it easily. In order to replace the soul of the soul beast, the prerequisite is that the mental power equivalent to that of a 100,000-year soul beast must be separated. Before, the two did not have much surplus, but after Huo Wu absorbed the spirit ring of King Lan Yan, a powerful soul of 100,000 years level appeared in her body. The extra spiritual power that King Lan Yan can provide will greatly make up for the lack of spiritual power. Everyone, can you lend me your spiritual power? Chuan Yi's voice echoed in the spiritual sea of the two. Flame Dragon King, Wu Tong, and King Lan Yan responded. All is up to you. 300,000 year level spiritual powers merged together through the spiritual sea of the two. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu became a bridge to merge all the spiritual powers together. In an instant, the spiritual power content of the two people skyrocketed several times. In this way, in addition to Chuan Yi had more mental power to capture the soul. Dividing his attention into two tasks. Chuan Yi decisively divided a part of his mental power and took over the entire body. Although Chuan Yi's mental power did not quite match the energy of the golden flame tortoise, his mental power level was higher, and he could use brute force to offset the repulsion and forcibly control the energy. Chuan Yi drove his mental power to control the out-of-control soul beast's energy. Based on the experience of other soul beasts, Chuan Yi took over the golden flame tortoise and controlled the sacrifice to get on track. A deep red soul ring emerged and was put on the dark gold yang dragon claw on Chuan Yi's right fist. Unlike the previous pain, the energy of the soul ring was directly transformed into a softer energy after entering Chuan Yi's body, greatly improving Chuan Yi's various physical attributes. Unlike the Flame Dragon King, the energy of the golden flame tortoise contained extremely rich vitality. They were like gentle hands, soothing Chuan Yi's body. This year, water pressure, vibration, and thunderstorms have repeatedly destroyed Chuan Yi's body. Unconsciously, his body has accumulated a lot of fatigue. Sea turtles, also known as hawksbill turtles, are known for their extremely long lifespans. If it weren't for the obstacle of the deadline, their clan could have lived longer. And the large amount of life left in the old turtle's body turned into pure vitality to enhance Chuan Yi's life source. Of course, Chuan Yi was not completely immersed in this feeling. The body of the golden flame turtle has completely turned into a deep red energy crystal, even the hard golden turtle shell has turned into energy. Crack! The next moment, the crystal shattered, and a piece of left arm bone emitting golden brilliance appeared out of nowhere. Then, under Chuan Yi's control, the soul bone turned into energy and drilled into the left arm. Chapter 479 Soul Douluo Realm. With the influx of the soul bone, Chuan Yi felt his dark gold yang dragon claw burst out with a strong sense of excitement. The metallic energy of the golden flame tortoise is like life energy to the dark gold yang dragon claw, and can enhance the origin of Chuan Yi. When the dragon roared, Xiaojin and Xiaohong burst into a powerful roar, and the dragon power of both of them was rapidly increasing. It is worth noting that the hand armor that can only cover the forearm began to spread along the upper arm. The golden flame tortoise has devoured metal for more than 100,000 years, which greatly supplements the high-quality metallic energy that the dark gold yang dragon claw lacks. The huge energy of the soul bone and soul ring rapidly enhances Chuan Yi. This feeling of being able to improve smoothly without effort gives people a sense of unreality. Under Chuan Yi's control, the violent energy becomes extremely docile. Chuan Yi takes this opportunity to transform the digested energy with his own extreme gold and extreme fire to transform the soul bone and soul ring. Under a controllable state, the space that Chuan Yi can operate becomes larger, and the extreme attributes will make the transformation of the soul bone and soul ring more comprehensive and delicate. The appearance of the dark gold yang dragon claw was completely different from before it was absorbed. The thin metal film adhered closely to Chuan Yi's skin and spread to his shoulders and upper chest. The dragon and phoenix true eyes slowly faded, revealing Chuan Yi's pupils with a hint of joy. However, even so, the time required for the sacrifice was extremely short. Huo Wu wrapped her arms around Chuan Yi's neck, pressed against his back, and looked at him with admiration. Can the metal energy of 100,000-year soul beast only extend its coverage area to this extent? However, the hard touch on Chuan Yi's shoulder made her feel a little uncomfortable. This was not because Chuan Yi's muscles were hard, but because of a special metallic texture. The deep red magnetic field caused by the sacrifice collapsed with a bang, and the deep red and golden fluorescence lingering in his hands quickly converged and merged into his body. Chuan Yi's extremely strong and well-dressed body and the bold flame tattoo complemented each other, giving people a more flamboyant feeling. Hey, it worked! After spreading to the shoulders, the dark gold yang dragon claw covered the upper part of the back and chest. A relaxed smile appeared on the corners of Chuan Yi's mouth. Moreover, the spreading shape was similar to the flame pattern, and it looked like a large area of tattoos were engraved on Chuan Yi's body. In order to see the specific situation, Chuan Yi took off his short-sleeved shirt, and at this time, the part hidden under the clothes became clearer. She knew what was going on. Due to the flexibility and hardness of the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw, Chuan Yi did not feel any inconvenience. The Titan Soul Ring and the glowing Soul Bone were all integrated with Chuan Yi at this moment. I saw that through Chuan Yi's simple white shirt, Huo Wu noticed the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw covering the shoulder. Amazing! It actually worked. It's not appropriate to describe it with hand armor. Now the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw has covered the upper arm and shoulder. According to the location of the armor, it is already a fusion of hand armor, arm armor, and shoulder armor. Chuan Yi felt a little regretful, but it was extremely difficult to transform the low-level metallic energy into a higher-level metallic energy. Now that the martial soul has increased several times from its original area, it is already precious. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi changed his mind. Huo Wu couldn't help but stretch out her hands and touch the metallic fire pattern on Chuan Yi's chest. While touching, she sighed, just absorbing a metallic soul ring and soul bone can cause such a big change. This should be related to the characteristics of the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw itself. Sex is related. Yes, the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw is essentially a combination of gold elements. Therefore, it is not restricted by a specific shape and can continue to spread. Speaking, Chuan Yi noticed that Huo Wu's hand began to scratch the exposed skin, and he said helplessly, "But, wife, how long are you going to touch it? It's not good for everyone to see it." Huo Wu's lust is not dead, and she said stubbornly, "I touch my husband's body, who cares what others say?" Chuan Yi was amused by Huo Wu and said helplessly, "It's up to you." Fortunately, Huo Wu didn't really do it too much in public. When Chuan Li and Lai Yawang came to watch, she returned to her normal and dignified posture. "So domineering, your martial spirit seems to have become more handsome." Chuan Li admired Chuan Yi's tattoo with envy, which completely hit his aesthetics. "Haha, Grandpa, you don't just focus on the appearance, the internal changes are more important." Chuan Li reluctantly moved his eyes away and asked, "Looking at the changes in appearance, I can also foresee that the harvest this time must be considerable." "Xiao Yi, explain it." "Okay." Chuan nodded in response and immediately began to explain. "During this sacrifice ceremony, my soul power level reached level 83. At the same time, King Jinbi's 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone provided me with 4 extremely powerful skills. Let's talk about the soul ring skills first. The first skill is called Furnace Flame Explosion Golden Spear. This skill is a super strong single target attack skill that inherits the self-destruction ability of the Jinbi Furnace Flame Turtle clan at the moment of death. Its principle is similar to that of a cannon. In the closed pipe composed of metallic energy, a huge amount of fire attribute energy is injected, and the explosive power of the flame is enhanced by contracting the pipe. When the energy accumulation is completed, the terrifying furnace flame will be transformed into the power to drive the sharp golden spear, causing a penetrating, extremely powerful super long-range single-target attack. Huo Wu couldn't help but ask curiously when she heard this, ultra-long range? How far can it be exactly? Hehe, the terrifying thing about this skill is that, depending on how the soul skill is applied, the attack distance can even be increased to thousands of miles. Thousands of miles? Chuan Yi's confident smile made everyone believe this shocking information. Yes, it is thousands of miles. The terrifying thing about the Furnace Flame Explosion Gold Spear is that as long as it does not exceed the endurance limit, it can continuously enhance its power by increasing the charging time. Even if you want to burst out with stronger power, you can directly use the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw to form the barrel end cannonball. The tough dark gold Yang Dragon Claw can withstand stronger furnace flames and pressure, and its explosive power will far exceed the original limit of the Soul Ring skill. The scene was silent, and the mind kept thinking about the actual meaning of thousands of miles. Take Blue Silver Island as an example. The distance between it and Hanhai City is about 2,500 miles. According to Chuan Yi, he can attack the enemy in Hanhai City from Blue Silver Island. But even if the attack can fly so far, how to be sure and hit the enemy? Is it possible to lock the soul skill at such a long distance? The king of Liaya knows the least about Chuan Yi, so it is normal for him to ask such a question. Chuan Yi smiled and explained, "Of course it is impossible. The Fire Flame Explosion Golden Spear does not have the ability to lock. Even if it has, it is impossible to lock the enemy thousands of miles away. However, even if there is no locking ability, I have a way to hit accurately." Chapter 480 The 4 Skills of the Golden Flame Turtle. Chuan Yi lightly raised his arms, spreading to his chest, and the lines on his back began to shrink in the opposite direction. The tangible metal film turned into liquid, gathered along his arms to his hands, and finally the liquid metal ball broke away from Chuan Yi's skin and transformed into 2 golden dragons. Unlike the pocket dragons that barely exceeded the length of the palm before, Xiaojin and Xiaohong barely reached the length of the forearm. The larger size made them look more ferocious than before. It should be the first time that King Laiya saw the changes in Chuan Yi's martial soul. Seeing Xiaojin and Xiaohong, especially the dragon soul aura they exuded, brought it great pressure. You should have seen it for the first time. They are Xiaojin and Xiaohong, the dragon souls that live in the martial soul. They are the answers to your previous questions. I have a telepathic connection with Xiaojin and Xiaohong. Even if we are far apart, we can share our spirits with each other. More importantly, I can control them remotely in real time. The first soul skill is so powerful, the second soul skill will not be bad either. I can't wait. The second soul skill, named Golden Furnace, is a control soul skill. Due to the special space blockade and teleportation formed inside the Golden Furnace, space-related soul skills cannot work in front of it. Yes, if the martial soul is used as a carrier, the Furnace Flame Explosion Golden Spear will become a more terrifying skill. The King of Lai looked at Chuan Yi with expectation and excitement. On this point, after listening to my explanation, I believe you also understand what I will do. Long-range reconnaissance, long-range control, equivalent to long-range precision strikes. After performing the skill, a circular golden furnace can be instantly condensed at any location within a radius of 1 kilometer. In this sense, this skill can become an attack skill. The long-range drone can not only be used for reconnaissance, but also for attack. However, the Dark Gold Yang Dragon Claw alone lacked sufficient attack power in the past, but with the Furnace Flame Explosion Golden Spear, Chuan Yi can make up for this shortcoming. A strong control skill that can be used first, and it can also be used instantly and teleport. Not only that, the space inside the Golden Furnace is in a state of high temperature and high pressure, and with the output of soul power, it can strengthen the flame and pressure, making people lose their resistance. Okay, next is the second soul skill of the Soul Ring. Its expression is like a child who has received a new toy. This kind of guy should be the one who is still childish. However, just seeing is not enough. What is more important is how to hit. As soon as Chuan Yi learned about the soul skill, he linked this skill with the remote control method of the Dark Gold Yang Dragon Claw. Within 1,000 miles, I can search for targets with the red dragon eyes. 1,000 miles away, I can use them as my eyes and ears to extend my senses to a farther distance. The Laiya King has a very flexible mind and figured out Chuan Yi's meaning at the first time. Of course, the same is true if you want to enter from the outside. The enemy wrapped in the Golden Furnace will enter the furnace space that is completely isolated from the outside space. Except for breaking the furnace wall with an attack that exceeds the strength of the Golden Furnace, there is no escape. Even a control-type soul master like me doesn't have such a domineering control-type soul skill. This is really an enviable skill. Huo Wu did not show such envy when she heard about the Golden Spear of Liu Yin explosion. However, as a control-type soul master, it is inevitable to feel envious when hearing about the effect of the Jinbi furnace. Haha, indeed, before, I never thought that I would acquire control-type skills. However, the tortoise shell furnace talent of the Jinbi Liu Yin turtle is the most important part, and the emergence of such skills is also expected. If there is anything that is unexpected, it is the extraordinary characteristics of soul skills in space. This situation is related to the thunder tribulation that Chuan Yi had experienced before. Especially when forging diamond refined gold, the descending colorful thunder tribulation contains a strong energy of spatial attributes. The dark gold Yang Dragon Claw that swallowed these energies could not have been unaffected. Unconsciously, Chuan Yi has accumulated extremely deep foundations, which may not appear at ordinary times, but at this time, it will suddenly jump out and give people a surprise. After talking about soul rings, it's time to talk about soul bones. The left arm bone of the 100,000-year-old Jinbi Liu Yin has 2 soul bone skills. The first soul bone skill is called Golden Brilliance. When the skill is activated, the left arm will burst into golden brilliance, dispelling all negative effects in the body. Moreover, these lights will turn into a light curtain, forming a powerful defensive barrier. The second soul bone skill is called Spirit Turtle Shedding Shell, which is a recovery soul skill. It has only one effect, that is, all states except soul power are completely restored. All injuries are 100% healed, physical strength, mental strength, completely restored. Although this skill is powerful, it also has great disadvantages. The first is that the soul power consumption is extremely large. It takes 30% of the soul power to activate it once. The second is that it needs to cool down for 24 hours after using it once. Although these two skills are not strong attack soul skills, they can greatly enhance my own survivability and durability. Also, although Chuanyi did not say it, the recovery type soul skills play a very important role in Chuanyi's practice. Among the 4 skills given by the Golden Flame Tortoise, the skill that Chuanyi is most satisfied with is not the others, but this spirit turtle shedding its shell. The blessing of the phoenix's protection on Huowu's practice is obvious to all, and Chuanyi is very envious of it on weekdays. Now there is a skill of complete recovery, which can fully support Chuanyi to practice with higher intensity. Although the age of the spirit ring and soul bone of the Golden Flame Tortoise has not broken through the 200,000 year mark, it has been transformed by Chuanyi in terms of attributes. In terms of power and effect, it is not inferior to 200,000 years. Huowu keenly noticed the excitement shown by Chuanyi when he talked about the spirit turtle shedding its shell. Huowu, who knows Chuanyi, can't help but sigh in her heart. Now, my husband's pace of progress will be accelerated again. Fortunately, after the breakthrough, my practice speed has returned to normal, otherwise, the gap will be widened again. It seems that I can't relax too much after the breakthrough. Chuanyi's pace of progress will not stop, and it is even accelerating. Although Huowu is under pressure, pressure is also a driving force that prompts her to continue to improve. After the explanation, Huowu looked at King Liye. Little lion, wait for me for a year. After a year, I will break through level 80. At that time, I will return. King Liye was shocked when he saw Huowu's eyes full of fighting spirit and confidence. Huowu's current soul power level is level 73. If she wants to break through level 80, she must improve 7 levels a year. On average, she must break through at least 1 level every 2 months. Thinking of Chuanyi's improvement speed, and being promoted to Soul Douluo in 1 year, King Liye felt that Huowu's words were full of persuasion. Well, I'll wait for you. The matter here is over, and it's time for Chuanyi and the other 2 to leave the volcanic islands. After bidding farewell to King Liye, Chuanyi led the Lanyan albatross and the Jinbai Luyan turtle tribes back to the Blue Silver Island. Chapter 481 A New Starting Point. Blue Silver Island, the Western Sea Area. In the empty and vast sea area, a towering and desolate island suddenly emerged. It's more like an island made of rocks than an island. Stone mountain. All over the island, hot magma spewing thick fog can be seen everywhere. These magmas will flow into the sea along the terrain. Cooled by the sea water, the magma will quickly solidify and continuously expand the area of the island. This is the volcanic island formed by the eruption of underground magma guided by Chuanyi a year ago. In 1 year, its area has reached about 5% of the Blue Silver Island. Although the proportion is small, the speed of expansion is extremely rapid. At this moment, Chuanyi is leading Lanyan and the Jinbi clan to the vicinity of the volcanic island. When they can see the outline of the volcanic islands, dozens of rows of black fish fin-like spikes suddenly emerge from the calm sea. Oh, you knew it a long time ago. Chuanyi was a little surprised. At this time, a calm voice came from Huowu beside him. Chuanyi pointed to the island not far away, and then moved his fingertips to the Blue Silver Island in the opposite direction, and said to the 2 tribes behind and above his head, "You can survive in this sea in the future." The speaker was not Huowu, but the Lanyan Wang squatting on Huowu's head with fluffy wavy hair. Of course, the old turtle, the little lion and I have come to visit the sea hyena tribe. If we hadn't seen the current situation of the sea hyena tribe with our own eyes, they and I might not have made up our minds so quickly. The biological resources in the deep sea area are extremely rich, but there is a lack of fire attribute resources. Chuanyi stood on the head of the leading Jinbiluyan turtle and released the dragon's might with the red dragon horn on his head. The dragon's might swept over, and these spikes revealed their true colors. No need to explain, our 2 tribes already understand the situation here. There is enough food here to accommodate your 3 tribes. More importantly, the island's volcanic resources are not inferior to the volcanic islands, which is also very beneficial to your practice. However, this sea area meets these 2 points. Therefore, the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe not only did not feel sad because of being away from their homeland, but became somewhat reluctant to leave. At least, this matter can offset their worries. However, when they found that the sea iguana dragon lizard, which they thought would be weakened by the departure of the Flame Dragon King, was actually living better than before. The hearts of the other three tribes could not have remained unchanged. Areas rich in fire attribute resources lack other marine life. The emergence of volcanic islands has made this sea area an excellent place for fire attribute sea soul beasts to survive. On behalf of the entire tribe, I thank you for opening up a new living space for us. This is the Sea Iguana Dragon Lizard Tribe. After noticing Chuan Yi's dragon power, they burst into chirping and welcomed Chuan Yi's arrival. And more than once. On Chuan Yi's shoulder, there was a golden turtle, which bowed its head to thank Chuan Yi. The departure of the Sea Iguana tribe will inevitably arouse the curiosity of the three tribes. Especially knowing that it was Chuan Yi who detonated the underground volcano and created the volcanic island in the deep sea, Chuan Yi's status in their hearts was infinitely elevated. The ocean volcanic island is their habitat for survival, and Chuan Yi, who can create a volcano out of thin air, is no different from a god. The expectations of individuals and tribes can be realized here, which is the fundamental reason why they finally sacrificed Chuan Yi. Since we have become a family, your survival problem is our survival problem, and we have an obligation to be responsible for your tribe. Besides, with your settlement, the safety of the Blue Silver Island will be greatly increased, which is also a win-win situation. The emergence of the volcanic island can be said to have completely changed Chuan Yi's expectations. The Sea Hyena tribe, and even the other three tribes, have noticed the future development trend of the volcanic island. Compared with the original volcanic archipelago, the environment here is obviously more suitable for their development. This makes them more willing to live in this area. Chuan Yi is of course happy to see this change. If the three tribes can be led to the island, they can also benefit from it. Just like the relationship between Xiaobai's demon soul Great White Shark clan and the Sea God Island forces, humans and soul beasts can also coexist peacefully and help each other. When the seabed of Blue Silver Island is covered with large areas of blue-silver seaweed again, it will inevitably breed abundant biological resources again. By then, it is likely to attract more sea soul beasts. This may cause safety hazards in the waters around the island, but if three tribes can take on the responsibility of protecting the island, the danger will increase significantly. The potential danger of Blue Silver Island has become a new opportunity under Chuan Yi's transformation. And Chuan Yi and the Chuan family also cleverly seized this opportunity. After settling the two tribes, Chuan Yi rode the Red Dragon and rushed to Blue Silver Island. Looking down from the sky, more than half of the land is covered with lush vegetation. The barren land at the beginning has regained its vitality with the efforts of countless people. According to Chuan Li's explanation, the grain output of the Chuan family last year not only met the self-sufficiency of 200,000 people, but also had a large surplus. This is the first year's output. This year, they have more cultivated areas and more varieties. In addition to food, there are also various cash crops. Based on the growth of crops, this year may be another bumper year. This is only the agricultural level. In terms of industry, Blue Silver Island has excavated the first batch of iron ore and started to be self-sufficient in industry. This year, the Chuan family began to transport the blacksmiths of Hanhai City to Blue Silver Island in batches. Secret equipment such as mechanical farm tools, steel ships, weapons, and equipment have also begun to be produced on Blue Silver Island. This not only greatly reduces the risk of leaks, but also reduces production costs. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Up to now, the power of the Chuan family has exceeded the normal concept of a family. However, they still keep a low profile and quietly accumulate strength. Starting this year, the bases added by the Chuan family in the Xingluo Empire have begun to absorb the population of the Xingluo Empire. A few years later, the number of people that the Chuan family can control will double. And this population is far from the limit for the Chuan family. Although the low-key Chuan family cannot achieve faster expansion, there are also advantages to being slow. At least, they can truly control the existing population and steadily improve the people's recognition of the Chuan family. Not to mention anything else, such a large area of food alone is enough to stabilize the people's hearts, and the Chuan family's distribution system is fairer than the existing system in Douluo continent. In the future, when everyone adapts to the leadership of the Chuan family, they will burst out with more vigorous vitality. At this moment, the Blue Silver Island is still a weak flame, but when the time is right, a spark can also start a prairie fire. Chuan Yi looked down at the ground from a high altitude, and his heroic spirit was born. This is a new starting point for our Chuan family, and it will also be a new starting point for the whole world in the future. After these words came out, Huo Wu, Chuan Li, and many souls were infected by Chuan Yi's high spirits, but at this moment they could not fully understand the deep meaning of this sentence. Chapter 482 Return to Shuo Academy. Outside the city of Saucy, Shuo Advanced Soul Master Academy. The avenue leading from the town to the academy was filled with crisp bells. Boys and girls wearing loose golden and red school uniforms rode bicycles of various shapes and galloped freely on the avenue. Several years have passed, and Saucy City, as the origin of bicycles, is full of various bicycles in every corner of the road. From high-end bicycles priced at tens of thousands of gold soul coins to civilian bicycles priced at less than 1 gold soul coin, even the same bicycles have very different prices. And the road leading to Shuo Academy is full of Chuan family bicycles that are rarely seen at ordinary times. Those who can take out 10,000 gold soul coins to buy Chuan family bicycles are either rich or noble, but they can often be seen on this road. No, to be more precise, almost all students are riding Chuan family bicycles. If you look closely, you can notice that some bicycles are different from those on the market. Their bodies are equipped with gold and red fire patterns, which is a symbol exclusive to Shuo Academy. During school, every student can borrow a bicycle distributed by the academy, which has almost become the standard for Shuo students. However, Chuan Yi was occupied by other things at this time. Chuan Yi immediately answered with certainty, "I will ask my uncle for permission." When these two people walk together, they will attract the attention of others at any time. Among them, the beautiful woman with flowing wavy red hair and a curvy figure instantly attracted the attention of all students, whether they were boys or girls. I don't know how everyone has been doing these years. The cultivation should have improved a lot. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu didn't care about the surrounding eyes at all, and were completely immersed in their own world. Huo Wu noticed that Chuan Yi was absent-minded, and teased him, "Oh, our brave Chuan warriors will also be afraid one day." However, next to a galloping team, a pair of tall young men and women walked hand in hand. The soul ring attribute amplification of more than 500,000 years, 4 precious soul bones, and the body created by the flesh and blood and sweat of countless soul beasts are not something that Chuan Yi can completely cover up. This woman is Huo Wu. She is 19 years old this year, and her immaturity has begun to decrease. Her face has become more mature and charming. Chuan Yi forced a smile and said, "Well, when I think about meeting my uncle, I feel a little unsure." Huo Wu asked. "This feeling is like the blood suppression of soul beasts or beast soul masters. This man is Chuan Yi. Now you should know how I felt at that time." If it were normal, Huo Wu's appearance would definitely attract this group of bloody students, but the mighty man standing next to Huo Wu directly stopped outsiders from approaching. Seeing Chuan Yi's firm eyes, Huo Wu smiled and leaned on Chuan Yi's shoulder intimately, and replied, "Isn't the answer already out? Then what will you do if my father disagrees?" Huo Wu expressed her thoughts about the team members to Chuan Yi in an expectant tone. Without looking at other things, Chuan Yi reached the top of the entire continent with his body alone. Although there is no special momentum emanating, just looking at the flesh will give people a pure life suppression. Chuan Yi's expression was stunned, and the uneasiness in his heart suddenly dissipated. He held Huo Wu's hand tightly and strode towards the academy. Dean's office. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu met Huo Wu's yet as they wished. However, the atmosphere of the reunion was not as good as expected. "Haha, I didn't expect that you have come to this point after only a few years of training outside. If I give you a little more time, I will have a grandson, haha." Chuan Yi sat upright, his whole body soaked with cold sweat without knowing it. Huo Wu's words mixed with laughter concealed a cold chill. Huo Wu sat aside, with a helpless expression. He wanted to help, but was forced back by Huo Wuxi's unprecedented stern look. "Uncle, please rest assured. I am serious about Xiao Wu. Please marry your daughter to me." Chuan Yi bowed his head solemnly and asked. He looked down at his feet, waiting for a reply for too long. Huo Wuxi looked at Chuan Yi with a serious expression. He had seen Chuan Yi grow up, especially during the training period in the academy, where they often shared family dinners. The number of times they met was second only to Chuan Yi's biological parents. As for whether he recognized Chuan Yi, the answer was of course yes. However, as a father, when he thought of his little cotton jacket being stolen like this, he felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. However, when Huo Wuxi saw the ruby ring on Huo Wu's left hand and the happiness she naturally showed when she looked at Chuan Yi, his anger was replaced by a helpless sigh. "I really can't do anything to you. Look up, Xiao Ai. I agree. Quinyi looked up at Huo Wuxi in surprise, and Huo Wu was even more delighted and said, "Thank you, Dad. I knew Dad was the best." Quinyi also hurriedly echoed, "Thank you, Uncle." Huo Wuxi groaned in dissatisfaction, still calling Uncle. Quinyi immediately reacted, "Father. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you do something to let Xiaohu down in the future, I won't let you go easily." Huo Wuxi's expression was solemn, and there was no intention of joking at all. Quinyi nodded seriously in response, without any contempt for the difference in strength. "Okay, Xiaohu and Xiao, I will go home tonight, and we will have a good talk then. Now, you two should go and see your brother first. They have been working hard for the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition in the near future." With the recognition of Huo Wuxi, Quinyi has overcome the biggest obstacle. After bidding farewell to Huo Wuxi temporarily, Chuanyi and Huo Wu walked out of the dean's office. As soon as they walked out of the door, Chuanyi breathed a sigh of relief. Huo Wu was ecstatic and hugged Chuanyi and kissed him wildly. Then, she coquettishly whispered, "You performed well today. When everything is settled, I will reward you well." The reward Huo Wu mentioned was not a material reward. Looking at Huo Wu's slightly tempting expression, Chuanyi's heart was burning. If it wasn't the wrong time, Chuanyi would definitely kill Huo Wu on the spot. He suppressed his anger, flicked Huo Wu's forehead, and said, "You don't even look at where this is. Let's go and see everyone first." In the training ground, the members of the Blazing Fire team are preparing intensively for the All-Continent Soul Master competition. The team members have lost their childishness and become strong young men. However, compared with their appearance, the changes in strength are more eye-catching. The soul power level of the Fire Crane Martial Soul, the twin brothers, Huoyun and Huoyu, has reached level 44. Fire Leopard Martial Soul, Lin Meng, soul power level 43. Mars Martial Soul, Ling Yun, Wang Xing, just broke through Soul Sect this year, soul power level 41. Finally, Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus Martial Soul, Huo Wushuan, soul power level 47. Including 2 auxiliary systems, all members of the Blazing Fire team have exceeded level 40. Chapter 483, The Heart of Dragon and Phoenix helps practice. Huo Wushuan is 3 years older than Huo Wu, and the other members are about the same age as him. To reach such a level of cultivation at the age of just over 20, of course, there is hard training on weekdays, but also part of it is due to taking whale glue. In the training ground, the 5 people were divided into 2 teams for combat training. One team is Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus and Mars. The other team is 2 fire cranes, a fire leopard, and a Mars. Huo Wushuan fought 3 people alone, and the dragon roars were mixed with the sound of explosions. The terrifying power pressured the opponent to support. With the Soul Sect level Mars Martial Soul Amplification, Huo Wushuan's strength reached the Soul King level. In theory, with the advantage in numbers, Huoyu and Huoyun should have one person cut into the back row and attack the auxiliary Soul Master first. However, once separated, the remaining 2 could not resist Huo Wushuan's strong attack, and there was a risk of casualties if they were not careful. Huo Wushuan immediately stopped and calmed his chest, which was heaving violently. What's more hateful is that the twins, Huoyun and Huoyu, wandered on both sides and could not pose an effective threat. It's like an iron rod against 3 copper rods. Although they are made of the same metal, there is a more obvious difference in hardness. After Huoyun and Huoyu landed, they expressed their dissatisfaction to Lin Meng. Lin Meng angrily scolded, "It's because you 2 are not strong enough. What are you doing wandering around on both sides? Are you scratching? Besides, if I am not a strong attack system, can you beat the boss?" However, even so, Huo Wushuan's level and martial spirit have a great advantage. "Admit defeat, we admit defeat, boss, don't fight." Huo Wushuan said bitterly, "Sometimes a big gap will cause problems." Finally, under Huo Wuxi's fierce attack, the 3 retreated step by step. "Hey!" Huoyun was a little confused, "Can't play, why?" Huoyun scratched his head, turned to Huo Wushuan and said, "Boss, I know the competition is coming, but you don't have to fight so hard, right? Anyway, Xiao I and Xiao will be back soon, and the 2 of them are enough to sweep everything." Compared to rash actions, the 3-man siege is obviously the safest way. Fighting 3 people alone is actually a big burden for him. As a strong attack type, Lin Meng stood at the forefront of the direct confrontation. The attack received is also the strongest. When the time comes, we will have to take the lead. Our task is not easy. Hey, Menzi, we didn't agree, why did you admit defeat? Besides, even if they come back, they may not be able to play. Huo Wushuan adjusted his breathing and replied, training is your own business, don't get into the habit of dependence. This makes him have to bear most of the attacks. After being confronted by Lin Meng, the two brothers looked a little embarrassed. There is no way, the boss is too strong, and the fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries makes us unable to approach rashly. The pain that penetrated the skin and reached deep into the flesh made Lin Meng miserable. Can you imagine what kind of sensation they would cause when they went on the field? Everyone was speechless and fell into deep thought at the same time. At this time, a voice suddenly came into everyone's ears. Don't worry about this, we have already planned for this matter. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man and a woman appear behind them. They were surprised at first, and then, after a brief confusion, their faces were covered with surprise. Xiao Wu, Xiao Yi. Huo Wushuan was the first to react. He happily walked up and hugged Huo Wu and Chuan Yi. After hugging, he patted Chuan Yi's shoulder with great joy and sighed, I haven't seen you for a few years, and your figure has become more exaggerated. Brother Wushuan, long time no see, everyone has grown a lot more than before. Everyone gathered together to share the joy of reunion. After everyone calmed down a little, Huoyun asked, by the way, Xiao Yi, what exactly did you mean by that sentence just now? Is it really as the boss said, sister, I'm so lonely? Chuan Yi smiled and shook his head and said, no, the opportunity is rare, of course we have to participate. It's just that we need to hide a little when we appear, and there is no need to worry about Xiao Wu in this regard. Hide? Do you mean to use Huo Wu's simulation skills to cover up the real situation? But this is a grand event that people from all over the continent will come to watch. Xiao Wu, you. Huo Wushuan looked at Huo Wu halfway, trying to get the answer from her face. Huo Wu lived up to expectations and smiled confidently, there may not be many people in the entire continent who can see through my skills. This. Everyone present knew the effect of Huo Wu's skills. Huo Wu said this, which meant that her mental power had reached a level that they could not reach. You two guys, what realm have you cultivated to in these years? The last time Huo Wushuan saw Huo Wu was when she had just broken through level 60. They had no idea about the current situation. You will know. After meeting with the team members, a family dinner was held at the Huo family in the evening. That night, Chuan Yi and the Huo family undoubtedly had a deeper connection. In addition to deepening their feelings, they also had a sincere discussion on many things. From the next day, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu returned to their long-lost college life. The cabin in the woods. The clear lake still lies quietly in the center of the woods. The Blazing Academy has always reserved this space for the two of them, and regularly sends people to clean it. This allows them to live directly in the house. In the morning, the two sat cross-legged, raised their arms, and pressed their palms together. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu sat on the big bed and kept this action for a while. If you look carefully, the two people's breath blends, and the body emits a rose-red halo. The light of this soul power flickers, as if breathing. More importantly, the heart of the dragon and phoenix worn on the left hand also emits a faint 7-color fluorescence. From the dragon and phoenix in the heart, there is a suction force that attracts the fire element, but this suction force is not strong, and it is even very weak. However, after this weak fire element enters the plump ruby, it is repeatedly amplified by the internal refraction structure, and then flows into Chuan Yi's body through the phoenix pattern part. The fire element energy amplified 99 times even exceeds the extreme heat of the blazing Yang Chuan. Such a fire element, just a trace, is enough to burn the internal organs and bones of a titled Douluo, even if he is a titled Douluo of fire attribute. However, Chuan Yi has the fire immune attribute, and high temperature is meaningless to him. Extremely high purity the super fire element poured into the body, not only speeding up the speed of cultivation, but also improving the fire attribute of the martial soul. You should know that the ultimate fire is already at the top of all fire attribute soul masters. In this state, it is extremely difficult to go further even at the bottom of the blazing sun spring. However, under the reverse amplification of the heart of dragon and phoenix, the ultimate fire also began to move towards a higher realm. With Huo Wu's physique, she could not fully withstand the highest level of amplification, but through the filtration of Chuan Yi and the fusion of soul power, she could also enjoy the super-fast cultivation improvement. Chapter 484 The Crisis of the Blacksmith Association. It has been less than a month since the absorption of the soul ring, but with the blessing of the heart of dragon and phoenix, the soul power level has shown signs of a breakthrough. This is actually the reason why Huo Wu dared to make a one-year appointment with King Liyi. Having the heart of dragon and phoenix is equivalent to carrying a movable blazing sun spring, and it is even higher than it. This completely freed the two from the cultivation environment. As long as the two hold their hands tightly, they can enter the best state of cultivation at any time. There are still 3 months before the all-continental elite competition. According to the current trend, both of them can upgrade 2 levels based on the current level. As for Chuan Yi's body training, he can use the power of the volcanic field to dive deep underground and transform the rock layer into high-pressure magma to replace water pressure. For Chuan Yi, magma is no different from Yang Chuan. The only thing that is not convenient in the academy is forging. However, the purification technology mastered by Chuan Yi pays more attention to the connection with metal. Originally, this letter should have been sent directly to Hanhai City by the person in charge of receiving the letter. If his forging technique is proven to be replicable by outsiders, it means that the Chuan family will have a technology more important than the soul guide skill. After finishing the soul power training, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu separated to practice separately. Even if they return to the academy, their lives will not change much. It was a letter from Zhengzhen City. In addition to his decades of forging experience, he has long been on the verge of crossing the next level. Although he has not yet fully mastered the soul-infusing technique, it is only a matter of time. Just when Chuan Yi thought that such days would continue until the opening of the competition, he did not expect that within a month, a piece of news disrupted Chuan Yi's practice arrangement. However, because the person in charge happened to be Kuan, and he happened to know that Chuan Yi was in Shuo Academy, he directly delivered the letter to him. Chuan Yi did not need to say much, he only needed to fully demonstrate the whole process of soul infusing in front of Lu Gao, and the profound experience accumulated by Lu Gao immediately turned into nutrients to nourish his own fruits. It is said that among the 3 existing divine craftsmen, Lu Gao is the weakest in metal purification. The movement of the thunder tribulation was too loud. Fortunately, Chuan Yi went home this time and exchanged the knowledge and formula about alloys from Lu Gao. This is because Lu Gao's cultivation and strength are the weakest. In today's forging world, strength plays a more important role in metal purification. Of course, in exchange, Chuan Yi taught Lu Gao the soul-infusing method he mastered. When Chuan Yi opened the letter and read it carefully, he immediately understood why Chuan Ying handed it to him. There is a big difference between skills that can be inherited and skills that cannot be inherited. During this period of time, he can learn knowledge in this area and consolidate his forging skills. This matter is of great significance to Chuan Yi, which means that his forging techniques can be replicated on others. In this sense, the profession of blacksmith has become more important in Chuan Yi's heart. In this regard, Lu Gao, who is careful and skillful, can more easily master Chuan Yi's forging techniques. Time also passed bit by bit in the quiet practice. It's rare to see you so solemn. The content of this letter doesn't seem simple. What happened? Huo Wu happened to be sitting opposite Chuan Yi when he was reading the letter, so she clearly saw Chuan Yi's slightly solemn expression. Chuan Yi handed the letter to Huo Wu and explained, the letter was written by Si Long, the current president of the Blacksmith Association of Zhengzhen City, to Lu Gao. To be more precise, it was a letter for help to our Chuan family. From the content of the letter, it seems that the Blacksmith Association is being suppressed by the Wuhan Main Hall in Zhengzhen City. Hey? These 2 organizations are not on the same level at all. Why would the Wuhan Hall suppress the Blacksmith Association for no reason? Before Huo Wu had time to read it, Chuan Yi attracted her attention. Chuan Yi sighed, what else could it be? Of course it's because of profit. Over the years, the Blacksmith Association has made huge profits in the Xingluo Empire by producing high-quality bicycles second only to our Chuan family. The bishop of the Wuhan Hall has set his sights on the profits of the Blacksmith Association, and wants to use the power of the Wuhan Hall and its own military force to force it to merge into his own. With the other party's undisguised greedy nature, Silong must be aware that after being merged, the entire Blacksmith Association will be used as a production tool to be exploited. At this time, Huo Wu read the contents of the letter at a glance. Pa! Huo Wu slapped the table with her hand, and a chill emerged from her phoenix eyes. To think that the Wuhan Hall is going too far in wanting to annex the entire Blacksmith Association in such a rough way. The Blacksmith Association has a close relationship with the Chuan family, and the former president Lu Gao is still their man. Besides, up to now, the Chuan family still purchases cheap metals from the Blacksmith Association. If there is a problem with the Blacksmith Association, they will also be affected to a certain extent. It seems that we must go to Zhengzhen City. I will go too. After hearing this, Huo Wu immediately raised her hand to answer. When she answered, there was a hint of excitement on her face. Although the Blacksmith Association is important, she actually smelled more of the taste of adventure from this matter. Chuan Yi, who is most familiar with Huo Wu, laughed dumbly after seeing the change in Huo Wu's expression. He tapped Huo Wu's forehead lightly and scolded with a smile, "Be serious, we are not going there for fun." I know, I am serious. However, this is my first time to the Douluo Empire. Husband, do you think we should wear new clothes?" The attitude of admitting mistakes only lasted for a moment, and Huo Wu exposed her true intentions. Chuan Yi sighed helplessly, and finally said lovingly, "Let's go. We haven't had time to go shopping in the past few years. Let's take this opportunity to buy more new clothes." That day, the two went to Sauce City for a long-awaited date shopping. The store that Huo Wu often went to had a lot of new products during this period, and they were all in suitable sizes. As long as Huo Wu was satisfied, Chuan Yi would buy them all. Huo Wu happened to have enough storage space, so it was reasonable to stock up more clothes. While dating, Chuan Yi did not forget the business. Finally, he came to the boutique and met Chuan Ying. After Chuan Yi explained his instructions, he obtained the Douluo Empire map and the various locations of the Chuan family in the Douluo Empire from Chuan Ying. When Chuan Yi learned about the crisis of the Blacksmith Association, he saw an opportunity in it. To seize this opportunity, these information may become an important factor. After understanding the required information, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu returned to the academy. The next day, after asking for leave, the two flew south and went to the Douluo Empire together. Zhengzhen City is located in the southwest of the Douluo Empire, and is also some distance away from the southern end of Sauce City. But under the straight flight of the Red Dragon, it arrived at Zhengzhen City in the morning. Chapter 485, Fiery Fire and Oil. Looking down from the sky, a huge iron-grey city came into view. This is the famous metal capital Zhengzhen City. The color of the city wall is like a steel wall made of metal. The wind blew through her hair, and Huo Wu lowered her head and sighed. Indeed, even though there was still a certain distance from the ground, the rich metallic smell made Chuan Yi feel relaxed and happy. In terms of scale, Zhengzhen City is in the middle and lower levels among all the main cities. Compared with the capital of the kingdom, Sauce City, Zhengzhen City is undoubtedly very ordinary. From this, we can get a glimpse of the status of blacksmiths on the continent. Chuan Yi's pupils flashed with golden light, and the red dragon pupil quickly scanned the entire city from a high altitude. Under the gaze of the perspective, energy light groups of different colors emerged in various parts of the town. The number of soul masters in Zhengzhen City is more than that of towns of the same level, and the distribution pattern is clearly visible. One part is the Wuhan Hall force centered on the Wuhan Main Hall, one part is the official Soul Master Force, and the last part is the Soul Master Force centered on the Blacksmith Association. The location of the Blacksmith Association is very conspicuous, and there is a building with a very large area in the center of Zhengzhen City. Walking into the first floor, Chuan Yi saw a lively trading scene. Among them, there is a Soul Master group headed by the Soul Emperor inside the Wuhan Hall, with a number of about 40, but the overall quality is good. However, the Soul Saint of the Blacksmith Association is a production-type Soul Master, and is the weakest of the three forces in terms of combat power. Finally, there are also a certain number of Soul Masters inside the Blacksmith Association, and the number of Soul Saints is greater than that of the official forces. The official has the largest number of Soul Master forces, but they are scattered in every corner of the city. The inside of the association is divided into 5 floors, and the bottom 2 floors are trading areas, where blacksmiths' works and metals can be traded freely. The pink color spread from Huo Wu's body, and the red dragon began to disappear out of thin air. This is also the fundamental reason why they can only ask the Chuan family for help. Under the cover of Huo Wu, the red dragon landed directly on the building and walked into the Blacksmith Association in a swagger. And the center of the crowd was the neatly arranged bicycle booth. It turns out that this group of people came to buy bicycles. The crowded crowd blocked the two people's progress. Chuan Yi also noticed this, but there was no joy on his face. "Wife, help me hide, we will sneak in directly from the air." Huo Wu has a slender figure and a high head. The crowded crowd cannot block her sight. She understands the current situation from a distance. Huo Wu was shocked by the heat in the venue. She thought that the Blacksmith Association in crisis would become deserted, but the situation in front of the two was the opposite. Wow, it's so lively, the situation here is completely different from what I imagined. She curiously glanced at the spacious space without walls, and she found that most of the people gathered in a specific place. After determining the distribution of forces, Chuan Yi became clear. Okay. It's really a scene of raging fire and oil boiling. Let's go to see President Silong first. They flew directly over the heads of the crowd and headed for the tall building. The third floor is the blacksmith registration assessment area, and the fourth floor is the auction area. Different from the trading area below, only particularly valuable or rare forged items will be auctioned here. Because of this, 2 Soul Saint level strongmen were arranged to guard the staircase leading from the third floor to the fourth floor. Entering the third and fourth floors, the environment became much quieter. After stepping over the guards, the two came to the staircase on the fourth floor unimpeded. However, there was no guard between the fourth and fifth floors, only an alloy door. This metal door has no handle, and can only be opened by knocking on the surface in a specific way and unlocking the internal mechanism. Huo Wu saw that the stairs were blocked and asked with a headache. What should I do? Do I have to melt it through? It's not easy to build a door like this, so don't let them break it. Don't worry, I know how to deal with it. For this kind of metal door, Chuan Yi is very familiar with it, and the building is also tall. A similar metal door was built in Hanhai City. Although Chuan Yi knew the principle of the metal door, he did not know the specific password of this door. However, this does not mean that Chuan Yi can't do anything about it. He walked forward slowly, put his palm on the smooth metal surface, and then gently closed his eyes. Then, Chuan Yi tapped the ground with his left foot, and the next moment, a holographic scene constructed by waves appeared in Chuan Yi's mind. The vibration perception allowed Chuan Yi to detect all the structures inside the metal in an instant. Knowing the structure and principle, it became extremely easy to unlock the internal mechanism. He opened his eyes, tapped his fingers quickly 36 times, and the heavy door began to slowly open, revealing the passage to the upper floors. Chuan Yi turned around and looked back at Huo Wu, and said with some pride, "Let's go, this problem is not difficult for me." Huo Wu's eyes lit up, and she was impressed by Chuan Yi's dazzling operation. She immediately gave a thumbs up and praised Chuan Yi, "Great." Huo Wu's praise made Chuan Yi happy. He took Huo Wu's hand and walked up to the fifth floor happily. As soon as they entered the fifth floor, the two were attracted by the clanging sound of iron. The fifth floor is a casting area specially set up for high-level blacksmiths. There are a total of 36 casting rooms on the entire fifth floor, from outside to inside, and they are all closed rooms. Chuan Yi extended his spiritual perception and locked Si Long's location in an instant. That was the innermost casting room number 1. When the two walked into the house, they saw Si Long with a sad face at first sight. "President Si Long, what are you worried about?" A sound suddenly came from the closed space, which completely frightened Si Long, who was in deep thought. "Who is it?" Si Long got up in shock to check, but when he saw 2 tall figures standing at the door, the expression on his face changed from surprise to joy. "Master Chuan, Miss Huo. You came so quickly. I knew everything the day the letter reached Sa City. To avoid any accidents, we came here the next day. We have read the letter, but the president needs to tell us the details. Only by understanding the current situation can we make a decision." Chuan Yi went straight to the point and wanted to get more accurate information from Silong. However, Silong's face became embarrassed again after hearing Chuan Yi's explanation. He asked bitterly, "Master Chuan, although I am very grateful that you two came to Zhengzhen City, your strength alone cannot solve the current situation. We are being closely watched by the Spirit Hall at the moment. If they know your existence, it is very likely to cause great trouble to you." What Silong expected was Chuan Li, or Chuan Yu, because only strong people of their level could solve the current crisis. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu understood Silong's disappointment, and Huo Wu was furious. "Who are you looking down on?" A strong aura burst out from Huo Wu's body. Chapter 486 Migration Plan. This aura fell on Silong and bent his back directly. Silong's cultivation reached the Soul Saint realm. Although he had no attack power like a food-type Soul Master, the basic attributes of the Soul Saint were there. He never thought that without soul power, a trace of aura would make him unable to resist. He looked at Huo Wu with fear. Just then, Chuan Yi raised his hand to eliminate Huo Wu's influence on Silong. Wife, don't be impulsive. Huo Wu snorted at Silong, and then retracted the terrifying aura. Chuan Yi comforted him, President Silong, since we came here alone, it means we are confident enough. Don't worry, the two of us are enough to solve this crisis. Now, can you tell us in detail the whole story? Silong barely straightened his trembling body and answered Chuan Yi's question respectfully. However, Chuan Yi's calm face made it impossible for him to see any emotion. After waiting for a moment, Chuan kept looking at Silong and asked, I already know the reason for the incident, but I have a few questions for President Silong. This year, he began to frequently go in and out of the auction house of the Blacksmith Association, using the power of the Spirit Hall to maliciously lower the price and hinder our normal operation. In recent years, due to the promotion of bicycles on the mainland, our Blacksmith Association has burst into new vitality. However, this year, the development of the Blacksmith Association has attracted the attention of Miles, the Bishop of the Spirit Hall of Zhengzhen City. Silong hesitated to speak and could not answer. After all, with her strength, it would be an unbearable burden for Silong to really burst out with all her might. And as time went on, his suppression became more and more serious. In order to resist this situation, he had to send a letter for help to the Chuan family. Chuan Yi's eyes were extremely sharp, and he was not as calm as when they first met, which made Silong's heart tighten. Please speak. This man is greedy by nature. He had intended to annex the Blacksmith Association a long time ago, but before that, his intention was not very obvious. Chuan Yi saw that he could not answer, so he continued to ask, if our Chuan family helps, can the Blacksmith Association give back enough benefits? However, after seeing that the Blacksmith Association earned more profits, his actions began to become blatant. To be honest, we sent the letter to use the power of the Chuan family to stop the invasion of the Spirit Hall on us. Chuan Yi did not blame Huo Wu, because she just looked hot-tempered and always knew what to do. As soon as Chuan Yi said this, the forging room fell into a deathly silence. Si Long looked at Chuan Yi with hope. I wonder if young Master Chuan can help. First of all, I want to ask President Si Long if he knows that the Chuan family's help to the Blacksmith Association is forcing us to go to the opposite side of the Spirit Hall. He can still stand, all because Huo Wu stopped. Under her control, he can vent his anger and dispel Si Long's contempt for them. Please don't blame me for being unkind. To be honest, the Blacksmith Association does not have the value for us to choose to fight against the Spirit Hall. Although Master Lu has a close relationship with us, this is not a reason for us to take action. This sentence can be said to have completely shattered Si Long's inner fantasy. His face turned pale, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I am too naive. I'm sorry that my immaturity almost dragged down the Chuan family. Si Long is not stupid, but the external pressure makes him have no time to think about deeper things, so he inevitably panics when making decisions. Chuan Yi saw Si Long's sincere attitude and his tone became a little softer. President Si Long, let me explain my opinion to you. The current Blacksmith Association is like a child holding gold. Unlike our Chuan family, you don't have the power to protect this wealth. Even if I solve this Miles, the next Miles will soon appear. Before you completely solve the problem of strength, the more you develop, the more jackals and tigers you will attract. Si Long's vague feelings were fully presented in front of Chuan Yi, making him flustered. Is there no way out? Si Long asked unwillingly. Chuan Yi sighed and replied, although this is suspected of taking advantage of others' misfortune, if the Blacksmith Association is willing to join the Chuan family, we can protect you from the oppression of the Spirit Hall. Our Chuan family attaches great importance to blacksmiths. If you join the Chuan family, we can provide better treatment than now. As Master Lu's apprentice, you should know this best. At this time, Chuan Yi no longer concealed his true purpose. Like the Spirit Hall, he also hopes to merge the Blacksmith Association. In his hands, these blacksmiths can burst out greater energy. Instead of letting them be swallowed up by the Spirit Hall, it is better to let the Chuan family take over. Their Chuan family already lacks enough craftsmen. With the joining of the Blacksmith Association, their development speed will be further improved. Chuan Yi had similar ideas a long time ago, but because of his practice, he did not put his ideas into practice. But the crisis of the Blacksmith Association itself made Chuan Yi regain his ideas. Silong's expression was slightly dull. Just when Chuan Yi thought he would show resistance, the result was beyond Chuan Yi's expectations. I join. Abnormally decisive, without the slightest hesitation. What? This made Chuan Yi fall into a state of confusion. I saw Silong's pale face quickly warm up, and his condition recovered visibly. He walked up to Chuan Yi excitedly and said excitedly. Really? Is the Chuan family willing to accept us? Silong got too close, and Chuan Yi was a little uncomfortable. Don't you have any objections? How could it be? There is no other family in the whole continent that treats and values blacksmiths so well. To be honest, if it weren't for the position of the president of the Blacksmith Association, I would have thought about joining the Chuan family. There are also many blacksmiths who want to join the association. However, I really didn't expect that young Master Chuan would want to take over the entire Blacksmith Association. Wouldn't this be a burden to the Chuan family? As a blacksmith, Silong envied Lu Gao very much for being able to do research in the Chuan family. If it weren't for his duties, he would have wanted to put aside this burden and focus on forging. Chuan Yi saw that Silong didn't seem to be lying, and he realized at this time that their Chuan family was more attractive to blacksmiths than he had imagined. How can it be a burden? We are currently lacking a large number of excellent blacksmiths. If we can have a sister recruit Yu Mao, it would certainly be the best thing for us. Chuan Yi's goal was achieved in a way that Chuan Yi had not expected. Chuan Yi and Silong, who secretly coveted each other, hit it off immediately. After the merger was confirmed, the two started the next action plan. After the discussion, they set the overall goal of relocating the association. At this stage, it is not in their interest to conflict with the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the best way is to stay away from the place of right and wrong. In the short term, it may cause various unrest, but in the long run, it is more conducive to the peaceful development of both sides. Chapter 487 disappeared overnight? Before starting, I want to confirm one thing, that is, whether the president can represent the will of the entire Blacksmith Association. It is not an easy thing to move away from the entire Blacksmith Association. First of all, the will of all members of the association must be resolved. The association is composed of a complex group of people, including blacksmiths, metal purchasing personnel, and sales personnel. It is actually impossible to unify the ideas of so many people. From the hot scenes in the lower level, most people in the association do not seem to realize the arrival of the crisis. In this case, proposing a migration will directly affect their interests. Silong should also be aware of this matter, but since he agreeing with Chuan Yi, I think he has some ideas, so Chuan Yi wants to listen to his opinions first. Silong calmed down from his excitement and began to think about reality. After a while, he replied, the Blacksmith Association is a voluntary organization. Even if I am the president, I cannot force all members to migrate. However, the most essential part of this association is the blacksmith. As long as we grasp this core, the other parts are not a concern. But the problem now is that this takes time, and I don't know if the Spirit Hall will give us this time. The combination of kindness and force made his mood fluctuate greatly, but this made him more convinced of Chuan Yi. Looking at the building in front of him that was more gorgeous than the city lord's mansion, Chuan Yi once again confirmed the status of the Spirit Hall on the mainland. In the main hall, Bishop Miles was conspiring with his men to do something that was not up to standard. Of course, in exchange, I can represent the Chuan family and provide superior conditions to the blacksmiths who agreed to migrate. A dark gold dragon coiled on Huo Wu's shoulder. After she finished speaking, their figures disappeared from Chuan Yi's eyes. Huo Wu smiled lightly and replied confidently, "Don't worry, with me here, they can't make any waves. Don't worry about the matter of the Spirit Hall. We will take action to solve it. I hope you can start to persuade the blacksmiths immediately." Suspended in the air, Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu beside him and said, "Wife, they will be handed over to you." Silong's words were true. In recent years, Quan's bicycles have expanded to other cities, and the number of stores has increased, which means an increase in production. Chuan Yi showed maturity and calmness, which was completely unlike that of young people of the same age. Now, in the minds of a group of blacksmiths, the attraction of the Chuan family is even greater than that of the Blacksmith Association. After listening to Silong's insights, Chuan Yi also had a greater grasp of the matter. With the guarantee of the young master, I am more confident. On the other side, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu came to the main Spirit Hall of Zhengzhen City. Master the most advanced production technology and have the sales ability to match it. Silong smiled and looked at Kun Yi with brighter eyes. Any ambitious blacksmith would have noticed the Chuan family. That afternoon, Silong summoned the blacksmiths of the association. Kunyi has always been generous to his own people, and he can't let Silong persuade without any evidence. I have full confidence in convincing most blacksmiths. My Lord Bishop, we have investigated the income of the Blacksmith Association. It has skyrocketed dozens of times in the past few years, and there is no sign of stopping this trend. After hearing this, Miles' eyes showed undisguised greed. These useless blacksmiths will have a chance to turn things around. However, no matter how good their business is, they are just a group of blacksmiths, a low-level profession serving the most noble soul masters. They can't grasp such wealth, so it's better to join the Spirit Hall as soon as possible. Miles's supremacy of soul masters is actually the consensus of the entire Douluo continent, but his thoughts are more extreme than others. This arrogant thought has fueled his inner greed. Sir, according to our test, the soul saints of this blacksmith association are weapon soul masters without combat power, and they can't pose a threat to us at all. If we can be tougher, we can completely swallow up the entire blacksmith association. The subordinate who reported the matter had a treacherous face, and he was completely the same as him. Okay, let's not waste time. If we let them become powerful, we will be in trouble. Tonight, you will disguise yourself as bandits and break into the Blacksmith Association to steal property. I heard that these guys will auction more than a dozen Soul King level bicycles next week. Although they are not from the Chuan family, the quality is not bad. We can just snatch them for us to ride. Miles's face was in sharp contrast with the sacred main hall. At this time, Huo Wu, who was sitting on the sofa beside her, drank a sip of warm tea elegantly and glanced at the two people who were talking with disgust. I really don't want to be in the same space with you. If it weren't for my husband's prohibition, I really want these bandits to disappear directly. Huo Wu put down the teacup and waved her hand to shoot pink flames from her feet, quickly covering the two people in the room. Moreover, the flames did not stop. It spread to the entire Wuhan main hall at a very fast speed, controlling everyone in the hall. Of course, the peach illusion fire is invisible and colorless in the eyes of the outside world, and the entire Wuhan hall is the same as always. After doing all this, Huo Wu said to the dragon head on her shoulder, "Control has been completed, you can act with confidence." The moment Huo Wu spoke, Chuan Yi learned the information through perception sharing. With Huo Wu's words, Chuan Yi could perform with confidence. The next day, the top leaders of the Blacksmith Association reached a consensus and decided to relocate. The Spirit Hall became a sword hanging over their heads. How could the blacksmiths who had just made some progress be willing to fall into the quagmire again? Now that Chuan Yi provided protection for the blacksmiths, they showed unprecedented unity. They knew that this was related to whether the entire blacksmith industry could stand in this world with dignity. From this day on, the entire Blacksmith Association was undercurrent, maintaining normal operation while secretly preparing for relocation. And Chuan Yi also followed the Chuan family's strongholds extending from the inland of Xingluo to the west coast, and sorted out a route for the relocation of the Blacksmith Association. Like the Tiandu Empire, the coastal cities of the Xingluo Empire are also located on the west side. Zhengzhen City is located in the southwest of Xingluo, very close to the coast, so Chuan Yi plans to use the sea route to transport the entire Blacksmith Association. 2 weeks later, Miles woke up in the main hall. Unlike usual, Miles felt extremely tired after waking up. So tired, so hungry, what's wrong with me? Miles got up weakly, but a dignified Soul Emperor-level Soul Master was unable to get up. This feeling was like being hungry for more than 10 days. Moreover, this situation occurred to all members of the main hall. It took Miles a whole day to recover. However, before he could check the cause of his fatigue, he learned something that shocked him. That is, the Blacksmith Association disappeared overnight. How is this possible? Could it be that they have been pushed too hard these days, causing them to reject it? But I just attended the auction of the Blacksmith Association last night, how could it be emptied so quickly? Chapter 488 Marionette. After a day of rest, Miles' body recovered to the level where he could move. He rode the Soul King class bicycle that he had snatched from the Blacksmith Association 2 weeks ago and rushed to the Blacksmith Association in the central area. When he arrived at the location, he saw the people from the City Lord's mansion investigating something in the empty large building. Miles threw the bicycle at the entrance and rushed into the association in a panic. The empty stalls and clean cargo platforms, everything was proving the facts to him. How is it possible? I'm almost successful. How can they just disappear like this? If it was the day before yesterday, Miles was still immersed in the joy of merging the Blacksmith Association, then the blow he suffered now was even greater. The soul-destroying Miles attracted the attention of the City Lord's mansion, but they dared not stop him, let alone ask. After yesterday's investigation, the City Lord's mansion has completely confirmed the departure of the Blacksmith Association. The impact of this incident on Zhengzhen City is undoubtedly huge. And just the day before yesterday, Silong agreed to the request to merge into the Wuhan Hall under his pressure. And everything Miles experienced in these 2 weeks was a false appearance presented to him by Huo Wu. During these 2 weeks, Huo Wu has been in the Spirit Hall, controlling all the Spirit Hall members. At the front of the convoy, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu stood on the roof of the car, keeping the entire convoy hidden. Watching Huo Wu obsessed with recalling this experience, Chuan Yi wondered if Huo Wu had awakened something dangerous. In the real world, they did not leave the Spirit Hall at all. Everything here should have been his, this was the money bag he had reserved, but now everything is empty. This process lasted for 2 weeks. From the initial stubborn resistance to the later compromise, Miles forced Silong step by step. At the moment when Miles was frustrated, the originator of this incident was riding in a large convoy, heading west. That's right, during these 2 weeks, all the Spirit Hall members did not step out of the Spirit Hall. I really want to see Miles' reaction. I think he must be very disappointed. Miles, who was frustrated physically and mentally, felt dizzy and swayed. When he thought of these guys like puppets, being controlled by Huo Wu without knowing it on the stage set by Huo Wu, Chuan Yi couldn't help but tremble. However, they were powerless to do anything about it, because they knew very well that the Blacksmith Association alone could not do this, and there must be a powerful force behind it that was different from the Spirit Hall. Realizing this, the City Lord's mansion gave up the investigation. However, who would have thought that all this was a false world simulated by Huo Wu with the peach illusion fire? And this is not over yet. From the next day, he intensified the oppression of the Blacksmith Association. And Miles, now immersed in the huge contrast of falling from heaven to hell. Huo Wu teased while maintaining the peach illusion fire. Under Huo Wu's control, Miles successfully robbed the Blacksmith Association on the night he was controlled. Chuan Yumian, who was standing aside, asked curiously, "What have you made them go through these days?" "Forget it, I won't ask." The convoy moved quietly, and no one noticed that the convoy of nearly 10,000 people passed by them. A week later, the convoy arrived at the coastal city of Xingluo, Canghai City. They followed the huge city wall and took a detour to the wide dock. Canghai City, like Hanhai City, is the only coastal city in the Xingluo Empire and has an extremely wide dock. Looking from a distance, hundreds of ships were moored at the dock, and there were dense crowds of people busy around. "Finally here, wife, I'll ask you to try your best at the end." Huo Wu exhaled lightly, but still said firmly, "No problem." Including controlling the main hall of the martial soul, Huo Wu has maintained the state of soul skill output for 3 consecutive weeks. You must know that soul skills are limited. If you want to maintain the output of soul skills, you must rely on the martial soul real body. Only the martial soul real body can eliminate the limitations of other soul skills. But even so, the spirit body itself has a time limit. In short, it is almost impossible to release skills for a long time. However, nothing is absolute. Huo Wu's 100,000 year 7th spirit ring, the heart of the dragon and the phoenix, and the spirit skill the protection of the phoenix bring Huo Wu super strong continuous ability, making everything possible now. But even so, after 3 weeks of continuous output, Huo Wu will also consume a lot of mental energy, and this kind of fatigue can only be eliminated through rest and sleep. "Hubby, you come to protect these people, I'm going to use my skills." Chuan Yi raised his left hand upon hearing this, and his smooth left arm was covered by the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw the moment he raised it. At the same time, Chuan Yi's soul power rushed into the golden jade furnace left arm bone on his left arm. Instantly, the brilliant golden color shone through the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw in the sky. A light curtain like the aurora borealis surrounded the entire convoy, wrapping everyone except Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Golden Jade Fluorescent, the Golden Jade Furnace left arm bone skill, is Chuan Yi's only defensive skill. The Golden Jade Fluorescent light penetrated the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw, not only without any damage, but also greatly enhanced the defense because of Xiaojin's 200% gold attribute increase. The Golden Jade Fluorescent, constructed by the ultimate attribute, has a defense far exceeding the king of golden jade furnace turtle. Inside the light curtain, the crowd in the motorcade was attracted by the beautiful scene created by Chuan Yi, and the people sitting in the car couldn't help but stick their heads out to appreciate this scene. However, soon, their eyes were attracted by the orange-red fire shadow outside the light curtain. Huo Wu walked lightly to the coast, stepped over the boundary between the land and the sea, and floated above the sea. The next moment, Huo Wu's phoenix eyes flashed, and a pair of golden-red phoenix wings quickly stretched out from behind. At the same time, the dragon and phoenix heart worn on the left hand burst into red fluorescence, and Huo Wu's figure was instantly covered by the golden-red light emitted by the phoenix wings. Red land. Huo Wu's cold voice passed through the light and entered the ears. It was also at this moment that the sea surface within a radius of several miles began to boil violently, and this phenomenon spread outward from under Huo Wu's feet. When it swept across the sea and came to the ground, the land dried up and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Chuan Yi's golden and brilliant light blocked this heat wave, otherwise, it would definitely cause a greater commotion. However, the light emitted by Huo Wu was deeply imprinted in the hearts of this group of people. The heat wave was raging, but it was limited to a certain range, and most of it was controlled on the sea surface. Just when everyone was curious about what Huo Wu was doing, the clear sky began to darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and the next moment, heavy rain poured down. Torrential. The crowd on the dock began to hide from the rain in a panic. The dark clouds blocked the sunlight, and the rain blocked the sight. At this time, the convoy on the shore could vaguely see the faint light passing through the rain curtain through the light curtain. As the faint light gradually became brighter, they gradually saw the existence of the faint light. Si Long walked to the light curtain in disbelief and murmured, "What is this?" The faint light was the lighting soul guide installed on dozens of steel giant ships. Chapter 489 Fuiao, The Ultimate Wind. Wu. The deafening roar resonated with the listeners. Dozens of lampposts shone on the shore, illuminating everyone and themselves. These large ships, like huge steel beasts, stretched across the sea. The solid hulls, like mobile fortresses, stood still under the scouring of the rainstorm. At this moment, the rain around this small area suddenly stopped. Huo Wu flew from the sea to the shore, but before landing, the golden and red wings behind her were covered by a green wind ring. The whistling wind even overwhelmed the surrounding rain and steam. The 200,000-year-old Lanyan Phoenix Trunk Bone Soul Bone Skill, Fuiao. The strong wind blew, and Huo Wu's body was wrapped in a huge amount of wind elements. It was fortunate that Chuan Yi protected this group of people, otherwise, a strand of green hair exposed would break their bones and flesh. At this moment, she was like a small round hurricane, and the rotating wind element made people feel torn just by looking at it. Unlike Chuan Yi's ultimate gold, Huo Wu's ultimate wind is not a property of the martial soul, but is transformed through Fuiao. Huo Wu, who has the ultimate fire and is amplified by the heart of dragon and phoenix, easily crosses the limit of the ultimate. The huge wind swept across the sea surface quickly, and the wavy sea surface began to freeze rapidly. After a while, a huge ice dock appeared out of thin air on the sea. When the wind element brewed to a certain extent, in the green light, the wing shadow shook, and a strong storm spread straight from the shore to the sea surface. This is a realm that Lanyan Albatross, who has the same skills, can never reach. It happened suddenly, and the Chuan family had not equipped enough ordinary wooden boats in Shanghai City. In addition, time was tight, so Chuan Yi had to ask for a faster steam iron ship. Because, in order to transform into the ultimate wind, the skill activator must have a flame that is equal to or even stronger than the ultimate attribute. Young master, what is this? Silong was still a little frightened. The successive big scenes brought him a great shock, but as the president of the association, he still stood up firmly. Father. Chuan Yi smiled lightly and introduced loudly, "Don't panic, everyone. This is the sea iron ship built by our Chuan family." The person who came was Chuan Yu, who was specially invited by Chuan Yi to escort the blacksmith. At this time, the leading giant ship sailed into the dock. Before the iron ship stopped, a figure jumped down from the deck. Especially the scattered micro breeze blew on the golden and brilliant, making a harsh friction sound. The hurricane began to calm down, and Chuan Yi also withdrew the golden and brilliant. In order to escort you, I specially dispatched from Hanhai City. It can be seen that it is not an ordinary wind element to have such a violent reaction with Chuan Yi's golden and brilliant. Come, time has limited time, Please board the ship in an orderly manner after the ship docks. This is the extreme wind that Huowu forcibly raised to the extreme. At the same time, in order to conceal, Huowu caused a rainstorm to disperse the crowds on the sea and conceal the traces of the iron ship. Is this Xiaowu's soul bone skill? It can actually change the climate of a place. If it weren't for the spiritual vision skull, it would be difficult to find you. Chuan Yu looked at the dark clouds and showed an amazed look. In fact, what Chuan Yu didn't know was that this was still the result of Huowu's withdrawal. The original torrential rain was a water drop bomb containing fire elements. If Huowu hadn't withdrawn the fire element, the lives within a radius of dozens of miles would be charred. The green light dissipated, and Huowu lightly flapped her phoenix wings and landed in front of the two. Father! Huowu smiled and welcomed Chuan Yu's arrival. Well, you have worked hard, Xiao Wu. Chuan Yu saw Huowu's tired face, and he comforted Huowu with some heartache. It's not hard. Compared with the usual training, this is nothing. Moreover, this is a good exercise for my control. Huowu's words were true, especially in the first 2 weeks, when she controlled dozens of soul masters in the main hall of the spirit at the same time, which greatly improved her adaptability and simulation ability. Chuan Yi also introduced Silong to Chuan Yu at this time, and then began to arrange for the people to board the ship in an orderly manner. Chuan Yu was also very polite to Silong, and led the first group of people to board the ship together. Entering the cabin, the blacksmiths, including Silong, exclaimed. Impossible, this is actually a full metal ship. Can such a heavy thing float on the water? Everything in front of them undoubtedly had a huge impact on the blacksmiths. But at the same time, their eyes burst into hot flames. Based on this iron ship alone, it can be confirmed that their choice was not wrong. Noticing the changes in this group of blacksmiths, Chuan Yi knew that his arrangement had taken effect. Haha, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and there is still a lot for everyone to learn. Although the steam iron ship is fast, it has very poor concealment, but Chuan Yi still stubbornly chooses this method. The more important reason is to engrave the future of blacksmiths more vividly in their hearts. The power of blacksmiths is not as simple as the world thinks. Follow me, I will lead you to climb the peak and appreciate different scenes. Everything in front of them seems to be silently conveying these messages to this group of blacksmiths. I'll ask my father to take care of the follow-up matters, and we'll separate here. Okay, the next time we meet should be at the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition. Don't worry, our whole family will witness your heroic appearance in the competition together. Chuan Yu's words stunned the two of them at the same time. Because the competition will be held for 3 months, in fact, it is unrealistic to ask Chuan Yi's family to be free for 3 months. Especially Chuan Li, who guards the Blue Silver Island, cannot be vacant for a long time. Chuan Yu also understood this, so he added, of course, your grandfather and I can only participate in the opening ceremony and the finals at most. So, don't lose in the middle. Chuan Yu's eyes were full of eager expectations. Chuan Yi and Huowu unconsciously straightened their backs and replied solemnly, I won't let you down. Chuan Yu encouraged them in his own way, which made them feel warm inexplicably. I believe in you. Chuan Yu patted the two on the shoulders, then turned and left. The giant ship quickly disappeared in the rain. The heavy rain lasted for several hours. Under the scouring of the rain, all traces were washed away, and no one would notice that dozens of steel warships had appeared here. For people who live by the sea all year round, sudden changes in weather are common, and a heavy rain is nothing at all. Chuan Yi and Huowu returned to Shuo Academy. After 3 weeks of going out, if it were the same as before, it would definitely hinder their practice. However, the two of them broke through 1 level respectively. The power of the heart of dragon and phoenix is reflected in this kind of place. Chuan Yi, level 84. Huowu, level 74. Among them, Huowu's cultivation is even closer to the limit of level 75. This is certainly related to Huowu's lower cultivation, but more importantly, the 3-week limit release has accelerated the speed of cultivation. A week later, Huowu broke through again and reached level 75. Chapter 490 Feng Xiaoshan's Transformation. There are still 2 months before the opening of the competition. Because Shuo Academy is not affiliated with the Kingdom of Sauce, it must go to Tiandu City to participate in the preliminaries to obtain the qualification for the finals. In the preliminaries, 30 teams will be selected from a total of more than 100 high-level Soul Master Academies through group battles. Xingluo and Tiandu have 15 promotion places each. Take Tiandu as an example. In addition to the empire, there are 5 kingdoms and principalities in Tiandu. The empire, as the main body, occupies 5 promotion places and 1 admission place, and the others each get 2 places. This extra admission place belongs to the main team of Tiandu Royal Academy, and Duguyan is one of them. Of course, as a seed team, the main team where Duguyan is located will not appear in the preliminaries, and Chuanyi will not meet her so soon. Because of its independence, Shuo Academy has to go to the empire to fight for the 5 places with the other 27 senior college teams. This is the goal of the first stage of Shuo College. The tired people walked into the arranged luxury suites. Excluding the time loss on the road, they had about a month to prepare. However, the more intelligence they collected, the more confident the college would be in its victory. The competition is approaching, and Tiandu City, as the main venue of the Tiandu division, has attracted countless people. Intelligence collection, tactics, and strategies, these things that other colleges have to do are also prepared as they should. They live in a cabin in the forest and live a secluded life of practice. Hey? What's going on? Isn't this hotel reserved by us? A month passed quietly. Chuanyi successfully broke through level 85, and Huo Wu also broke through to level 76. Originally, as the level increases, the bottleneck of each level will become more solid, but Chuanyi and Huo Wu rarely experience the existence of bottlenecks. After more than 10 days of journey, the Shuo College team successfully arrived at Tiandu City. The motorcade went straight to the luxury hotel that Shuo Academy had booked in advance. Of course, Chuanyi and Huo Wu stayed in a double couple suite together. However, Tiandu City is worthy of being the capital of the empire. The huge city can easily accommodate several times more people than usual. During this period, the turmoil in the outside world did not affect Chuanyi and Huo Wu at all. It was also on the second day after the two broke through in succession that the Shuo team set out from Sa City and headed for Tiandu City. According to the trend, Huo Wu's improvement speed is roughly 1 level per month. Before the motorcade entered the city, the road was already crowded. In addition, there were city defense troops everywhere on the road to maintain order, and the motorcade entered Tiandu City very smoothly. During this month, Shuo Academy was intensively preparing for the competition. However, before they sat down to rest, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside the hotel. Chuanyi was promoted 1 level in 1.5 months. Huo Wu walked to the window curiously and looked outside, but the next moment, she wailed in disgust as if she had seen something disgusting. Oh wait! Why is it this reaction? Chuanyi followed closely and looked out the window. With just one glance, he understood the reason why Huo Wu reacted this way. Because, at the entrance of the hotel, there was a tall young man who had an argument with the hotel guard. And this young man, Chuanyi and Huo Wu both knew, he was Feng Xiaotian who had not seen for a long time. Why is this guy here? Huo Wu's eyes could not hide her disgust, she only glanced at it and retracted her sight. Chuanyi just stared at the scene downstairs very coldly. Soon, several team members, including Huo Wushuan, rushed out of the hotel aggressively and confronted Feng Xiaotian. Huo Wushuan shouted loudly, "Feng Xiaotian, we have reserved this place. Please do not enter without permission." Haha, finally someone I know is here, Wushuan, long time no see. Feng Xiaotian ignored Huo Wushuan's unwelcome attitude and greeted him cheekily. "We don't welcome you here. If you have nothing to do, please leave." Huo Wushuan didn't like Feng Xiaotian and directly ordered him to leave. But Feng Xiaotian seemed to have no temper and smiled, "Can't you come here if you have nothing to do? Is this the way of hospitality of Shuo Academy?" What disappointed Feng Xiaotian was that he only received increasingly cold faces in response. Being stared at by everyone, Feng Xiaotian also restrained his smile and said helplessly, "Don't be so alert. I'm here to find Chuanyi. He should be inside. Can I see him?" After these words, Huo Wushuan's expression eased a little. As long as he doesn't pester Huo Wu, everything else is fine. He turned to look at Huo Wu, wanting him to call Quinyi. However, before he could speak, Quinyi appeared beside him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Quinyi." The exclamations of the crowd echoed in the air. Especially Feng Xiaoshan's voice was the loudest. Others were still somewhat accustomed to it, but it was the first time that Feng Xiaotian saw Quinyi appear so quietly. He looked at Quinyi, who was a head taller than him, and swallowed unconsciously. "Well, long time no see, it's only been a few years, what happened to your body?" This was not the reunion Feng Xiaotian expected. In his imagination, when facing Kunyi again, the gap between the two should be reduced. However, the sense of oppression emanating from Kunyi's body made him tremble, and what was more terrifying was that apart from that, he could not feel anything from Kunyi. Soul power, mental power, these bases for judging soul masters, none of them could be seen in Kunyi. This can only mean that the other party is not a soul master, or that the other party is far superior to him, so that he cannot detect it. I should be the one asking you this question. What have you experienced in these years? Chuan Yi asked Feng Xiaotian in return. After getting closer, he noticed more clearly that Feng Xiaoshan's handsome face had several fine scars. This did not diminish his original appearance at all, but added a bit of tough temperament. What is more noteworthy is that the aura emanating from Feng Xiaotian is extremely strong. According to Chuan Yi's judgment, its strength exceeds that of an ordinary soul king and is infinitely close to that of a soul emperor. You should know that 8 years ago, the 16-year-old Feng Xiaotian was only level 36. After not seeing each other for 8 years, there would be such a big change. Feng Xiaoshan's face paused slightly when he saw Chuan Yi asking this. But then he said calmly, "My experience is not worth mentioning, let's not talk about it. It seems that you have changed more than just the outside." Feng Xiaoshan's atmosphere was not as flamboyant as before. Chuan Yi then asked, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? You won't forget the original agreement, right?" The agreement Chuan Yi mentioned was of course the agreement not to disturb Huo Wu again. Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly, "I'm here to help you. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten the agreement. Also, I came here today to challenge you. In the competition not long after, I want to have a one-on-one battle with you again." Chapter 491 Out of Nowhere. Chuan Yi's judgment was very accurate. Feng Xiaoshan's current soul power level has reached level 59. Feng Xiaotian, who was defeated by Chuan Yi and completely cut off his thoughts, became extremely focused on cultivation. Under his hard work, his innate talent for cultivation with full soul power was fully utilized. Moreover, after he turned 20, in order to prevent his cultivation speed from slowing down, Feng Xiaotian survived hard for 4 years in a valley where hurricanes could be generated every day. However, even so, the gap between Chuan Yi and Feng Xiaotian not only did not narrow, but was greatly widened. Feng Xiaotian must have felt this. However, knowing the gap, he still chose to challenge himself. Being able to do this is enough to prove that Feng Xiaotian is no longer the reckless boy 8 years ago. Your courage is commendable, but I refuse. If it's just for this, you can leave. Chuan Yi said decisively and turned around and left. Huo Wushuan looked at Feng Xiaotian pitifully and comforted him, "Give up, they are no longer at the same level as you." He didn't know what kind of mentality Feng Xiaotian had in challenging himself, perhaps to prove himself, or perhaps to make an end for himself. However, no matter what the purpose, Chuan Yi had no obligation to cooperate with him. After leaving this sentence, he turned and left, but his back seemed more relaxed than before. Looking at Chuan Yi's back as he moved away, he wanted to reach out to stop him, but he couldn't raise his arm. Feng Xiaoshan's face froze, and he suddenly felt depressed. As time went by, Chuan Yi brought more and more pressure to Feng Xiaotian, and even began to turn into a nightmare in his heart. However, reality was more cruel than imagined. He needed to muster up courage just to stand in front of Chuan Yi. Feng Xiaotian came today, not for anything else, but to challenge Chuan Yi and clear the shadow in his heart. He had never felt his arms so heavy. Appropriate pressure can promote, but when it exceeds the limit of endurance, it will only become a burden that hinders progress. Challenging Chuan Yi just now has exhausted all his courage. More importantly, he realized it too late and wasted 10 years of precious time. The gap in this part can never be easily made up. I know. However, this also made him completely recognize the reality in himself. However, no matter how hard he practiced, he could not imagine the scene of the gap being narrowed. The inner oppression and fear prevented him from getting close. Feng Xiaotian remained silent. He was not unwilling at this time, but relieved. The strong spirit dissipated with Chuan Yi's rejection. Because he knew that at the same time, Chuan Yi would be more hardworking than him. All along, Chuan Yi was both pressure and motivation for Feng Xiaotian. The magical thing is that this eliminated the inner demon and made him look brand new. In the luxury suite, Huo Wu had already changed into a brand new dress. Looking at Chuan Yi who came back, Huo Wu lightly lifted the hem of her skirt and playfully invited, "Do you want to go shopping?" Chuan Yi smiled lightly and stretched out his hand and said, "Let's go, I am quite familiar with Tiandu city." This matter was just a small episode for them, and it was not worth their attention. In the next 10 days, taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, the two of them relaxed for a rare period of time. In addition to the necessary meditation and physical exercise, the two of them spent the rest of the time feeling the festive atmosphere comparable to that of a festival. Time flies, and soon they arrived at the opening ceremony of the Tiandu Empire Division of the elite competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy. The opening ceremony will be held in the newly renovated Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena. For this event, the Grand Soul Fighting Arena integrates the central area and the sub-area to form a unified giant competition venue. After opening up, the Grand Soul Fighting Arena can accommodate up to 80,000 people. In addition to holding the opening ceremony, the next preliminaries will also be held in the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena. In the early morning, before the sun rose, a large crowd gathered around the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. This group of people did not line up in advance to enter the venue early. Their purpose was just to observe those young soul masters at a closer distance. Soul masters are extremely rare, and those who can participate in the competition are the best among soul masters. Whether they are civilians or nobles, they are full of curiosity and attention to this group of contestants. The Blazing Academy, led by Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, walked into the Great Soul Fighting Arena with their heads held high in their golden-red uniforms. The appearance of the Blazing Academy instantly caused a commotion around them. It was because the appearance of the two leaders was too ostentatious, attracting countless the audience's attention. The Queen of Fire, Huo Wu, who seemed to have walked out of the flames. Also, the majestic man, Chuan Yi, who looked like a giant dragon incarnated. The aura they exuded attracted attention, but also forced them not to approach. So, from the sky, in a crowded crowd, only the path passed by the Blazing Academy would be separated into a space. Even the audience couldn't help but hold their breath and quietly watched the Blazing Academy walk into the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Hey, such a strong spirit, I almost forgot to breathe. Which academy is this? It looks so strong. The audience didn't start discussing until the Blazing Academy disappeared in front of them. You are too ignorant, the golden red uniform belongs to the Blazing Academy. This is one of the most powerful academies in Tiandu, and its strength should not be underestimated. Looking at this, I think the Blazing Academy will definitely bring us a bigger surprise this year. The Blazing Academy captured the hearts of the audience just by appearing on the stage. They were all discussing the information about Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Of course, it was not only the audience who were paying attention to them, but also the nobles and people related to other colleges. Where did these two people come from, and why don't we have any information about them? The female student is likely to be the daughter of the dean of the college, Huo Wu. We know very little about her, and most of her information is from her childhood. As for the male student, this is the first time we have seen him, and there is no information at all. No information? Then why are you still standing there? Go and collect it quickly. I want to know all the information about this male student as soon as possible. Because Chuan Yi was too low-key, only the Kamikaze College knew of his existence. Moreover, they had not seen Chuan Yi for several years and did not know much about Chuan Yi's current specific situation. In the fighting spirit arena, Huo Wushuan looked at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu and teased, "Now you two are in the limelight. I think everyone must be very curious about you two. As for others, the college will definitely focus on searching for your information." Chuan Yi was quite calm about this. It doesn't matter. Even if we find out something, it won't change the outcome of Blazing Academy's victory. Let's go. It's time to meet the contestants of this session. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu walked hand in hand into the rest area prepared for the participating academies in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. When the Blazing team walked into the rest area, it also attracted the attention of all the academies present. The space where there were originally voices of conversation suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 492 Soul Beast Transformation. So strong. Without exception, everyone present thought that they could not be enemies after seeing Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Under the premise that the two did not deliberately hide, the overwhelming presence they exuded was incomparable. It was like two lions suddenly broke into a group of rabbits. Chuan Yi looked around calmly. Wherever his eyes passed, everyone turned away, fearing to look at him. Only those teachers with good cultivation could barely withstand Chuan Yi's gaze. After watching, Chuan Yi didn't say anything, but took the blazing fire team to the vacant area and sat down. To be honest, after watching the situation of all the participating students, Chuan Yi was a little disappointed. Because the overall strength of other colleges was too ordinary, the only interesting one was Feng Xiaotian. After more than 10 days of not seeing each other, Feng Xiaotian actually broke through again and obtained the 6th soul ring. Fatty, why are you suddenly stunned? Under pressure, no one dared to approach them. Huo Wu felt bored, so she leaned on Chuan Yi's shoulder and played with her hair. However, a small number of people reacted quickly and noticed the center of the low pressure at the first time. Just as the other party noticed Chuan Yi also noticed the abnormality. Their team leader went to the final registration, leaving them here to wait. After a while, there was a noisy sound at the entrance of the rest area. Seeing that everyone was staring at them, most people thought it was the clothes on their bodies that attracted attention. Except for him, other colleges couldn't even find someone who could compete with Huo Wushuan. A wretched little fat man in a shit green uniform walked into the field first. I won't wear this in the next game, it's too damaging to my heroic image. Finally, a group of interesting guys are here. At this time, the little fat man's companions came on stage one after another, and as soon as they entered the field, they noticed the weird atmosphere. The entrance of Blazing Academy made the entire rest area fall into a depressing silence. Hey! Why is it so quiet here? Are we the first? On the chest of the little fat man's uniform, there was a huge emerald green Shrek pattern. He is one of the Shrek 7 devils, Ma Hung Jun. However, Chuan Yi also knew that he had too high expectations. Everyone's eyes turned to the entrance, with a little gratitude in their eyes. No matter who came, as long as they could break the current atmosphere, they would be heroes. The bored Huo Wu also straightened up. Emerald green and shit green, I don't know who came up with this weird color combination, but it actually made the fat boy's already somewhat vulgar temperament more obvious. Fortunately, this suffocating silence only lasted for a while. Huo Wu's mouth curled slightly, showing an interested expression. The two people whose mental power far exceeded that of ordinary title Douluo realm, did not need other, with just mental power, he could notice the fact that no one present had seen through. Wife, don't make a sound. Chuan Yi stopped Huo Wu from revealing more emotions through mental transmission. Huo Wu's sitting body tilted again and leaned on Chuan Yi's shoulder again. With the appearance of the new academy, the dead silence began to liven up, and some people began to talk in a low voice. This new academy is called Shrek Academy. The contestants of this academy are the Shrek 7 devils who fought against Duguyan's royal fighting team. At the beginning, after the fighting ended, at the invitation of Qin Ming, the leader of the royal fighting team, the Shrek 7 devils were supposed to join the Tiandu Royal Academy and participate in this competition as a deputy team. However, due to some unpleasant things, the Shrek 7 devils turned to join another civilian academy in Tiandu City, Lanba Academy. After the two sides merged, Lanba Academy was renamed Shrek Academy, and the Shrek 7 devils represented the new Shrek Academy in this competition. By the way, when the Shrek 7 devils went to Tiandu Royal Academy, Dugubo and Duguyan were just getting spirit rings. The new Shrek team also went to a corner, trying to reduce their presence. The atmosphere in the field began to return to normal. Everyone began to discuss in a low voice, and the topic of discussion was of course focused on Shuo Academy. And Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who were the center of the conversation, were secretly communicating with each other. Wife, you noticed it, didn't you? Well, I didn't expect that a little rabbit would break into the human world. The legendary soul beast transformed, I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. It's really an eye-opener. During the exchange, the voices of other souls emerged in the minds of the two. This little girl is too reckless. She dares to enter the Soul Master competition where Soul Masters gather at only level 30. Is she going to die? The old turtle's tone was very panicked. Although it didn't know the other party, as a soul beast, it couldn't help but worry. To become a soul beast of 100,000 years, it is not a simple guy. You should admire her courage to choose to transform. Xiao Wang admired the little rabbit very much, because she did what she didn't dare to do. At this time, the voice of the Flame Dragon King sounded. What would you do in this situation? Chuan Yi. Everyone's attention was focused on Chuan Yi, waiting for his answer. Wait and see. No matter what the purpose of this little rabbit is, since it has entered the sight of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, she is destined to be unable to stir up trouble. It is better to observe secretly than to alert the enemy. As for whether to kill people to take soul rings and soul bones, it can only be said that this is not their first choice. There is more than killing between soul beasts and humans. High-level soul beasts can even communicate and cooperate with humans. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu each carry the souls of 2 soul beasts. To be honest, as the founders of soul ring creatures, soul beasts are no longer just soul rings and soul bones for them. It can also be a companion fighting side by side. On the other side, the Shrek team was also discussing them. Xiao San, do you think we have a chance of winning against them? Dai Mubai was talking about Blazing Academy. Tang San, the member with the most ordinary appearance and temperament, but the member in the center, answered with a serious face, it can only be said that it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Especially that boy, I have never seen such a strong sense of oppression brought to people by the flesh alone. Looking at him reminds me of the Titan giant ape. Don't think about competing with them, they are not something you little monsters can contend with. If you face Blazing Academy, you must surrender directly. The speaker is the new dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders. Just when the members wanted to refute, they saw Flanders' extremely solemn expression. This is not a request, it's an order. The stronger the strength, the deeper the feeling. With his soul saint cultivation, he could not sense any information except the physical body when investigating the situation of these 2 people. Based on this alone, although nothing can be concluded, it is enough to prove that this is not an opponent they can provoke. Chapter 493 The World Will See. Some people say that the unknown is the greatest fear of mankind. The existence that cannot be recognized and perceived is more terrifying than the powerful that can be observed. At this time, Yu Xiaogang, who was hailed as the master, asked in surprise, "What exactly did you feel? Do you feel threatened?" Flanders shook his head and replied, "No, just the opposite. It is precisely because I can't feel anything that I am more afraid." The beautiful young woman standing aside, Lu Erlong, also nodded in response with a serious face. Lu Erlong's spirit is stronger than Flanders. Yu Xiaogang saw Lu Erlong's reaction. While he was stunned, another thought flashed through his mind. Since other auras and information can be completely hidden, it makes no sense that the aura of the body cannot be eliminated. Although this aura comparable to that of a ferocious beast is indeed amazing, it is too eye-catching. What is the benefit of doing this? Is it to show off or to shock? Tang San was shocked. He had been teaching him to keep his blood and not to Yu Xiaogang, who gave up easily, would make such a reply. He showed a meaningful smile on his face, with his index finger on his lips. Yu Xiaogang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart was instantly eroded by a cold chill. Under the guidance of the staff, Blazing Academy entered the venue in the second order. One leaf blinds the eyes. Yu Xiaogang's brain began to work rapidly, and many possibilities emerged in his mind. He stared at Chuan Yi, and a strong curiosity arose in his heart. No, Blazing Academy is not that simple. I'm fine. Yu Xiaogang burst out this word, and then looked at Chuan Yi in the distance in horror. Tang San noticed Yu Xiaogang's abnormality. After waiting for a while, all the academies were told to enter in an orderly manner, and the opening ceremony was about to begin. The meaning of this action was extremely obvious. Hush! What kind of existence would make the teacher say such a thing? Tang San followed Yu Xiaogang's line of sight and saw Chuan Yi, but at this time, Chuan Yi had already recovered. However, this time, I also agree with Flanders. At the same time, Chuan Yi actually met his eyes. However, as he thought more and more deeply, a shocking idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Just when he was a little confused, Yu Xiaogang quickly calmed down. Teacher! Let's go! Chuan Yi called the Blazing Fire team to get up and enter. The order of entry was not notified in advance, but was completely arranged by the organizer. Walking in front of them was the deputy team of Tiandu Royal Academy. This was a practice in previous years. After all, the Royal Academy represents the face of the royal family. However, the order behind this will basically be ranked according to the importance of the organizer. And this year, with Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, it is an unquestionable choice to rank second. When the people from Blazing Academy crossed the passage and entered the venue, they were infected by the atmosphere of the scene. 80,000 people shouted in unison, and the cheers swept everyone. The invisible vibration was transmitted to the whole body through the skin. Even Chuan Yi, who had a calm personality, felt his heart beating faster at this moment. Blazing Academy! Blazing Academy. With the entrance of Blazing Academy, the atmosphere on the scene became more heated. The audience spontaneously cheered before the host began to introduce them. The Blazing Academy is quite famous, but this is not the key. In the wide square, under the voices of countless people, the presence of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu is still very clear. Everyone paid attention to the two people at the first time. The crowd who had seen them beforehand spontaneously led the crowd to call out the name of Blazing Academy. Without guidance, the appearance of the two people is the focus of everything. The world will eventually see Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. And the elite competition of advanced soul masters in the continent may be the best stage for their debut. This year, Shuo Academy has produced two extraordinary young people. A VIP area was set up on one side of the venue, and three men of distinguished status sat in the front row of the VIP area. In the center was the emperor who ruled the Tiandu Empire, Shui Yat. To the right of the emperor was the famous leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi. To the left of the emperor was the master of the Tiandu City Martial Spirit Temple, the Platinum Bishop, Saras. The speaker was the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi. As one of the top three sects of the seven famous sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect enjoys a very high reputation on the continent. As the leader, Ning Fengzi's status was enough for him to sit next to the emperor. However, Ning Fengzi, who was like this, also showed an expression of amazement when he saw the appearance of Shuo Academy. Emperor Shuiye stared at Chuan Yi with his eyes, showing great interest. Master Ning, do you have any information about these two people? This is the first time I have seen such amazing contestants in so many years. Ning Fengzi shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is the first time I have seen them here. Blazing Academy has hidden these two people so well. I think they have great ambitions this year. At this time, the Platinum Bishop Sarath on the other side suddenly snorted coldly, Humph, it's just a trick. It's possible that they use some means to create a false atmosphere and force the opponent to be timid. Similar means have appeared before. Sarath, who had been slightly closing his eyes and seemed to be sleeping, was also attracted by the strong momentum. However, when he saw Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, he was not amazed, but disdainful. In his opinion, Blazing Academy is completely inferior to their Wuhan Hall Academy. Especially this year's contestants are genius soul masters known as the Golden Generation. He does not believe that Blazing Academy can train students who surpass the Golden Generation. In response to Sarath's rebuttal, Ning Fengzi smiled calmly and said, Of course there is such a possibility, but it seems that Mr. Sarath has not seen through the so-called means, so isn't it too early to draw a conclusion? Sarath was slightly stunned. Indeed, he did not see any flaws in Chuan Yi. Soul bone? Soul skill? He did not detect any relevant aura and fluctuations, so he could only draw a conclusion based on his own subjective ideas. Sarath could not refute Ning Fengzi, and his face became gloomy. He smiled and said, The next preliminaries will prove everything. Ning Fengzi looked at Sarath without flinching and smiled, In that case, let's wait and see. Don't focus on Shuo Academy. There are many participating academies that are worth your attention. Emperor Shuiye saw that the atmosphere was a bit tense, so he spoke to smooth things over. The emperor's wait was still enough, and the two stopped looking at each other. Entry continued, and the people from Shuo Academy walked to the center of the venue. Chuan Yi looked around, as if looking for something. He first looked at the VIP seats that were shining gold, but soon he turned his sight to the silver ordinary seats. Looking at this side, Chuan Yi smiled brightly after a while. Because, from the oldest Chuan Li to the youngest Chuan Niu, his most cherished family members were all here. Chapter 494 The opening of the competition. Mother, mother, big brother is so handsome. The young Chuan Niu sat on Solinger's knees, opened his big bright eyes, and waved to Chuan Yi excitedly. Chuan Yi also waved to Chuan Niu with a doting look on his face. This move immediately attracted everyone's attention. As the focus, Chuan Yi's every move was closely watched. They all looked at the seat where Chuan Yi waved, because there were too many people could not find the exact target. But some people sitting in the VIP seats opposite noticed Chuan Yi's family first. Is this the Iron Fist Chuan family? Shuiye narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see the appearance of the opposite side clearly. This is impossible. Seeing that Chuan Yi was not panicked, Platinum Bishop Salas showed panic for the first time after seeing the appearance of the Kamikaze Academy. The reason why the self-righteous VIPs could make such a move was that they all sensed the extremely powerful soul power fluctuations on Feng Xiaotian. If they can buy ordinary seats, they should also be able to buy VIP seats. Just when everyone was confused, the next academy team began to enter. Ning Fengzi lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then added, if I remember correctly, the Chuan family has only one family member with a fire attribute martial spirit. Although there is some distance, this is indeed the breath of a soul emperor. At this time, Salus's eyes shook, and he replied accurately, Your Majesty, you are right, that is the Iron Fist Chuan family. This question appeared in the minds of many people at the same time. The Chuan family is fully qualified to sit in the VIP seats. But why do they have to sit opposite? Emperor Shuiye and many powerful people behind him all showed surprised expressions, and some even stood up excitedly. The appearance of the Iron Fist family and the Chuan family undoubtedly caused a wave of VIP seats, including the 3 in the front row. Following the Blazing Fire Academy, it was none other than the Divine Wind Academy. Could this child be the successor of the Fiery Sun Lion martial spirit? However, why are they sitting opposite each other? Until a few years ago, the Chuan family was quite famous in Tiandu City. Even now, all kinds of luxury goods produced by the Chuan family are the favorites of the nobles. I didn't expect that the Iron Fist family, which had moved away from Tiandu City, would reappear in Tiandu City in this way. However, only those who have a higher level of cultivation than Soul Saint and Soul Douluo can sense this. Some people with lower cultivation cannot perceive this. More importantly, the Chuan family has a powerful Soul Douluo in charge, which alone is worthy of their attention. Ning Fengzi's mood was also slightly high. Haha, this year's competition is really full of surprises. This Shenfeng Academy is not simple. As soon as the kamikaze team led by Feng Xiaotian appeared on the stage, they drew back the attention of the audience in the VIP seats. Of course, the ordinary people in the ordinary seats were the same. Unlike Chuan Yi, who looked very strong, Feng Xiaoshan's strength was not revealed. Therefore, the shouts from the audience were much weaker than those from Shiwo Academy. Shiwo Academy and Kamikaze Academy can be said to have two completely different reactions. The attitudes of the VIP seats and the ordinary seats towards the two academies were exactly opposite. For Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, the more experienced the Soul Master, the more they would despise them. Even Ning Fengzi, who refuted Sarath, was no exception. In fact, part of his rebuttal was because he had some problems with the Spirit Hall. However, he actually had his own reasons for making this judgment. The reason was his spirit. 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. From the beginning, it sent out extremely intense signals to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is known as the world's #1 auxiliary martial spirit, but in addition to its powerful auxiliary capabilities, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda also has a hidden skill that comes naturally with it. That is the ability to appraise treasures. This ability allows people to sense the value of treasures through intuition. Whether you recognize the treasure or not, it can identify it. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect also accumulated extremely huge wealth with this ability. And this treasure appraisal ability, which should not be used in this situation, conveyed to Ning Fengzi an unprecedented intense reaction when he saw Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. However, this is no wonder. Chuan Yi's Heart of the Sun and Huo Wu's Heart of the Dragon and Phoenix are both artifact-level treasures. Even the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, which is as rich as a country, can hardly see treasures of this level. Through the reaction of the martial spirit, Ning Fengzi immediately thought that they should have used some kind of precious treasure to simulate the aura on their bodies. In this regard, Ning Fengzi is better than other people who have made conclusions based on speculation alone. There are certain differences between people. In fact, with Ning Fengzi's brain, perhaps without this treasure appraisal ability, he could see through more things. It can only be said that in this case, the existence of the martial soul affected his judgment. Feng Xiaotian walked to the center and stood just behind the Blazing Academy. This time, Feng Xiaotian finally saw Huo Wu. Although it was just a back view, it disturbed his heart even more. After eliminating the inner demon, Feng Xiaotian made a big step forward in his state of mind. Thanks to this, he also successfully broke through the bottleneck of level 60 that night. However, even so, the throbbing in his heart could not be changed. He forced his eyes to move elsewhere, but in the process, he accidentally saw the ruby ring on Huo Wu's left hand. It was still worn on the ring finger of his left hand. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian closed his eyes in pain, and at this time, he heard a shattering sound. It was the sound of a broken heart. The entrance of other academies continued. Nearly 30 teams entered the venue one after another, and the colleges behind did not cause much waves. Until the last college came on stage, the slightly dull scene became lively again. However, this liveliness was the opposite of the previous one. The Shrek College, wearing a shit green weird team uniform, attracted all the audience to laugh as soon as it appeared on the stage. Not only the color matching of the clothes, but also the product advertisements were engraved on the back of the uniform. It is unknown who came up with this genius idea, and the audience cheered one after another. With the appearance of Shrek College, all the college teams have finished their appearance. The MC on the side of the VIP platform said loudly, "Next, please invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire to announce the opening." At the invitation of the MC, His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire slowly stood up amid the applause of the audience. It was only then that Chuan Yi carefully observed this emperor of high status. Just now, in order to find his family, he didn't pay much attention and just glanced at it. He was wearing a golden red robe and was slightly thin, but his javelin-like posture made him very majestic. Just standing there, he seemed to be the center. This feeling was quite similar to the powerful aura exuded by Chuan Yi. However, this was not due to his strength, but more from his own status. The emperor raised his right hand, and the scene suddenly became silent. Then, he announced in a loud voice, "I, Shui Yat, the Emperor of Tiandu Empire, on behalf of Tiandu Empire and the organizer of this competition, announce that the Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is now open." Chapter 495 Empire, Sect, Wuhan Hall. Chuan Yi looked at the Emperor of Tiandu, but he saw Shui Yi's forced fake smile. It was such a day worth celebrating, but the Emperor was a little unhappy. Fortunately, he didn't show it very obviously. However, this is no wonder, after all, most of the participating academies present have no direct connection with the Tiandu Empire. Except for the Tiandu Royal Academy, the promotion of other academies has no substantial benefits for the Empire. But in the end, Shui Ye still had to encourage all participating soul masters in the name of the Emperor and the Empire to show their strength and achieve good results. Following His Majesty the Emperor, the MC invited Ning Fengzi to give a speech. Chuan Yi was also very curious about the first auxiliary soul master in the soul master world. Ning Fengzi's speech was a cliché. However, this also means that the level of the participating teams in the Empire this year is very high, which may be a happy trouble for us. Today is the opening ceremony, and there will only be one round in the first round of the preliminaries. Ning Fengzi slightly restrained the smile on his face and thought for a moment in response to the MC's question. However, now the Tiandu royal family and the Kaibao Liulai sect seemed to have a deeper connection. Salus was very arrogant. Every time he drew a pair, he directly asked the MC to convey it on his behalf. "Master Ning, you are the strongest auxiliary soul master. I would like to ask which of the 28 participating teams in this preliminaries do you think is the most promising? The stronger the royal family is, the narrower the living space of the sect will be, and the greater the shackles it will be subject to. The Empire needs you. According to common sense, this should not be in the interests of the sect. Although it is a bit regrettable, we can indeed understand the distress of sect master Ning who cannot make a choice easily. However, no matter what the result is, the overall quality of the Tiandu Empire this time is very high, and it is entirely possible to win the championship. That is the exhibition match between the vice team of the Tiandu Royal Academy and the vice team of the Academy." It was this speech that made Emperor Shui Ye smile more sincerely. Ning Fengzi's speech was very interesting. As one of the 7 major sects independent of the Empire, it actually supported the royal family and the Tiandu Empire in public. The MC boasted about the strength of Tiandu without leaving a trace, and then invited the Platinum Bishop Saras to draw lots for the first round of the preliminaries. However, at the end of his speech, Ning Fengzi emphasized the importance of the Empire. "I hope you can win glory for the Empire and the Academy. This year's participating teams are full of talents. In addition to the Tiandu Royal Academy team, many other academies have emerged. To be honest, this has greatly overturned my expectations. However, I am sure that the champion team of this year's All-Continent Soul Master competition is likely to appear in the Empire. Soul Master is the most noble profession, and the growth of a Soul Master requires a lot of tempering." In fact, Ning Fengzi had a favorite before the game. Team, but after seeing the style of Blazing Academy and Xinfeng Academy, his inner choice was shaken. And the list of opponents began to be announced one after another. and the name of Tiandu Royal Academy appeared in the third group. In the first round of the preliminaries, Tiandu Royal Academy will face Shrek Academy. As soon as the result of the draw came out, there was a continuous booing in the venue. Cheating, cheating, cheating. It's no wonder that these audiences are booing. The negative impression Shrek Academy has left on the audience is too deep. This is just picking on the weak. Salas ignored it and kept drawing at a steady speed. The name of Blazing Academy appeared at the very back. Their opponent academy is called Mars Academy. From the name, it can be guessed that this academy is the same as Blazing Academy, and it is a Soul Master team composed of Fire Attribute Soul Masters. However, in terms of the overall quality and strength of the academy, it is completely inferior to the powerful Blazing Academy. It can be said that this academy is a lower-level substitute for Blazing Academy. Hearing about the opposing academy, Chuan Yi was neither sad nor happy. No matter who the opponent was, it made no difference to him. However, when their opposing combination was announced, a sigh of regret echoed throughout the venue. This was a more obvious victory than the one between Tiandu and Shrek. The gap in strength was too obvious, which would only arouse the audience's pity. The people of Mars Academy, who were in the back row, also had bitter faces and accepted this unfortunate fate. The draw was over soon. Salas, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke up to respond. He first swore by the honor of the Spirit Hall and told him that the draw was not false. Then, he stood in front of the Emperor of Tiandu and openly poached the Soul Master Academy. For all the participating students who can enter the finals, the Spirit Hall will make an exception and allow them to join the Spirit Hall. This sentence was extremely attractive to most of the Soul Masters present. There are only 2 Spirit Halls in the entire continent. Being able to enter one of them is equivalent to being admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University in the original world. For Soul Masters, not only can they receive the highest level of treatment and training support, but they can also win honor. Salas's words directly touched the hearts of the Soul Masters in the venue. Chuan Yi immediately paid attention to Shui Yi's reaction. Obviously, such a performance of not taking the royal family seriously certainly made Shui Yi look gloomy. However, Ning Fengzi shook his head gently on the side, indicating Shui Yi to be patient. Through the subtle reactions of these 3 people, Chuan Yi seemed to see a microcosm of the situation on the mainland. The 3 people at the front row of the VIP seats represent the Empire, the Sect, and the Spirit Hall. From Saras's performance, it can be seen that the contradiction between the Spirit Hall and the Empire has been intensified to an unadjustable degree. He was even unwilling to make any cover-up in public, and so openly recruited excellent Soul Masters. And the reactions of Shui Yi and Ning Fengzi also made Chuan Yi realize that the 7 Treasures glazed sect seemed to choose the Empire over the Spirit Hall. The sect and the royal family don't get along very well. From the perspective of the royal family, they would certainly be unhappy to see that there are powerful forces that are out of control in the territory. From the perspective of the sect, when maintaining independence, the existence of the royal family sometimes becomes a restriction. However, the fact that the 2 forces that don't get along well can come together shows how great a threat the Spirit Hall poses to them. A routine opening ceremony allowed Chuan Yi to see many interesting scenes. Thanks to his presence, otherwise, he might not have discovered this subtle change. The storm is coming. Seeing this opening ceremony, Chuan Yi had such a feeling in his heart. What he was worried about might be closer than he thought. The first game of the first round of the preliminaries, Tiandu Royal Academy vs Shrek Academy. Please ask other academies to leave. The game will officially start in half an hour. Except for the 2 opposing teams, other academies were led to the special player stands, and Shuo Academy naturally stood in the front row with the best view. Half an hour passed in a flash. In the spacious venue, there stands a towering column with a diameter of more than 30 meters and a height of 10 meters. This is the special arena for the preliminaries. Chapter 496 The First Preliminaries, Tiandu Royal Academy Deputy Team vs. Chapter 496 The First Preliminaries, Tiandu Royal Academy Deputy Team vs Shrek Academy. I didn't expect you to be interested in this match. Huo Wushuan looked at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu standing in the front row, feeling a little curious. Well, I am a little interested in the Shrek team. Chuan Yi did not deny it, but this answer surprised Huo Wushuan. Do you think the Shrek team can win? Huo Wushuan's question made Chuan Yi a little strange. Isn't this natural? There is a clear difference in the overall quality of the players on both sides, and Shrek also has a soul sect. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Shrek's chances of winning are greater than Tiendu's. Also, I'm not interested in Shrek for this reason. The first round of the first qualifying match officially begins. However, Shrek sent out a stronger lineup than expected. The reason for this is probably related to the name change of the academy. Hua Wushuan continued to ask. From these aspects, it can be seen that this is not an ordinary civilian Soul Master Academy as imagined by ordinary people. On the other hand, Shrek not only has no lights, but the audience boos. Hey? It turns out that the girl's name is also Xiao Wu. Without a surname, it would be a bit strange to outsiders, but Hua Wu can understand it. It is not easy for such a civilian academy to cultivate a lineup of members that surpass the vice team of Tiandu Royal Academy in reality. The players of Shrek are as follows: Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Zhang Zhu, and Tai Long. It was at this time that Tiandu Royal Academy began to enter. With the appearance of the vice team, the soul guides in the field focused all the lights on the vice team members and introduced them to everyone. With the referee's loud announcement, the much anticipated competition officially kicked off. Hua Wushuan's perception level is not high, and he did not focus on Shrek, so of course he could not think of these. Chuan Yi's perception ability is extremely accurate and wide-ranging. As early as in the lounge before the opening ceremony, he had already detected the information of all opponents. Besides strength, what else is worth your attention? It is said that Shrek's predecessor, Lan Ba Academy, was previously a Soul Master Academy that specifically recruited civilians, and it was founded a short time ago. Shrek Academy is of course one of them. However, Chuan Yi did not answer this question. Hua Wu heard the host's introduction and then knew the name of the girl who transformed into a soul beast. In fact, the strength of Shrek's team leader is also among the top among all the academies. The duel will have 1 minute to allow both sides to activate their martial spirits. What surprised the audience was that Tiandu Royal Academy was at a disadvantage in terms of soul rings. In the Shrek team, the owner of the White Tiger martial spirit, Dai Mubai, was surrounded by 4 soul rings, and the other members were all yellow, purple, and purple. On the other hand, there was no soul master who broke through the 40th level in Tiandu Royal Academy. However, the 5 soul masters in the front row had the spirits of lion, bear, tiger, leopard, and wolf. The Tiandu team, which had 5 strong attacking system, was also very aggressive. This seemingly evenly matched battle instantly attracted the attention of the audience. The reversal shown by Shrek Academy raised the heat of the scene to the peak. Roar! The Shrek Academy took the lead in launching the attack. The owners of the White Tiger, Gorilla, and Wolf spirits in the front row activated their 3rd spirit rings and launched the offensive first. The 3rd spirit skills of these 3 people seemed to be self-amplification skills, and their body shape, momentum, and spirit power fluctuations were significantly improved. At the same time, the owners of the Softbone Rabbit and Skeleton came out from both sides, and the auxiliary system Soul Master at the end had an extra scepter in his hand. The 3 spirit rings on her body flashed together, and as her fists and palms were inserted into the ground, a circle of orange-yellow halo quietly spread. Shrek fully unleashed its attack power in an instant, and the reaction of Tiandu Royal Academy was obviously lagging behind. They were actually stunned by the reversal shown by Shrek during the battle. The combat quality they showed can fully glimpse the overall level of Tiandu Royal Academy. Although they were seized at the beginning, the deputy captain of Tiandu still reacted. Under the leadership of the captain, they bravely met the 3 people who charged. 5-3, although Dai Mubai had the 4th soul ring, the strong attack spirit masters on their side were all over level 35. With the advantage of numbers, the deputy captain of Tiandu still maintained confidence. However, they did not notice that there were more than 3 people who launched a frontal charge on Shrek. Just when the 2 sides were about to collide, a ghostly figure emerged from behind the 3 Shrek people. This person was Tang San, the control spirit master of Shrek Academy. The appearance of this figure surprised the deputy captain of Tiandu, because the 5 people on the opposite side did not notice the process of this person charging. The reason why he could do this was that, in addition to the huge size of the 3 people in front covering up the scene behind, more importantly, Tang San was perfectly hidden in the blind spot of the 5 people while running. In order to hide better, he even recovered his spirit ring. This also means that Tang San's actions did not rely on martial spirits and spirit skills at all, and he achieved this tactic completely with his personal ability. The audience standing at a higher perspective may not realize the mystery, because, in their perspective, Tang San has always existed. However, standing in the direction of Tiandu's deputy team, Tang San's appearance was absolutely very sudden. To achieve this tactic, Tang San must have the observation ability to observe the opponent and all his own people at the same time and the control of his own body. Chuan Yi, who was originally to observe Xiao Wu, was also surprised when he saw Tang San's performance. Interesting. The eyes turned purple. Chuan Yi's insight is also extraordinary. He can see through the overall situation of the battlefield and Shrek's tactical arrangements. However, more important than this is that Chuan Yi discovered that Tang San's eyes changed color without using martial spirits and spirit rings. This caught Chuan Yi's attention. The moment Tang San appeared, a spirit ring appeared behind him again. At the same time, he threw his hands together, and 2 balls of blue-green light shot out from his 2 arms. The light balls passed through the 3 frontline players and flew towards the 5 strong men at an extremely fast speed. The 2 Soul Masters at the front of the attacking Soul Masters. The sudden change caused the 2 people to panic a little. In panic, one tried to dodge, and the other waved his claws to break the light ball. However, when the light ball approached the 2 people, it quickly expanded and turned into a blue spider web with a diameter of 5 meters. What's more terrifying is that the Soul Master who wanted to dodge obviously deviated from the center of the spider web, but his body only stuck to a part of it, and the spider web began to shrink rapidly, turning into a cocoon to bind the 2 strong attacking Soul Masters. The third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. This is Tang San's single body control skill. The toughness of the spider web is very strong. These 2 Soul Masters can't easily break free. Chapter 497 Tang San is a time traveler? The sudden change surprised Tiandu Royal Academy. The 2 controlled players wanted to break free, but the spider web was very tough. Not only did the more they struggled, the tighter they were bound, but their bodies were also eroded by paralysis and could not exert their full strength. Shrek Academy had been waiting for a long time. Daimyo Bai roared, and the black tiger pattern on his body instantly turned golden, and countless golden light balls condensed around his body. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Daimyo Bai's 4th soul skill completely exploded at this moment, but this powerful group attack skill did not lock the enemies in the front row. Instead, all of them attacked the control and auxiliary soul masters in the back row. It just so happened that the 2 Soul Masters in front of Daimyo Bai left a passage, allowing the attack to fly to the back without any hindrance. Although the 5 strong attack Soul Masters had great impact, once the front row was frustrated, the rear without defense would be completely exposed to the enemy's attack. It was too late for the 3 remaining strong attack Soul Masters scattered on both sides to hinder it. And bent his body backward to an exaggerated degree, and at the same time, Tang San's blue-silver grass began to rotate rapidly around this opponent. Using the first soul skill, the waist strength increase brought by the waist bow, he threw the rotating gyro away fiercely. The last enemy was entangled by the control-type Spirit Master. Under the remote force-applying technique of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, the opponent who had no resistance was spinning in place like a gyroscope. Xiao Wu's eyes met with a look of surprise. The second spirit skill, Charm, was activated. Tyrone and Huang Yuan of Shrek Academy each stuck to an opponent to prevent them from being distracted. Not only that, the 2 people who were originally bound by the spider web also fell to the ground due to imbalance at this moment, and spun around the central gyroscope. Countless blue-silver vines wrapped around the enemy from all directions, and at the same time, they would also separate several vines to entangle their teammates. The gyroscope thrown away by Xiao Wu flew straight towards the control-type Spirit Master behind. I saw that a lush blue light spread around Tang San's feet, and in just a moment, it covered about 1/3 of the field. The explosive power generated by the combined efforts of these 2 people is far stronger than that of the Spirit Masters of the same level who have lost resistance. From the direction, it was obviously intentional. Tang San's soul power level was as high as level 39, the second best in the team. However, this was not the end. Xiao Wu jumped onto the spacious shoulders of the Beast Soul Master and locked his neck tightly with her feet. The 3 spinning humanoid gyroscopes completely blocked the enemy's control-type Soul Master. However, Xiao Wu was able to appear in front of this person in an instant, thanks to her third soul skill, teleportation. It turned out that the bodies of the 3 of them were connected together by the tough blue-silver vines. The next moment, Xiao Wu, who Chuan Yi and Huo Wu focused on, suddenly disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in front of the opponent who was finally controlled by Tang San. Xiao Wu stood on the spinning Soul Master, without any sign of imbalance. On the contrary, she shouted and seized the opportunity accurately during the rotation. Xiao Wu's eyes shot out pink light, confusing the enemy who was staring at her. Xiao Wu's level was as high as level 37, and it was a spiritual soul skill that was difficult to defend, which made the enemy who resisted instantly fall into sluggish behavior. This move completely restricted the space for the opposite control-type soul master to play. If he wanted to use control-type skills, he had to bypass his teammates. At this moment, the control-type soul master inevitably hesitated. At this time, Daimyo Bai's group attack skills also arrived as promised. Countless golden light balls covered the entire area like raindrops, and the three people flying in the air and the control-type soul master were completely exposed to the attack. The only fourth soul skill on the scene was extremely powerful. Moreover, with the cooperation of the team, Daimyo Bai's attack exerted more than 100% of its power. Ah! A shrill wail sounded. Among the four people, the only control-type soul master who could set up the ring in his hand to resist the attack had no resistance to the fourth soul skill amplified by the third soul skill. Not to mention the other three guys who can only rely on their physical bodies to resist. Just at this moment, Jingling, the owner of the skeleton martial soul, holding two bone blades, quietly went around to the auxiliary spirit master at the back. This auxiliary spirit master had already been thrown off balance by the situation in front of him. Jingling swung the bone blade unceremoniously, leaving blood marks on his body. In a blink of an eye, the auxiliary spirit master also fell in a pool of blood with screams. The battle situation has developed to this point. The ending can be seen at a glance. The remaining two people retreated quickly under the strong intervention of Daimyo Bai, but the scene was a bit horrible, with screams and broken bones resounding throughout the venue. "Stop, we admit defeat. Stop fighting." The deputy team leader hurriedly threw out a white towel and quickly ran onto the stage to stop Shrek. The one-sided miserable scene made the 80,000 spectators in the venue fall into silence. Shrek seemed to be using this method to fight back against the previous insults, but the way of proof was too intense. From the tense atmosphere before the game, it can be seen that the two teams seemed to have had some conflicts before. However, fortunately, Shrek knew what was going on and actually deployed healing skills before the game to heal these seriously injured soul masters so that they would not die. However, if there were no powerful healing soul masters, with their current injuries, there would be almost no hope for the next game. In the stands, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu quietly overlooked the ring. Of course, this is the perspective that Huo Wu simulated for outsiders. The two real people opened their own perspectives from the beginning and observed the ring until the end of the game. "That guy named Tang San is interesting." It was not Chuan Yi who said this, but Huo Wu. The two had already retracted their perspectives, and the simulation skills were completely dissipated. "What do you mean?" Chuan Yi knew that Huo Wu's Holy Spirit perspective was different from his red dragon eyes, and he could not see the energy inside the body, so he was a little curious about why Huo Wu said this. Before answering, Huo Wu paused her eyes on Chuan Yi for a while and said, "That guy's soul is very similar to yours." "Hey? Similar?" Chuan Yi tilted his head slightly, with a puzzled look on his face. Huo Wu continued to explain, "What I mean by similar is not the similarity in soul shape or color, but the similarity in the level of age and strength that does not match. The size of this guy's soul is completely inconsistent with his current age. To be honest, I have only seen this kind of situation on my husband." Chuan Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and he was shocked. Huo Wu may not know how much impact her words have on Chuan Yi. Because, her words involve Chuan Yi's deepest secret. Chuan Yi himself has also observed his soul with the help of the dragon and phoenix true eyes. Although his spiritual power level is similar to Huo Wu's, his soul origin is twice as large as Huo Wu's. Chuan Yi also has some guesses as to why this is the case. Soul travels through time. Could this Tang San be a traveler? Chapter 498 Replica of Xiantian Gong. If he is a traveler, then the strange flow of soul power in his body, as well as the ability to control objects through the air and the special eye skills, may also be explained by travel through time. Chuan Yi's thoughts diverged to a farther place. Because, through the red dragon pupil, he saw the seemingly endless flow of soul power in Tang San's body. Moreover, Chuan Yi also saw from Tang San's body that a hidden meridian that ordinary soul masters do not have was connected. Moreover, this meridian was perfectly integrated into Tang San's soul power operation. This soul power cultivation method almost covers all the meridians in the body, and on this basis, it maintains a very efficient and long-lasting operation. This is almost impossible for a young soul master who is not even over 24 years old to have. Compared with these, the external soul bones attached to Tang San's 8 ribs are even insignificant. You know, Chuan Yi's soul power cultivation method at this stage is also impossible to cover so many meridians. Although he doesn't know Tang San, the two may not be in the same world in their previous lives. Tang San's appearance can only make Chuan Yi slightly surprised. His soul power operation is closely related to his telekinesis and eye skills. But knowing that there are people in the same situation in this world who are working hard to live, just knowing this is enough to comfort Chuan Yi. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi's heart returned to peace. Fortunately, he chose to participate in this competition, otherwise, he would really miss a lot of things. Since one time traveler can appear in this world, there is a possibility that a second time traveler will appear. Chuan Yi chuckled and seemed to be a little happy. To be honest, the appearance of another time traveler surprised Chuan Yi very much. Huo Wu was a little confused, but she was also happy to see Chuan Yi happy, which was more important than anything else. Chuan Yi felt the accumulation of years from this. Huo Wu may not understand the loneliness of being a stranger in the world, and the strong Chuan Yi has never shown such emotions in front of anyone. Although there is no so-called correct answer to the soul power cultivation method, the one that suits your own characteristics is the best. Do you want to contact? However, when seeing the appearance of the same kind, the invisible loneliness buried deep in the heart seemed to be relieved. However, Tang San's situation is obviously not normal. What's more, in the Douluo continent where traces of gods are left everywhere in the world, time travel does not seem to be a big deal. Haha, this world is really getting more and more interesting. If it was just based on the size of the soul, Chuan Yi could not be sure that Tang San was a time traveler, but if the soul power cultivation method was taken into consideration, Chuan Yi felt that this possibility would be greatly increased. This kind of systematic integration is definitely not something that can be created overnight, nor can it be created by one person's power. But this was something that Chuan Yi did not expect, but it was reasonable. Other colleges in the stands began tolavaying. Huo Wu asked Chuan Yi for the last time. No, let's go back. Chuan Yi left very straightforwardly. He was not too curious about Tang San. His attitude towards him did not change because of his identity as a time traveler. Tang San was a stranger to Chuan Yi. With Chuan Yi's somewhat introverted personality, it was totally inconsistent with his personality to ask him to talk to a stranger. Besides, even if they met, what should he say? Should he say, I am a time traveler, I know you are too, let's all be friends? What a joke! If the other party minds being exposed as a time traveler, wouldn't the scene be so embarrassing? So, the best way to treat is to let it go. Chuan Yi himself knows best that time travelers are just people who have lived a few years longer than others. They are no different from others and there is no need to treat them specially. After the opening ceremony, outside the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, you can hear the audience talking about the reversal of today's qualifying match. From the atmosphere, you can know how satisfied they are with this opening ceremony. Among all the audience, perhaps the little girl Chuan Niu was the most excited one. Outside the venue, Chuan Yi and his family gathered together. Chuan Niu was even more skilled, like a little monkey. In a blink of an eye, she climbed onto Chuan Yi and sat on his shoulder. She shouted excitedly, "Brother, I will also form a team to participate in the all-continental high-level Soul Master Elite competition in the future." Speaking of which, this should be the first time Chuan Niu watched the Soul Master team battle. Seeing the gorgeous martial souls and soul skills, it is natural that her heart is surging. Haha, brother supports you, and according to the hard work of Xiao Niu now, I firmly believe that you will be able to stand on this stage in the future and show your style. Chuan Yi took advantage of this opportunity to naturally encourage Chuan Niu and provide her with some motivation. However, Chuan Yi's move was just icing on the cake. Chuan Yi could clearly know how hard Chuan Niu had worked this year through the various auras emanating from Chuan Niu. Compared with a year ago, Chuan Niu's spirit has become more full. Judging from his mental and physical strength, he is no different from a great soul master. The whale glue energy hidden in his body was digested by Chuan Niu at a speed beyond Chuan Yi's expectations and converted into Chuan Niu's own strength. Unable to use soul power to operate and digest, Chuan Niu can only temper his will and strengthen his body by forging his body. Therefore, the degree of energy digestion is directly equal to the degree of hard work. Chuan Yi, of course, must praise Chuan Niu. Hee. Chuan Niu hugged Chuan Yi's head and smiled sweetly after being praised by Chuan Yi. The Blazing Academy team surrounding him saw Chuan Niu's smile and was even more moved. They looked at Chuan Yi with envy for having such a lovely sister. That night, the Chuan family and the Huo family held a lively dinner. Chuan and Huo, under the guidance of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, the two families have formed a happy marriage. Today is also the first day that the direct family members of the two families meet. Considering tomorrow's game, everyone just briefly exchanged feelings. After the dinner, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu returned to the hotel. After a happy party, the two did not forget to practice at night. However, Chuan Yi made a new attempt in the soul power practice tonight. Today I want to try a different soul power operation method. Wife, can you help me protect the law? No problem. Huo Wu put down her raised arms and watched Chuan Yi enter a meditative state. Just when she was curious about what kind of changes Chuan Yi would make, a mysterious breath came from Chuan Yi's body. Hey? This endless feeling is different from the previous state. If the husband before was like erupting magma, full of explosive power, then now he is like gurgling water, endless. Moreover, this feeling seems to be very similar to that Tang San. Could it be that my husband is imitating Tang San's soul power operation method? Huo Wu guessed correctly. Chuan Yi was now operating his soul power according to Tang San's operation method. Chapter 499 Analysis of Xiantian Gong. From the perspective of internal vision, Chuan Yi's soul power was flowing in a route that had never been tried before. Such a large-scale change may cause mistakes if you are not careful, but under Chuan Yi's super control, the speed of soul power flow is getting faster and smoother. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, Chuan Yi has already used gold soul power to protect the meridians of his whole body. However, Chuan Yi's strong control and memory are enough to ensure that he can safely imitate Tang San even without these measures. Before Tang San traveled through time, he was born in a sect called Tang Sect. His cultivation method was the Tang Sect's unique skill, Xiantian Gong. Although Chuan Yi didn't know its name, it didn't prevent Chuan Yi from knowing this skill. Chuan Yi carefully separated a part of his soul power and let it flow slowly in a specific meridian. When he became familiar with the trajectory of the soul power, he began to gradually release the soul power restrictions, and the flow rate began to gradually increase. When the soul power exceeded a certain limit, Chuan Yi could clearly feel that the flow rate had undergone a qualitative change. At the same time, Chuan Yi's soul power was mixed with a trace of endless characteristics. And this is not its limit. Chuan Yi could feel that this was not the limit of this cultivation method, so Chuan Yi increased the soul power output, and the originally quiet water flow began to surge. Each test would produce different characteristics of the soul power, and Chuan Yi would select the characteristics that best suited him complete his own practice. If someone can see into Chuan Yi's body, they can find that Chuan Yi's soul power is running endlessly. More importantly, the soul power running in the body seems to produce a strange suction. Chuan Yi is not unfamiliar with the transformation of soul power characteristics. During the long process of practicing method testing, he has tried countless different ways of running soul power. This will greatly increase Chuan Yi's soul power recovery speed, and will compress and purify soul power as it runs. When the transformation reaches the sixth time, the soul power in the body seems to be a natural result, pouring into the 8 hidden meridians, and forming a layer of substantial soul power film through the body. When Chuan Yi mobilized all the soul power in his body, his soul power was completely transformed into a special state that he was not familiar with. The transformation of soul power occurred a total of 8 times during the whole process. The 7th qualitative change, the 8th qualitative change. Is this the wisdom from another world? This world seems to have a very deep understanding of the functions of human meridians. Is it also a world where one can practice? As Chuan Yi mobilized more soul power, the flow rate of soul power continued to accelerate. When the speed reached another limit, with the blessing of huge soul power, the soul power underwent another transformation. In essence, this is exactly the same as Gang, but the difference is that in this process, Chuan Yi is only running the soul power in his body, rather than compressing the soul power through mental power. Chuan Yi has felt this feeling on Chuan Li. Because of the soul core, the energy of heaven and earth will gather around Chuan Li's body. Although it is weaker than the Gang compressed by Chuan Yi, this degree of soul power compression can be achieved without consuming mental power, which shows the power of this practice. Drawing part of the surrounding heaven and earth energy to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi can feel that the practice has been very perfect, and the soul power is running in a way that Chuan Yi has not imagined, but after running a circle, he found that no meridian is redundant. Chuan Yi is still increasing the output of soul power, and gradually all the soul power in his body begins to flow into this vortex. When the speed of soul power reaches this stage, it will show the characteristics of self-compression. I thought the cultivation method he had summarized was good enough, but compared with Tang San's cultivation method, Chuan Yi could feel his immaturity. Although the heaven and earth elemental force he had drawn was very small, he knew that this cultivation method, when cultivated to a certain level, would produce characteristics similar to soul cores. Just then, Chuan Yi opened his eyes, and at the same time, the soul power surrounding his body was taken back into his body. He had already noticed that the operation of soul power had reached its limit, but this was not the limit of the cultivation method. Because he could feel that if his soul power and cultivation were higher, his soul power would likely undergo another transformation. The soul power of the Soul Emperor level caused 8 transformations. Seeing this, how could Chuan Yi not realize that this cultivation method was closely related to soul power cultivation? When Chuan Yi opened his eyes, he saw Huo Wu looking at him strangely. Are you trying to condense a soul core in your body? Huo Wu also noticed the heaven and earth elemental force that gathered around Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi shook his head and said, "No, I'm trying a new soul power running track. However, I didn't expect this to produce such a change." Now, the various characteristics displayed by Chuan Yi are realms that even Tang San has not reached. Relying on Chuan Yi's powerful cultivation, he experienced the subsequent realms of Xian Tiangong in advance of Tang San. Just soul power running can produce such an effect? However, you did not show any mental fluctuations just now. What is going on? Facing Huo Wu's question, Chuan Yi directly said that this was the running method he saw from Tang San. Of course, he did not reveal the identity of the time traveler. I didn't expect that there is still someone in the world who can perfect the running method to this extent. Could this Tang San be the descendant of some powerful hidden sect? Huo Wu probed her mental power into Chuan Yi's body and truly felt the mysterious Xian Tiangong. I don't know, but this practice is more powerful than I thought. He thought that the endless nature would reduce the aggressiveness of soul power, but it did not have much impact on the properties of the attribute itself, and even, because of the compression characteristics, it enhanced some of the strength. Moreover, on top of this, there is also a unique lasting characteristic. Chuan Yi told Huo Wu all these situations in detail, but at the very end, he left a regretful comment. It's a pity that everything is good, but it's not suitable for us. Huo Wu also nodded and said, attracting heaven and earth elemental power, fast soul power recovery, strong endurance and a series of other functions are really lacking in charm for us. Red Dragon Horn and Dragon and Phoenix Heart can do better. What we lack is actually a stronger digestion ability. After all, recovery ability does not equal the speed of cultivation improvement. The various functions of Xian Tiangong are very complete, even perfect, but because of this, it is inferior to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's practice in terms of pure cultivation improvement speed. Because, the two of them modified their cultivation method with the main purpose of improving the soul power conversion rate. This made their cultivation method unable to be like Suanation. They did not want to be as comprehensive as the Xian Tiangong, but they sacrificed other things, so they also got a super conversion rate. The heaven and earth energy that can only be touched by practicing the highest level of Xian Tiangong is the starting point of practice for Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Even, they often feel distressed because there is too much energy and the body cannot digest it quickly. Chapter 500 Red Dragon Pupil Purple Extreme Demon Pupil. Chapter 500 Red Dragon Pupil and Purple Extreme Demon Pupil. In response to this situation, they conducted several years of research and formulated the current practice method. And Xian Tiangong obviously lacks a direct method to deal with the external heaven and earth energy. Therefore, in this aspect of research, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu are at the forefront. However, if it is aimed at ordinary cultivators who have no chance to contact the huge heaven and earth energy, Xian Tiangong is undoubtedly a better choice. Because it seems to be able to accommodate soul power of various attributes, and it also has many powerful characteristics and a soul power improvement speed far exceeding the existing meditation method. It can only be said that the level of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu has already gone beyond the level of ordinary people, and even Xian Tiangong is a bit outdated for them. However, this does not mean that Xian Tiangong has no value to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. On the contrary, there is such a perfect template, which will be a great inspiration to the two. If the Xian Tiangong is thoroughly understood, the knowledge and experience in it can be applied to perfect their own practice. Of course, this requires a certain amount of digestion time, and Chuan Yi now has other things to test. After a preliminary analysis of Xian Tiangong, Chuan Yi looked at the pillow on the bed. He saw that his palm was empty, and the pillow, which was half a meter away, was suspended in the air, as if a pair of invisible big hands grabbed the pillow. Of course, this is not enough. The invisible big hand playfully shook the pillow up and down and left and right. Now, Chuan Yi showed the method of using soul power to control objects in the air, which can be done by those who have reached the level of Soul Saint. After all, starting from Soul Saint, the control of soul power by soul masters will be greatly improved, and it is not a problem to use soul power to support their own bodies, let alone this light pillow. However, the focus he wants to show is not on this, but on saving effort and exquisiteness. This is a skill that can greatly increase the suction and repulsion of soul power through special soul power operation, which is fundamentally different from the rough skills of wrapping and grabbing with almost substantial soul power. Tang San relied on this skill to make soul power control methods similar to Soul Saint level at Soul Venerable level. Of course, this skill can only be maintained within a certain distance around the body, but in close combat, it is indeed a very practical skill. What a brilliant soul control! Only the suction and repulsion generated by soul power can produce the actual grasping effect, and the soul power consumed is negligible. It turns out that the skill used by Tang San in the battle today is based on this principle. This can almost be regarded as a kind of self-created soul skill. Huo Wu couldn't see it clearly at the time, but now, she can easily see through the principle through a mental sweep. Chuan Yi tested the crane control and dragon capture, and then began to mobilize soul power and mental power, pouring into his brain, or more accurately, his eyes. Gold and red, two colors of light bloomed from the pupil. But this is only the color of soul power, not the purple light displayed by Tang San. Well, the eyesight and mental power have increased to a certain extent, but very slightly. Sure enough, this skill still needs the special energy of purple to exert its original power. However, it is really clever to subtly enhance the effect of mental power by stimulating the brain. Chuan Yi is now imitating another skill brought by Tang San, the purple demon eye. Unlike the crane controlling and dragon capturing skill, this skill is somewhat useless because he already has the red dragon pupil. However, it can slightly improve the vision and mental power under the naked eye state, and it can also stimulate the mental power. This alone is enough to prove its value. Of course, he is now using the castrated version. Tang San's purple pupil involves high purity and high-level energy that is different from soul power. It is precisely because of its existence that Tang San's vision and mental power will be greatly enhanced when activating skills. I just don't know what that purple energy is, and how to absorb it. Chuan Yi fell into deep thought, but he couldn't get the answer. In fact, Tang San's eyes turned purple because he absorbed the purple air born when the sun rose. This purple air only exists in the short time when the sun just rises in the early morning. It is normal that Chuan Yi doesn't know. Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi silent and waved her hand in front of Chuan Yi. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Sorry, I just imitated another skill, but the effect is not obvious when I use it. Chuan Yi told Huo Wu about his speculation about the unknown energy of purple energy. However, Huo Wu reminded him in a strange way, I don't know what this purple energy is, but can't the red dragon pupil also enhance vision and mental strength? Does this mean that the energy contained in the red dragon pupil has a similar effect to the purple energy? Then why don't you use the red dragon pupil to activate this skill directly? Chuan Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized, yes. He kissed Huo Wu excitedly and began to test with the red dragon pupil. The corners of Chuan Yi's eyes were covered with a layer of vermilion dragon scales, and his pupils were covered by the red dragon pupil. Without any skills, Chuan Yi's eyes can see through illusions with the red dragon pupil alone. However, he knew that the red dragon pupil was not invincible. Xiao Wing, the Lanyan Albatross clan once again showed Chuan Yi the shortcomings of the red dragon pupil. That is, it lacks stronger penetration when facing high-density objects. In fact, if the field of vision is shortened to the distance of humans of the same level, with Chuan Yi's mental power, he can activate a stronger true vision eye and completely ignore the high-density light curtain of the Lanyan clan. But the problem is that the red dragon pupil's visual distance is extremely far, and his mental power cannot support him to maintain the true vision eye to a distance of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. The hardware is excellent, but the software is somewhat behind, which will lead to the red dragon pupil's inability to fully exert its capabilities. This situation will gradually improve as Chuan Yi's mental power increases, but now Chuan Yi seems to have found a way to make up for it in advance. Chuan Yi started to activate the red dragon pupil using Tang San's skill of activating his eyes. The calm golden pupil began to boil violently, and the halo in the eyes turned into golden flames, burning silently in the pupils. Chuan Yi could feel that the hot energy in the red dragon pupil became more active in a specific way. At the same time, his vision was greatly enhanced. Before the test, Chuan Yi turned his eyes away from Huo Wu and looked at the wall beside him. The opaque wall was easily penetrated, and his vision extended infinitely outward. The dense buildings and thick walls of Tiandu city could not block Chuan Yi's vision. Originally, with the increase of obstacles, Chuan Yi's vision would gradually blur, but this time, this blur was greatly reduced. Even his visual distance was greatly increased. Even in the dark, the dim light outside the city could not prevent him from distinguishing things. But this alone could not fully test the ability of the red dragon eye. He moved his eyes downward. For a better test, the thick ground is a better reference. However, with this downward glance, Chuan Yi's eyes reflected a vast sea of magma.